Hello, good morning, good
Good
afternoon, good evening.
morning.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the 2022 Childfree Convention. How you doing, Lenora?
I am awake and well. How are you, Cody?
Doing great, doing great. Excited for
Awesome.
today. More great topics, more great speakers. Looking forward to it. With that being said, hi, I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of the moderators today. And behind the scenes, I'm in charge of the Speakers Bureau, which entails collecting submissions and maintaining dialogue and instructions for the speakers throughout this whole process.
So, hi, I am Lenora F.I.R.E. I am also one of your co moderators today. My role behind the scenes is PR manager. So, I'm responsible for making everything look pretty.
Great job.
And thank you to our volunteer team, which we will go through later in the halftime show. I was responsible for all the social media, all the graphics you see, the videos today, um, press, emails, all that good stuff. That was my role behind the scenes, and also making sure that Cody and Jared do what they're told.
That's the hardest job to do right there.
That is.
That's a fun one. I'm Jared. I'm head of tech, and I'm behind the scenes producing and hitting special buttons and everything behind the scenes.
The
and,
eject button.
and bringing the speakers in and telling them when to come in. So that's part of my duties as head of tech.
Yeah. And so if you're watching this on July 31st, 2022, this is live. So if you can join us in the comment section, ask questions. We might pull some comments up into the live stream as the event's going on. So looking forward to that. This is a 100% volunteer driven event. From the work that the three of us do to the amazing team members that have come along to help behind the scenes and to the speakers that are going to be talking today and that spoke yesterday, all volunteer. The only thing that we share, well, the one thing that we do share in common is our passion for furthering the discussion of the child-free lifestyle. And so some people have stepped up and even further and provided donations and even sponsorships. So with that, we want to give a special thanks to our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth. Childfreewealth.com is a site run by Dr. Jay Zygmunt. He's a child-free person himself, and he's dedicated his focus for his financial planning and expertise on helping child-free people, the child-free community in the United States. So if you live in the US, you're child-free, he's a great resource to stay focused on a financial path. Earlier this year, he released a book titled Portraits of Child-Free Wealth. And during the Child-Free Convention happening right now, he is giving away free digital copies of that book to anyone that goes to the website right there, childfreewealth.com/book, and just ask for a free digital copy. He'll send it to you. He interviewed 26 child-free people and couples with a range of financial stories. They could have been barely making ends meet, or then maybe they achieved FIRE, which is financial independence and retire early, or everyone in between. So it's a great read. You might find someone that parallels your life and your financial journey. And yeah, go get it. It's free. Go get it.
It's free. Doesn't get much better than that.
No. And we do have some other sponsors as well. Our presenting sponsor is Childfree Media. We also have 365 Diversity, Best Child-Free Life Possible, which can be found in the Facebook groups. Buy Childfree, which, by the way, my shirt came in the mail like literally yesterday, which is awesome. I was late ordering it. I was worried it wouldn't come, but it literally it just came back. It's awesome, awesome shirt.
I'm still wearing the same dress as yesterday, but I washed it last night.
Did you lose any rhinestones? Which
no laundry bag. It's no. The rhinestones are on.
And those are special accents. Lenora put those on. That's not part of the dress.
You're gonna get a bunch of orders. Like, wait a sec, where's our bling?
And so, also, Childfree Family is a sponsor. Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, which you're watching right now, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
All right. I just wanted to mention about the shirt. It also has the speakers' names on the back. So
and the sponsors and volunteers. It's got I'll give a little bit of look at it later, but yeah, it's awesome. Very cool.
Yes. All right.
I have a comment, but I'm not going to say it. All right. So just some housekeeping for the chat. Yesterday was amazing. Thank you guys for your energy. Please keep all the comments, the questions, have dialogue with one another. As this is live. This is also public. Anyone can view this. And so we ask that the conversation remain respectful. We are not an echo chamber. We welcome a variety of opinions. If you hear something, see something that and that inspires you to speak up, feel free to do so. And we do have Troll Patrol. So if there is anyone causing major trouble, you will be removed. So we'll introduce Rebecca in a second there. But again, because this is a live event and out of respect for the moderators, the speakers, the event itself, we ask that the dialogue be as civil as possible. It just helps. Yesterday was amazing. You guys were fantastic. So again, we want all the comments, the questions. Get to know one another, make friends. If you have some child-free stuff you want to plug, you're allowed to do that.
Sure.
That's
If
good.
it's child-free related, and can books, suggestions. I saw something about book clubs yesterday. I didn't get a chance to read everything, but also tell us where you're from. Now, I'm going to say this a couple times, so I should practice this now so I remember to do this throughout the event. Since we're all volunteer driven, if there's anyone in the audience who's an accurate and fast typer, when the speakers come on stage and at the end of their panel, when they plug their either their website or their social media handle, we do have some of that information on a graphic at the end of the panel, but we didn't get everything from people. So if someone can pop in the chat what it is, I think Rebecca's going to be doing this as well. But if there's any information that you hear from the speakers, and any of you guys can type accurately and fast enough, that would really help us out. Yeah. All right.
We have a lot of comments.
Yes. Where are you from?
We got a lot of good mornings right now in the beginning.
Hey, Graham.
Antoinette.
And Rebecca, if you want to come up on stage, feel free to pull yourself up here. If you want to hang out in the background, that's cool too. There you are.
Oh, we have
and you're muted.
Everybody.
There you go. Hey.
I'll get you.
Great job yesterday.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I'll introduce Rebecca. There's some comments I want to go through. I'm seeing Tim Hortons in Canada, but I'm curious. Bad Fitches, what do you need? Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. I'm like, are you backing out of that panel? Don't. It's too late now. All right, I want to introduce Rebecca. Rebecca has been my part-time therapist throughout this whole process. That's your unofficial role, but in reality, she's been the event promoter for Childfree Convention. And she is our troll patroller today. So if anyone is causing trouble, Rebecca will be on you immediately. So behave. She doesn't.
By the way, Lenora, I've got business cards in the works. I'm going to have my sticker people start making me business cards. So whatever roles you want to add to it. Can I just give a shout out to my friend Lindsay? Lindsay Mathias is in the audience. We started talking yesterday. She has a child, but some of the topics hit home for her. So I just want to, give a shout out to my friend Lindsay. I'm also wearing one of the necklace and earrings that she bought me for my birthday. But she's joining us in the audience today. So please, everyone, warm welcome to Lindsay.
Awesome. Welcome, Lindsay. Thank you for joining us. And you bring up a good point. Again, everyone can view this, parents, kids, you name it. So again, when we're talking about keeping the conversation respectful, everyone is welcome to put their opinion in. We are, again, not an echo chamber. We're here to have discussion. We're here to learn. We're here to entertain and be entertained. So, we welcome everybody. We want everyone to feel like they can contribute. They can participate, which is contributing. I'm waking up. It's 7:10 here on the Canadian prairies. I've had 3 hours of sleep, but I'm good. So again, this everything. All of our efforts make this event amazing. And yesterday was just phenomenal. So thank you for that. Okay.
Something cool that happened that we didn't even expect ourselves. If you're in the audience, if you want to take screenshots or selfies of how you're enjoying the convention, just watching it on TV or whatever, and then post it on whatever social media you want and tag the Childfree Convention. Because we saw a ton of those yesterday.
We did.
It was super cool. It's like, oh man, people are watching this like on their TV in their living room, and it's really cool. So yeah, feel free to do that.
So please do that. So you can tag the easiest way to do that is if you have an Instagram account, tag Childfree Convention. Shout out to JD Helen. That was the first one I saw. She was on her couch wearing her merch. watching the show. And so if you don't have social media, take a photo of how you are watching, whether you're taking a photo of the screen or yourself in merch or what have you, and you can email us at childfreeconvention.com, and we will, all that stuff's going to be compiled together. So please do that. And thank you, Cody. Remind me to keep saying that through the event as well. Can I just, okay, there's some comments, Jared, that I want to just quickly go through.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Okay.
You want to click on them? You sure?
Here we go. So wait, I got Tim Hortons coffee in honor of Lenora today. Well, first of all, Laura, thank you. I'm in Canada, for those that you don't know, and there's a Tim Hortons on every corner. But I kind of feel like now that it's in the US, it doesn't have.
It's not special.
Exactly.
Not special.
But thank you. I appreciate that. So enjoy your Tim Hortons. I have not had coffee in 3 days.
I haven't had coffee ever. I've never.
Me either.
I could never get into it.
What?
I taste it.
Oh, that's your problem. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know. I woke up at 6:30 today, and it's like I just start going. Like, here we go. And I'm not a morning
person. If you had coffee, we could have gotten so much more done.
Oh, kidding. Very true.
I didn't think about that. I've been working with you two for like 2 years, and I just figured that out. All right.
So hashtag or at Tim Hortons, you need to be a sponsor next year.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Facebook stream is lagging. No surprise. It's fine.
Yeah. Enjoy it on YouTube.
Great.
We found out that I think we hit the meter on Facebook yesterday for timing, and we got kicked off of all the Facebook channels because we hit like over 8 hours. Which it got me thinking, this has to be, somebody contact Guinness, because this has to be a world record of some sort for the Guinness book of like some kind of a live stream, child free. We can make up any kind of category. If you can have a longest time on a pogo stick, this has to be something. So
we need to shout out Marie K, our amazing speaker green room host. She's there from Ireland. Thank you, Marie K. Yesterday and today, she gathers all the speakers, keeps them calm, gives them all the information before they come on to StreamYard. She keeps us calm. She's allowed Cody and I to do our moderating duties. So thank you, Marie K. So much easier this year.
Out so much.
Yes.
Speaking of another Guinness in Ireland.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
that's funny.
If the audience knew how crazy it is backstage, and I don't mean the speakers, but think of yesterday, what all of us were doing backstage, also while we're on screen.
Yeah.
I mean, we prepared for that, and we did a really great job. So
pat ourselves in the back. We did great.
You don't really think
We're amazing.
You don't really think about it until you're actually backstage, and I can only imagine, since this is all virtual, how it is. I mean, I've been backstage kind of on one TV show. I'm not going to mention the name, but and just seeing the theatrics and then just being behind the screen on this was just. Right. Backstage was insane. And I'm not wearing my Childfree convention. I need to get one, but I am wearing Be the Light. So I thought that was kind of appropriate for today.
There you go.
Even though you guys can't see it, but
positive vibes.
So thank you to the parents who are watching. You know what? My dad sent me a message about an hour in. He's like, we're thinking of you. Good luck. I was like, oh, thanks, Dad.
Very cool.
I sent him that afterwards. But yeah, it's nice when, parents and family members. I think I have a cousin who's going to be watching today. This is great. I love it. Is this Visa by any chance? Well, yes. You know what? Shout out to those who are inappropriately dressed, who are not coming on stage today. You know what? We want you to feel comfortable. I mean, it's been amazing to see this convention come to life. We've met every week since last September, because we started doing this in the end of 2020. We did last year's event. September we started up again, and so we've been meeting every week. We've been talking every day, probably sometimes too much, but just all of the organization. And you get to the point where you just got to hand it over because there's nothing else we can do. We've done everything we can.
Just hit go live, and there we are.
There we are. So just to see the reception, your guys' reactions, your interactions with us, I'm calm now today. Yesterday I was not. Today I am, because day one was amazing. So, shout out to our good friend Hannah, wife without kids.
Hey, Hannah.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
She generously had us on her show. the three of us talking about the process of child-free conventions. If you guys want to know some secrets, go check out that episode on Wife Without Kids YouTube channel.
Like, subscribe, notification, all that fun stuff. Wife Without Kids, do it.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Nice to see you in the audience. Of course, I'm gonna. Oh, and here we go. Marcella woke up early today.
Same thing. Like, subscribe, notification.
Yes.
Childfree Millennial.
Childfree Millennial, one of our awesome speakers, also subscribe to her YouTube channel. And I have another one here, I see. I made him faint yesterday by saying he was a fantastic child-free author, so I'll say the same thing again. Dan Alexander. He was the star of Mean Tweets yesterday in the halftime show, if you guys remember. Dan Alexander, everyone.
He's super funny.
Yes.
That was fun.
Dan, I hope you watched your segment in full this time.
And he was in our guys panel back in 21.
He was, yes.
Yeah.
So again, shout out to my Child Free Morning chat crew. I see some of you in the audience there. I am going to go through volunteer appreciation later, but a shout out to one of our copywriters, JD Helen, who meant to type good morning. I just thought that was sorry. Have to tease you on that one. Look, typos happen to the best of us, right? So, all right, I'm going to stop directing and Jared can take over. Oh, no, I have one more. Canadian represented here. Hello.
There you go.
I feel outnumbered by Americans so often here because, I seem to, love Americans. But it's really nice to see some Canadians in the audience.
Hey, newsflash, you're an American too. North America. You.
Oh, well, no, look, there's a difference between United States and Canada. I'm
just saying, like,
Okay, fine. You know what? On that, we're all human. Who cares?
Well, of course.
You want to go there this early? All right. And again, your guys' shirts look awesome. I look like I have not changed. This is actually a different wig. It's smoky purple. It's the same style as the first one yesterday. I did wash the dress. It was the first thing I did after we stopped streaming yesterday. Did laundry. So it's good.
Lenora, we know you have not moved from that spot. I mean, I'm pretty sure you just dropped your head down and then you woke up and then you were texting me saying, I just napped. You probably have like a pillow that we can't see. And then you're like, yeah, but that's where you need this. I just woke up like this today kind of thing, like in the background.
Well, taking a page from Cody, I did wake up like this.
There you go.
And you know what? You're probably right. I may have slept at my desk last night because work is never done with PR. Like you and I were texting late, getting stuff out there for people. So.
Can I just mention one more thing? I want to give a shout out to Seth because we went over time on a couple of things yesterday. Well, a lot of things. And he wanted to make sure that everybody knew, what the timing was in case there was a specific, like, even though we have the schedule, exactly what time the segment was because not everybody or the panels, not everybody, wants to watch everything and all that. So he actually went ahead and he's been helping me for the last couple of days. I think it's Seth K. And actually did the timing so that everybody knew exactly what time each panel started. So shout out to him for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. And if you want to do that again, please feel free.
We're not going to stop you.
Yesterday's replay is available on the same Child Free Convention YouTube channel and actually on Facebook, but it's more reliable. Actually, it's more reliable on the YouTube channel because it didn't get cut off. So I posted Seth's timestamps. So for anyone who wants to go back and rewatch, the official timestamps are there. So thank you for that. Well, my moderating skills are good. I'm multitasking.
So with that being said, let's do a quick segue into today's schedule. These are times based on U.S. Eastern time. So if you're not in the U.S. or just look up New York and you'll get the timing right. So at 9:30 a.m., we're going to have Defining Child Free. At 10 a.m., Fence Sitters. At 10:30, Child Free LGBTQ+. 11 a.m., Child Free in Africa. 11:30 a.m., Child Free on a Budget. Then the halftime show is going to pick up around noon. Lenora, anything you want to say about that? Little teasers, maybe?
Yes, sorry. Rebecca, there's a bunch of stuff for you to post when the panels are ready. That's going to be a lot of scrolling. Oh, yeah, that's for the next one.
I'm actually already doing it. So if y'all are looking for any of the Instagram handles or anything, after the replay, if you haven't taken them down, you
Hey,
can go
Debbie.
ahead and just grab them.
Okay. I'll let you go off stage, Rebecca, and you can get going on that then. Thank you. Our troll patroller, everyone, Rebecca. So behave.
I'm gonna leave as well. I'm gonna go in the
All right.
background as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, we'll
Thanks.
get to the halftime show. I mean, the
Talking about
rundown
the
of
halftime
it,
show.
not the
Yeah.
actual show. Oh, what? There we go. Okay. So yes, the halftime show. So today's show starts with Boobies Not Babies. I'm not going to tell you what that's about. You have to stick around to watch for yourself.
I have a feeling like it's hard finding child-free guys, but we might have a bunch of child-free guys show up for no reason.
This is why you guys had me as PR manager. I do know that. And then after that, we have Child-Free, Single, and Happy. And then is the fun part. Well, it's all fun, but we announce Child-Free Media. We tell you what Child-Free Media is. We've been teasing Child-Free Media for a while. You have
been wait there it is up there.
It's there. Yeah. Yeah, only works on your side. So if you are a child-free lifestyle content creator, if you are an aspiring child-free lifestyle content creator, if you like to consume child-free content, you may be interested in that part of the halftime show. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
And then we will do volunteer appreciation. And then we'll come on stage and interact with you guys for a bit.
Yeah.
One of us will be in different outfits. One of us will be in a different wig. I won't tell you which one. And so, yeah, that's the halftime show.
Yeah. And then we come back at 1:00 and we will dive into Child-Free F.I.R.E, which is Financial Independence Retire Early. And at 1:30 p.m., we have Child-Free Off the Grid. At 2 p.m., Child-Free Abroad, Travel or Transplant. 2:30 p.m., Child-Free in Central and South America. 3 p.m., Child-Free Guys. 3:30 p.m., Child-Free Social Media. And 4 p.m., going until probably 8 p.m., Child-Free with Pets.
I hope not, just because we're going to be dropping by them, but the Child-Free with Pets panel may go a little longer than we've actually planned for it to go a bit longer if necessary.
If needed. Well,
and you know what? And then after that, the three we're going to come on stage and start crying because it's over. This is when I get emotional. I don't know if you felt this yesterday, but when we came on after the last panel, on yesterday's live stream, I felt emotional for a second. I was exhausted, but I was like, oh my gosh, okay. Because, you see it all together. It's worked. And then it just kind of hits you. And then last night, I realized that tonight I'm going to cry. Once this is all over, and everything's done, I'm going to go on my couch and just, cry.
Are you going to log into StreamYard and just create like a fake, like I can just hit like live and broadcast on and on? It's just
I'll be done. I will be done. But it'll be emotional, I think. Yeah,
just going back to the scheduling, I think that great job with the green room and Jared pulling everybody up. We stayed pretty well on task. So there's a slight asterisk after all those times because it might run a little over on some of them, but the information and the dialogue is so good where we just don't want to just end it, but we have to. And the time slots of 30 minutes each, it seems like it's not enough time, but it's just to begin the dialogue and the conversation. We want this to continue beyond the convention. And we also want something to come back to for the convention, to come back in the future and maybe bring back speakers, answer questions that might come up in the comment section into the future. So yeah, that's kind of why we're doing it this way. It's to get as much information and dialogue out there as possible.
I would rather have it be like leave people wanting more.
Yeah.
Right. And then instead of like dragging it out and just be like, okay, we're done. Bad Fitch has made a good point. If you are in Child-Free Morning Chat, there'll be more information on how to get on Clubhouse later in the show. It's free. It's the audio chat app. Yeah, tomorrow is International Child-Free Day for one.
Yes.
August 1st is International Child-Free Day. If you are familiar with Child-Free Club, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we'll be having a special Child-Free Morning Chat. Probably we'll all be crying because the convention's over and a lot of us are in there.
Happy International Child-Free Day Eve, everyone.
Yes, exactly.
Wait, hold on. Anyone in Australia? Is it already the first there? I'm trying time zones.
It should be, because
you might be in the future. So happy International Child-Free Day to you.
Yes.
Just real quick, the convention, it's taking on a life of its own, and we're so happy for that. And some people have asked how they can help. So we've had some volunteers step up, but then we've had some people that want to donate to help defray the costs as well. We actually got some donations and some merchandise bought yesterday. Very awesome. Thank you for doing that. So just want to do a quick plug there. You can go to childfreeconvention.com, and there's 2 buttons there for donate or shop. You can do either one. It's awesome. Not expected. Again, this is a free event. We volunteer our time, but it's always nice to get that a little bit of appreciation on the back end.
There are a lot of moving parts to creating something like this. So every dollar does help, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you again to those who have donated, sponsored. We really do appreciate it. Oh, this is neat. Someone this needs to be a stat holiday. I specifically requested tomorrow off of work for International Childfree Day because I can. Haha.
There you go. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So with that, I've got a little bit of a wardrobe change to do. So we will,
already.
I'm jumping out of the gate,
dude. Okay. All right.
So we're gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna go off screen. We'll be back shortly, guys. Childfree. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
Hi, I'm Lenora Faye. I am also one of your moderators for today's panel. You cut out, so I don't know what we're talking about.
Oh no. Well, welcome to Defining Childfree. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I am Lenora Faye. I'll also be one of your moderators.
It's early. All right, let's get the kinks out of the way. First, thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor Childfree Media, champion level sponsor Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors 365 Diversity, Best Child for Life Possible, found on Facebook. Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So with that, we will get our speakers on stage, please. Isabel.
Hello.
Ray.
Hi.
Jamie. Lily.
Hi.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you.
Hi. Hello.
So let's just dive in with the easy stuff. Tell us about yourself. Isabel, kick it off.
Hi, everyone. Well, my name is Isabel, and I am the founder of the Uprising Spark. I am the child-free friend you didn't know you needed, but you do actually. You know you want it, but you need. I organize trips for child-free people. I'm a child-free coach, and I'm also part of the Child-Free Girls podcast with Lenora and Kristen Betsy.
Awesome. Lily.
Hi, I'm Lily Rottelin. I'm a singer-songwriter based in New York City, and I have a song out called Childfree. It is our anthem, I hope, for everybody that's child-free. And some of my music has been on TV and film, and I've been featured in the New York Times recently. So a lot of fun and exciting stuff.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. Jamie.
Oh, hello. I'm Jamie Mays. I'm 31 years old and I live in Austin, Texas. I work in the criminal justice field that allows me to travel throughout the state, which is might as well be as big as the country. And when I'm not working, I'm a mother to up to 1,000 exotic fruit trees, seedlings, and cacti, especially dragon fruit. So that's my passion is growing exotic fruit trees and tending to animals. And I also play Irish music and dance almost every week, and I attend various Irish events throughout Texas. So I'm always there.
Very, very cool. Ray.
Hey, I'm Ray Lofton. Well, today's my birthday, so
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Oh my goodness!
Yeah. So I'm one of the co-founders of Polyam Lifestyle on Clubhouse. So I do a lot of polyamorous education. I've also been in the social services field for like the last 7-8 years or so. And I'm a writer. I published my first short story a few months ago, so it's also very exciting.
Very cool. All
And
right.
we have one. Okay, I was gonna say our final speaker, Tara. Hi, Tara.
Hey, Tara.
Hey, how are you?
We're great. All right, so we're introducing ourselves. Please introduce yourself, and then we'll go into the questions.
Awesome. I am Tara Chantel. I'm a self-love advocate and I'm a spiritual activist, and I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
Happy to have you.
All right. So the first question, why do we need to define ourselves as child-free? So we will start with Isabel. Isabel, go ahead.
I believe that we need to define ourselves as child-free to find other child-free people. I guess it's to find community, is to connect with people that, we have that in common, especially because I guess most of us have friends who have children, and it's not impossible, but it's very challenging to continue with those friendships. And I think our community needs to be stronger. So I think it's that's the main reason.
Thank you.
Right,
Lily,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'd see that as an opportunity for us to speak up about our freedom and to be proud of who we are, because very often we get the reaction when we say that we don't have children. It's either a pity reaction, like, oh, I'm so sorry, or it's, oh, why? You'll just regret it. And that is just never the case. And it's really important that we show the world that we're very happy and proud to be child-free.
Absolutely. Jamie, go ahead.
All right. It's important to define child-free, to have a clear and consistent definition that everybody can use and everybody can apply to themselves. Because if we don't, it's up for misunderstanding, misinterpretation, and potential abuse. Excuse me. Simply we need to make a distinction between the conscious choice to not have kids or other circumstances on why one cannot have kids. And we also need to define what child-free isn't. It's not, oh, I don't want to have kids now, but I want them in the future. Or, hey, when I was your age, I said I didn't want to have kids, but now I have them. It's not that. It's not, we're having a date night or a night out without the kids or sending the kids to relatives on the weekends. No, you're still a parent. It's not, I'm child-free because my kids don't live with me, or I'm child-free because my kids are grown and out the house. No, empty nesters, they might come back to the house. And it also, definitely child-free includes people that are not actively trying to have kids. So, clear definition, definitely defining what it's not and just making it known that, hey, this is what we mean when we say child-free.
I sense that this panel could go into a debate for 3 hours just based on what you just said. All right, Ray, go ahead.
I agree with what Isabel was saying, that it's important to define ourselves so that we can find our community, but also because you never know who might be struggling with the same sentiments of like what to do. And I think it's important to put multiple faces to a community from all different age ranges, backgrounds, to see how fulfilling it is in the different stages of being child-free, especially because there's always those external pressures.
Thank you, Ray. Tara, go ahead.
Yes, I think we should redefine child-free because it's so important to shift the paradigm. Most people are going down this unconscious road, not understanding that they have a choice. They have a choice to live for themselves. They have a choice to live out their dreams. They have a choice to choose themselves. And I think it's the audacity you have to be bold and have the courage to do whatever you want with this life. It's no certain pathway we should all just follow like some sheeps. We should really think for ourselves. And it's just showing people to really just wake up and really start thinking for yourself. Is it really a logical decision for you? Can you actually handle this type of responsibility? Are you just going to put on your traumas to this kid? So it really calls for a lot of healing that we are choosing to do and actually looking inward instead of pointing out to solve our problems.
Thank you, Tara. This has been a great panel to kick off day 2, I think.
It is. And I wore this shirt specifically like to ask this question. What is your definition of child-free? And we'll keep the same order we've been going. Isabel, go ahead and kick it off.
Oh man, that's like the hardest question. And this brings me back to many discussions that I've had with a lot of child-free people, because there isn't one definition. I think everyone has their own opinion about what child-free is or should be. To me personally, being child-free is deciding not to parent another human being, because I hear a lot of pet, like dog moms and cat moms and plant moms. But it's parenting another human being. That is like the most concise, small definition that I can say, child-free is for me.
All right, Lily.
Yeah, I would see it as the conscious choice and decision to not have children, and taking that liberty because we have it. And yeah, I think this is pretty much that. I'll just keep it short.
Yeah, that's all right. Short definitions are good. Jamie.
All right. To me, child-free is not as mentioned, not wanting, having, or being responsible for children in any way, shape, or form. It's a conscious decision, self-aware decision, well thought out decision to not have kids. Each of us have our own reasons, and we definitely don't need to share them to anybody, but they may be similar between other child-free people. Oh, don't want to have kids because straight up don't want to. It can be as simple as that, and other reasons as well. And also, I guess me being child-free by choice, I never attempted to have kids, which is something that my doctor asked me, because I was in the sterilization panel yesterday, and that was one question that I was asked, like, have you ever tried to have kids? Like, no, I never actually thought about that. But, I've never, that's part of my conscious choice. And that's pretty much not being responsible for human children.
All right, Ray.
Hey, so to me, child-free means someone who does not have any children biologically, through marriage, foster care, adoption, or anything like that, by circumstance or by choice. Like I said, I did struggle to figure out like the difference between childless and child-free for a lot of nights, but I settled there for the most part. That's what it means to me.
All right. And Tara.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we've got you muted.
Tara, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Child free to me means living on your own terms. Child free means to me living a life that is carefree, no worries. You're not being an authority figure to other people. You're truly deciding to live life on your own terms. And I think it's truly peaceful when you're choosing to live a soft life on your own terms.
And I think it was a great question to ask everybody because we got 5 similar yet different answers at the same time, and it just kind of shows how malleable the term is currently, and how we're trying to find maybe something that is agreeable for the majority. I don't know.
So let's talk about the gray areas of the definition. So what are your thoughts on something like, dating someone who has children, or or the step parent role, or giving up a child for adoption? Is that considered child free? Like, this is a conversation that never ends. Some of us, we've already participated in a similar conversation, but please share your thoughts on the gray/fringe areas of the definition based on your opinion. Isabel, we'll start with you.
Well, this has evolved for me. I guess at the beginning, when I first discovered and I embraced the child-free lifestyle, I was very like no children at all. But now I think because based on the definition that child-free is for me, which is not raising children, so it's not being responsible for children financially, emotionally. I think that gray areas. I mean, I know people who are child free who have married or are in relationships with other people who have children from previous marriages, and they're maybe teenagers or they're already grown ups. And so I think that if you don't have to play a part of that responsibility, emotional or financial responsibility, and you can be like the cool aunt in a way by being the parent's partner, you can still be child free. I also think that somebody who has a child because they don't believe in, I mean, I'm pro-choice, but I understand that there are women. I'm sorry, because I'm pro-choice, I understand that there are women who don't want to get abortions, and that's totally respectable too. And there's also people who have decided not to have an abortion for whatever reason, and then place that child in adoption, and they're child-free as well because they don't have any responsibility over that child. So that's my personal opinion, I guess, and it's definitely evolved.
Thank you, Isabel. Lily, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Isabel has said. What I would add is I think there's 2 questions in your question, Lenora. I think that dating someone with a kid or step parenting is just like parenting. If you do have a role, like if it's a small child, and then they're gonna call you mom or dad, right, or anything else, and this is like pretty much like having a child. So I don't think that's child free. On the other hand, also don't think like in the case of people that originally wanted to have children, but then they decided to not have children, or if a woman has decided to carry the pregnancy and then give the child for adoption. I think you don't have to be child free since forever. I think it can just happen in those circumstances. It's not something that, for me, it's been like since I'm 15 and forever. I knew like, since I was very young. But some women and men, they might, they might think they're not going to be child free, and then they will be child free, or they will, give a child for adoption. So I think these are my thoughts.
Thank you, Lily. Jamie, go ahead.
So it's for the most part, similar with dating somebody with kids, step parent. You're the person's choosing to be responsible for somebody else's kids. Yeah, even though they may not have kids of their own, which is the similarity between child-free people. They're choosing to be responsible for another human. So to me, that doesn't quite count as child-free, because most child-free people don't want to be responsible to human children at all. And if you're going to get involved with somebody else's children, you might have to be involved with the other parent, family dynamics. Have to go by that family schedule, and usually doesn't matter if it's casual or going to be serious. That person's going to be responsible for other people's children, and giving your kid up for adoption. I think that's a slippery slope because technically the person had a kid, something that most child-free people don't want to have a kid, but yet I think Lily mentioned, you're not responsible for a kid, so it's like there's two parts of the situation that might cover the child-free definition, but to me it leans not being child-free, because although you gave that person up for adoption, there's still somebody out there in the world that you gave birth to or created, and they may want to be involved again or reach out to you, and for whatever reason, if they wanted know who their family was, medical records or whatever the situation, whether the person who adopted the child out will be involved or not is kind of irrelevant. But I don't really consider that as child free, because they still technically had a kid, even though they're not responsible for one. But that child may want to reconnect with you in the future, and that the adopter is going to be involved with that person again.
Thank you, Jamie. Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's a blurred line when it comes to dating. Maybe in the short term, I think you can get away with it. But if you're talking long-term relationships, commitments, a marriage, or something of that extent, you're going to slide into a co-parenting role, and therefore, for me, you lose your child-free status. If we're talking like a person who had a child and put them up for adoption, I think where I fall in that is that they're not child-free, but they're childless. But nobody knows that unless you tell them. So, it depends on how much you want to disclose. Me personally, I don't date people with children anymore, because if I want to live my life, it doesn't align, and I don't want the responsibility, even emotionally or anything, to even be a fun aunt. So I just think it's a blurred line. And if we're talking short term, it works. But if we're talking long term, it doesn't.
Thank you, Ray. All right, Tara, go ahead.
Ray, you have hit it on the head, sis. I do not date no one with kids, no baby daddies this way. No, no, no. They bring too much problems, too much drama onto our lives, because I'm really big on women empowerment. And I know women doesn't just have a baby unconsciously with people that they don't see a family with. So I would encourage men to stay with their women that they had a child with, because that's nothing light, that's nothing to play with. You can really die giving childbirth. So I really encourage a family unit to stay together. So that's off limits for me. And I really believe that it takes a village to actually guide children here. So everyone should not just be a parent. Everyone's not fit and built mentally to even have that load in. So I think some people have to be selfless and not conceive children and be like, you know what, I'm just going to help you with this child, whatever may you need. And I feel like, as being a single woman, I get pulled left and right in all different directions. I think it's harder to be single because you have so many people needing your help and wanting you around. So someone has to really be selfless and be a service to someone.
Thank you, Tara. So I guess we have a few comments on this topic from the audience.
Yeah, I'm purposefully not looking at the comment section just to.
I'm dying to look at the comments.
I've got so much faith in the viewers for giving us their opinion on this as well. So, Childfree Millennial, being a stepmom would not sit well with me because it feels like a responsibility you'd be forced to fill because of the person you're with. No thanks. Thanks for that comment.
So we'll go. Is there questions in the audience? Otherwise, I guess we have time for some comments.
Yeah, we
and
can.
then
Yeah, we can keep going. Otherwise,
if any of the panelists want to comment on the comments, please feel free. So, all right, director, bring them up. Okay, so it's important to define child-free because not everyone knows about this lifestyle, especially in the culture I'm raised in, where having a kid is the norm. It's liberating to find other child-free people. I think that's something we can agree on, you know, and with and you know, all of us here on this screen are vocally child-free people. Like we're public about it to some extent, but we're vocal. And you know, we have all benefited in some way. You know, Lily wrote a song, Isabel and I podcast. Ray, I know you, like all of you. We're all here. We're all doing, you know, part of this event, and it's a beacon in a way. You know, just like, hey, we're not alone. So, you know, that's changed a lot of our lives. Cody, you want to take this one? Hey, V.
He says, so is someone who considered themselves child-free, got pregnant, kept the pregnancy to term, and gave birth, but gave the child up for adoption, still child-free?
Who wants to answer that question?
I'll go. Like I stated earlier, to me, that's a childless person. And I simply say it that way because you did have a tiny human. And, you know, even though you are no longer parenting it, you have no attachments to it, you do. Like, you know, if they want to look in the records, if they want to find there, you have a person who's biologically connected to you. So you're just, to me, you're childless. It's just not around you. You know, it's not a part of your everyday life. But I personally would not call you child-free, just childless.
I think that everyone's definition, it depends on what your child-free spirit animal is. Is your spirit animal time, travel, the environment, just to not have to have that responsibility of raising another sentient being? So that, I think, kind of skews everyone's opinion. That's why it's so varied. That's why this is such a great topic to have, to hear everyone's opinions, and just to show that even though we're all in the same boat, we can still have different opinions but still get along. For the people that say we don't really need a definition, I don't want to be defined by a label, as was said earlier, well, how else are you going to find other people that are like you if we don't have a term for what our lifestyle is?
Does anyone else want to answer that question?
Yeah, I want to say I disagree with Ray.
And that's okay.
That's okay.
No, I know. But I mean, because I think, I mean, we all have very strong feelings about many things, you know, because of the way we were raised, because of the culture we were raised in, because there's so many factors that come into play. And I believe that some people who have the capacity to birth other humans, some of them don't even want to think about abortion, and that's okay. But if you are child-free and for some reason, because it happens, I mean, shit happens, get pregnant and you honestly don't want to have an abortion, it's also your choice. It's your body. So birthing the kid and then saying, well, I don't want this responsibility, and then placing it up for adoption, that doesn't make you, for me, it doesn't make you any less child-free. Even if the kid comes back later looking for you, you know, because this is something that Jamie also mentioned. You don't have any part in raising that child. You don't have any responsibility, financial, emotional, in any way. You're just hoping for the best for this child. I personally wouldn't place a child for adoption, but that's my opinion, and I think there are people who would disagree with me because they just wouldn't abort. They wouldn't have an abortion.
Thank you, Isabel. Who else wanted to answer? I didn't see who else.
I wanted to add something if possible.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I see it a little bit in between Isabel and Ray. I think a woman or a man, you know, any individual, if they wanted to be child-free for a portion of their life. So, for example, they had given up a child for adoption, and it doesn't mean that they will reconnect with that human for until the rest of their life. They could as well, and a lot of people that gave up their kids for adoption did that. They just don't want to connect with them at all. They just refuse any connection, and that's just how it is. They decided to live their life child-free without that child, and that's just how it is. So this is one thing. And then I also think that if somebody was child-free for 20 years, and then in that situation, if then they wanted to reconnect with the individual once they're an adult, there's no more responsibility there. They just want to have that connection with that adult child. I don't see it as something that's really has to be in the box and like really, really strict on some things. Yeah, it doesn't have to be really polarized. And the same thing if a woman or a man, they don't want to have children and they live the child-free life for 30 years, and then they actually really want to have a child, I just see that, why not? So that's just it's not my choice, absolutely not, but it's their choice to decide.
Yeah, I think we might have one more question from the audience we'll try to get to here. So question, I've had multiple parents tell me they have a child-free, quote unquote, mindset, but they just mean they do self-care. Why do you think our community is simply perceived as people who don't self-care?
Who do self-care? Okay.
Who do self-care, sorry. People who do self-care.
Because we do. Sorry.
Not having kids is our self-care. And we like me, I've always known I didn't want to have kids. I never had, like, if I see a child, I see a baby, I never had the urge to want that. And to know that, hey, I am not interested, do not have the capabilities to raise a child. Having it is one thing, but people, when you're going to have a baby, no, you need to think about actually raising that child. It's only a baby for a year. And I have no interest or desire to do that. And having that conscious thought is self-care, because I'm preventing, stress and anxiety and frustration. If I didn't listen to myself and have a kid that, I'm having trouble raising and not, not interested in being involved. So, being child-free is self-care, because you're doing something to, you better yourself, you're listening to yourself, and you know what you want and don't want in life.
Yes.
So with that, we're going to wrap the panel up. If there's anything that you would like to plug, promote, let people know how they can reach out to you after the convention for maybe follow-up questions, feel free to share that now. We'll start with Isabel.
Well, you can find me on Instagram, mainly at the Uprising Spark. I organize trips for child-free women, and I'm organizing a trip for child-free people, just women, men, non-binary, child-free folk, this October, and it's actually going to be announced this Monday, well, tomorrow.
Oh, so, finally, I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, because Lenora is actually coming with us. So stay tuned, join my mailing list so you can get all the details first. And thank you for watching.
All right, Lily.
All right. You all can find my music on all music platforms, and my song Childfree is out everywhere as well, and on YouTube. There is a video with it, and there's lots of interesting comments, some good ones, some bad ones. Feel free to answer to them. But you can also find me on Instagram, Lily Rotalin, LILIROTUELIN, and all other social media. So just come by and say hello.
All right. Thank you. And Jamie.
All right. So y'all can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. I have a channel called Shamrock Girl World, and it's all about exotic fruit trees, how to grow them from seeds, because I do have a lot from seeds, and fruit guide. So that's my world there. And then Instagram has occasional Irish music and dance in there. So if you're interested in that and learning more about, growing fruit trees and growing your own, fruit forest, because that's essentially what I have, you can definitely follow me at Shamrock Girl World on both primarily Instagram and Facebook, Instagram and YouTube.
All right. Thank you. And Ray.
Hey, you can find me on Clubhouse at Polyam Love Style. Do lots of education on that platform. You can also find my first self-published book on Instagram at The Right Hemisphere. So right as in WRITE hemisphere.
All right. And Tara.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for this opportunity, this platform. It's amazing. It's so liberating, and we are extremely thankful. And you guys can connect with me on all platforms, Tara Chantel, TeraChantelle. And I would love to see you guys on the other side.
All right, thank you so much for this conversation. We could have gone for another hour, but we do have to wrap. Rebecca is going to post all of your social media handles in the chat for the live portion. So Rebecca, that's your cue. Again, thank you everyone for contributing to the 2022 Child Free Convention. This has been the Defining Child Free panel. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to Fence Sitters. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I'm Lenora Faye. I'll also be one of your moderators. I don't know why I'm trouble saying that.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child Free Life Possible, found in Facebook groups, Buy Childfree for merchandise, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books, The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. And with that, we will bring on our speakers, please. We have Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hello.
Zoe. Vanessa. And Ray. Long time no see.
So let's start with the easy question. Tell us about yourself. Sarah, we'll start with you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Liu. My pronouns are they, them. I am 29 years young, and I have been child-free for 10 plus years. I enjoy a lot of different hobbies, but some that are currently my biggest obsession are riding motorcycles, leather crafting, crochet, photography, and I really enjoy reading a lot. So.
All right, Ray.
Hi. I feel like I have to change it now. So I'm 29 today. I love hiking, puzzles, video games, napping. I'm obsessed with dogs, and I do a lot of polyamorous education on Clubhouse. And I'm one of the co-founders of Polyam Lifestyle on Clubhouse.
All right, and Vanessa.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vanessa Lauren. I live in Las Vegas. So good morning to all the West Coasters. This is a little early for us. I am born and raised in Las Vegas. I am one of 9 siblings, so I have a very large family. And I have a partner that I've been with for a very long time. I have been with him for about 7 years, known him for about 20. And I am one half of a child-free podcast called Claiming Zero, where we talk about everything from fence sitting to everything under the sun child-free. So happy to be here.
All right. And Zoe, I think we bounced around. So go ahead.
I don't think she can hear us still.
Oh, we've got a
Zoe, can you hear
issue.
us? No. Now, can you hear us? I don't think we have sound with Zoe.
Okay. All right. We'll get back to Zoe later.
Okay, so that's everyone so far. All right. Welcome to the live stream of Childfree Convention, everybody. All right. So the first question, what are the pros of being a parent?
A question you wouldn't think you'd hear on a child-free convention.
Yes. Audience, hold your thoughts till the end, please. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I feel like it is something I can't technically speak to experiences that I know that I will never have. But I know that in the very beginning stages of me, finally deciding that like, yes, I am going to be child-free, 100%, no kids for me. I did have several pro and cons lists just for me to be able to keep a running tally of things I want to research and learn more about to really fully understand my decision, but also be able to help educate others as well when it comes to this topic. But while I'm sure pros exist, there were not any strong enough to sway my decision. So I just really want to encourage anyone that may still be on the fence about the decision to remain child-free, just make sure you really allow yourself all the time you want to take those pros and weigh them against the cons, and don't allow any kind of confirmation bias. It's easy to happen. Don't allow that to drive your outcome or creep up in any kind of way. Just as a little bit of an example of this, when I first started doing my pros and cons list, I remember being told when I was being vocal about being child-free that, well, if you change your mind, you can always adopt later in life. And at some point, that answer felt a little too simplified in the aspect of like how to have a kid. So my curiosity, basically just kind of drove me to learn as much as I can about the adoption process. I really took it and broke down that process. I broke down experiences that I read just, from my own personal viewpoint. And also I sought out to listen to the voices of adult adoptees via social media. TikTok's a great place for that right now for anyone considering this. And just some of the information I learned in this process actually horrified me and just solidified the decision for myself to not have kids or ever consider this adoption as an option for me. So just be mindful of it. Don't allow confirmation bias to, slip in there at all. And really just give yourself all the time that you need.
Thank you, Sarah. Ray, go ahead.
This was the hardest question. I could not identify one. I will say that one I came up with just in the moment was, it's a choice. That is the pro. It is an absolute 100% choice that requires a lot of thought. Outside of that, unfortunately, could not give you one. Sorry.
No apologies needed. We're not grading anybody's answer, so it's all good. Vanessa, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess a little different from the other panelists. Like I technically still am a fence sitter. So I actually feel like there's a lot of pros to parenthood. So for everyone like runs away and is like, one of the biggest things like we shoot for on the podcast, for instance, is not bridging the gap between like parents and child free, and not making it an us versus them, and not making it a like, oh, my life's better than your life either way, because that like drives me nuts when parents do that. So that being said, like one of the reasons behind that is, like I said, I have a big family. I have so many nephews and nieces, and so I've watched my sisters like go into motherhood and be in motherhood now, and their partners obviously. And for me, it's more about, I know I can do it. And the more people I talk to in the child free community, like there's a lot of us that can do it. We're not incapable of taking care of a child, raising a child. And one of the things I feel is kind of ironic is most of the people I talk to who have decided not to have children are actually probably the people who should have children, because they have like a good understanding of themselves and the world around them. So for me specifically, again, like I said, I have a partner and he is an adopted only child. So one of the big things for us is just knowing that he could have like a biological connection to another person. And also, again, not to like scare anyone off, but for me, kids are cute. Like I'm not afraid of them. I like kids. And then also the idea of like bringing a whole new life and being able to like nurture that. And thinking like I feel like I have a good grip on life and reality, and I'm by no means an expert, but I know that if I were to be a parent, I would do my due diligence to make sure that my child was well adjusted, and that I wouldn't have like probably more than one child, but I definitely think I would enjoy being able to create new life, so I those are kind of just like the overall pros that I can see to it. And then also, like, again, being in a bigger family, sometimes I think there's that connection of like, oh, like I would love to like hang out with my sisters and like have them have cousins. And so I know it's not everybody's truth, but that's my truth and why I think it would be a good thing.
And thank you for sharing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and again, it's a good. Oh, yeah, Zoe, we'll unmute you in a second when we're ready for you, just for feedback issues. Thanks. It is good to point out that we are of different opinions and all opinions are welcome. And that's the point of having a discussion, because we are, if we agreed on anything, we really probably wouldn't need this convention, not publicly anyway, right? So again, thank you for your candor. All right, Zoe, let's test you out here. You can hear us, obviously.
I can hear you now. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
I don't know what happened. Can you hear me okay?
Speak a little bit louder, and if you would introduce yourself.
Yeah. Is this better? Can you hear me okay?
Louder.
Okay. So my name is Zoe. I'm from the UK. I'm 29, child free, and I was on the fence 2 years ago. So I'm not currently on the fence now. I made my decision to be child free, and just do not regret that decision. So yeah, that's me.
So I'll ask you the question that we just wrapped up. What are any pros to being a parent that you came across, if any?
I struggled with this question, I'm not going to lie. Looking back when I was on the fence 2 years ago, a pro which isn't really one of my pros at the time I thought it was thinking about my partner at the time being a really good dad and having that family life with him. So rather than now thinking it's a pro for me, it isn't really. So I don't really think I have any.
Thank you. Okay, Cody, next question.
Yeah, sure. And so I imagine the comment section is going to blow up on this one. What are the pros to being child free? And we'll start with Sarah.
All right, so this one I can absolutely talk to. But the biggest pro for me personally is I'm able to take care of myself now, however that might look for me. So I have two examples that I want to share for this. But let me just start by saying that I am neurodivergent. Remembering to fold clothes in my dryer that are done is very difficult on most days for myself. However, being child free, my life, it has given me that freedom to kind of build a life and make my own rules to where the only clothes that are being left in the dryer are mine. So it truly doesn't matter that they haven't been folded yet. And honestly, that's the validation candy that I am here for as a child-free person on a day-to-day basis. But just for like another example of something that has a little bit of a bigger impact on my day-to-day life, in 2020, I was actually diagnosed with a rare degenerative eye disease. And there's currently not cures or treatments for this disease. So I turned 30 this year, and I am currently learning how to live with and adjust with continuous vision loss. My choice to be child-free has allowed me the capability to go to all of the doctor appointments up to 3 hours away from me for my eyes, for the help and information that I really need, and to gain resources, skills, and knowledge now. So that way, as my vision continues to go, I'm going to be set up for success. I can still live my independent life that I have always wanted for myself. And I find a lot of reassurance in that aspect. I'm able to spend time volunteering to help raise awareness for these eye diseases. I'm currently helping organize a walk to help raise funds that will go towards research for treatments, cures, and preventions for my eye disease, as well as others that are causing blindness. And I will say that other members of my family, they also have this eye disease. But I'm the first one to actually be proactive and to actually want to do something about it. But I also think that's because I have the time, I have the resources, I have the capability to seek that out for myself. I'm literally watching myself break generational cycles in my family every single day. And I find that really exciting. So again, I am literally getting to write my own rules while also sleeping in as late as I want on the weekend, excluding Child-Free Convention weekend, because this is super exciting and I am here for it.
That is fabulous. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Yeah, Zoe, let's go to you.
So I have a long list, but I would say for me, I'm busy. I have a full-time job. I have quite a lot of hobbies, holding down friendships, a relationship, and just day-to-day stuff, like mentioned, washing and cooking and cleaning. Like for me, there's no time. So time freedom is a massive thing for me. Also financial freedom, that's a huge one for me. Like in the UK, and I know many countries are experiencing cost of living crisis at the moment. So that's huge on my list. Just holding down that full-time job. I'm also an artist as well, and yeah. So freedom, financial freedom. Less risk of mental health issues on myself and the child. So that's also really important for me. And I put in capital letters on my list: peace and quiet. So rest, being able to nap when I want to nap, being able to meditate, that downtime from my busy schedule in order to fill up my cup and be the best I can be in all the things that I do and my relationships and my friendships. So yeah, a long list.
All right, thanks for sharing. Ray.
Yeah, so I kind of have like a little short list. So mine was keeping my money to myself. I love the money I make and I love spending it on myself, and the freedom and the flexibility to pick up and go. My friends can be like, hey, Ray, you want to go to like Canada for the weekend? Because I'm in New York. So it's just 6 hours to get there. And not having to be responsible for anybody else's development or well-being besides my own. It is hard raising yourself. So I can just imagine doing it for a tiny human until their adulthood. So those are a lot of the pros. And sleeping in. Definitely. Sleeping in is the biggest pro.
Definitely. Except for today. None of us are sleeping in today.
Vanessa, how about you?
Yeah. So everyone hit a lot of good ones. So I'll say some new ones. But yes, sleep is there. I'm down for sleep. I am a very indecisive person, thus sittingness. So that plays to everything in my life. Like sometimes I'll just drive around and be like, what do I want for dinner? I don't know. And I just spend a lot of time like not knowing things. And that is even bigger things. Like I've switched jobs a lot. I've switched career paths a lot. And I feel like if I had a child, like I would feel way more stress as far as just being more consistent in, I don't want to uproot my kid every year in a different school and, put them in a different environment, et cetera, et cetera. And so one of the nice things is I don't have to worry about that. Like if I decide to move across country, I decide to move across country. And of course, like everyone else said, the financial freedoms of that. And one of the biggest things I actually enjoy is being the child-free friend and being the child-free auntie and all of those things that kind of come with that, being able to give my time, being able to give my money in ways that a lot of people who are parents can't give to other people. Like I can gift things that I don't think a lot of people with kids can, because obviously their money has to go where their money has to go. And that makes me happy to be able to be the friend that can sit up till 2 a.m. and listen to you, or can take you on give you an extravagant gift that you probably would never have. So those are my pros.
So what's stopping you from choosing the child-free life 100% or choosing the parenting life 100%? Or if that question isn't applicable, what stopped you in the past from either decision? Easy answer. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, so technically, what is stopping me from being a parent 100% is technically a tubal ligation and ablation now. So thank you, reproductive health care. We're here for it. But really, just the more that I continued to weigh those, pros and cons of my own that I mentioned earlier, I just knew, like, I've always pretty much, as soon as I realized that being child-free was a choice and was an option, I knew that I did not want to take on the responsibility of being a parent. Any of the pros that I could potentially think of when I, back when I was 17, 18 doing this, they all started with I wanted, or I want, or I would like to. And ultimately, that just kind of felt unfair for the standpoint of pro, just because it ultimately still had the potential to cause harm to another individual coming into this world. That may not be the intentions, but knowing generational cycles that continue in my family and things that come along with that, there was a good chance that it wasn't going to be different than it has been for all the generations that came before me.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, Zoe, go ahead. And if you can speak up, that would be great. Thanks. You can yell at us. That's fine.
Yeah, no worries. So what stopped me from being 100% child-free in the past was a combination of 2 years ago, I was in a relationship and my partner really did want children, and that's when I was on the fence. And so I would say it was a combination of him and his opinion, because at the time I thought that, I don't know, like I was on the fence. So it was that, but also society's opinion, and just feeling like I was a bit strange if I decided not to, and I've got a big partner here and he wants them, so, and it's a normal thing to do and I should just do that. So I was worried about what people would think of me if I did make that decision. Looking back now, I knew deep down that was always there, but I think it was just clouded by my ex-partner's opinion and society's opinion of I would just be weird if I decided a child-free life.
Thank you, Zoe. Ray, go ahead.
What's stopping me from leaning over to being a parent is the idea of regret. I would much rather regret not having kids than regret having kids. I've stated before, I've been in the social services foster care system for over 7 years. I've worked with a lot of those families in that environment and how a few bad or not so great decisions can take you somewhere. I think about the way I grew up, and there's certain like childhood traumas that I'm working on at a pace that feels comfortable for me, and the way that might have to be accelerated if I were to try to be a parent. And then also there's just things that I don't want to change about myself that I feel would not be the greatest in raising a kid. So a combination of all of that kind of has me leaning more towards I'm not going to do it, but ultimately regret is the biggest factor from stopping me.
Thank you, Ray. Vanessa.
Yeah, so I'll keep mine short. I think I kind of agree with Ray. Like but the question I always ask and the question I always tell anyone who's like I'm not quite sure is I think a lot of the times we think about our partner. Like that's what we think about when we think about building a family, right? And so I like to ask myself like if we had a child and my partner, something were to happen, he were to leave or he were to, God forbid, pass, would I still want that child? And I take it a step farther and go, if the whole world, if it was just me and that kid, like, am I going to be happy just me and that kid? And I think that's important to ask yourself because, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people, especially young girls, make the decision to become moms to fix something broken inside of themselves, and that is not a reason to have a child. Like a reason to have a child is so the child can have a life, and not so the child can fix your trauma and your background. And so I think about that, and I think that if I can't answer that question and go, yeah, no, me and the kid, like we're cool, like I just want to hang out with like my own kid, then I don't think I should be a parent. And then the thing that keeps me from like the child free side, I guess, completely is honestly kind of the opposite of Ray. I'm like, oh, am I gonna regret it? Like you can't go back. You can't, time doesn't. I can't go back to my 20s and be like, oh yeah, no, I'm for sure gonna, have kids. So it's hard, like being on the fence. It plays with your emotions a lot, but those are the two things that I just kind of go back in my head and I'm like, oh gosh, like I don't know. See, indecisiveness. It's just it follows me everywhere.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Right. Just we'll see what happens. Roll the dice. I'm in Vegas, so why not?
Yeah. So, do you feel like there needs to be a 100% certainty for someone to say that they're child free? Sarah.
I like that this question is being asked. I do think that I think there's a mix of opinions when it comes to this. I believe that you should be 100% certain to consider yourself child free, only because I do think that language matters, words matter, representation matters. And when we're talking about child free versus childless, like I absolutely do think there is a difference that needs to just, be considered. I'm not trying to, say who can and cannot call themselves child free, but me personally, I do think that it does matter that when you're deciding to be child free, that like you are 100% child free because that representation does matter.
Thank you for that. Zoe.
So I'm going to slightly disagree with that. I don't think it does. You do have to be 100%, because I think it's a really personal choice, and I think you don't know what the future is going to hold, and you don't know what's going to happen. And as long as that decision that you make is your decision and you are 100% happy with that decision, I think if you're say like 85% sure you're child free, that's okay. And actually, who needs to know? You don't need to prove it to anyone. And I think that's something I've learned massively. Is like I was saying before, I really cared about what people thought, that they were going to judge me for making that decision. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they judge me. If they do judge me, it doesn't change my decision. So I don't think you have to be 100% sure, and it could change. Because I could say I'm 100% sure right now, but then maybe in a month's time, I might be like 50% sure. So you just don't know what's around the corner.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Ray, how about you?
No. However, I do think you need to be more sure than not. I think you need to be a lot over. I think you need to be like 75% or more. Because it is a big decision to make and stand on, and community is important. And I think it's important that the people in this community are genuinely there because they want to be here and not just because they're debating or considering it.
Good points. Vanessa, how about you?
Yeah. I think this is a tough question for fence sitters, is to be fully transparent. Like me personally, I don't feel like I belong to either group, you know? Like I don't feel like I can like follow mommy bloggers because like that would drive me nuts. But also sometimes when I'm talking to and following people who are decidedly child free, I can't really relate to what they're feeling and saying either. So I kind of keep my feet in both puddles, and I'm honest about that. I think that's the most important thing is, as everyone was sharing, like, you know, representation does matter, and being honest about where you stand does matter. And I think that I don't think you have to be 100% certain, because for me, like being a part of this community, specifically the child free community, has actually helped me figure out, like, listening to everyone's other life experiences and opinions. I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Or so I do think it's really important for someone who is considering both to really hear both sides, and kind of obviously your own experience is your own, but to kind of hear the wisdom and be able to help make that decision.
Hey, thank you for sharing that. I'm
Question.
trying to see. We got some incoming comments from the field. Let's see what's happening out in the wild. So children are not something you buy from the store. You can't return them if you change your mind. That's
very true.
Actually, Lindsay is a parent. We do have parents in the audience today. I do believe Lindsay is a parent. So thank you for your input.
Yeah.
If you're not going to listen to child-free people, listen to a parent. Who knows? You know, and just it is interesting, and we've talked about this before, how, you know, sometimes child-free people aren't, a lot of times child-free people aren't taken seriously. But when a parent not speaks on our behalf, but advocates for the child-free community, it is so helpful. And so shout out to parents who are watching today, watching it live and in the future, and those that support the child-free conversation. It is appreciated, because you know, again, sometimes we need a parent to speak up and say, look, it's a choice. So we do value parents here. So thank you very much for that. All right. Closing remarks. Cody, you want to kick that off?
Yeah. If there is anything you'd like to promote or plug or give away for folks to reach out to you after the convention, feel free to share that now. Sarah, we'll start with you.
Yeah, feel free to reach out to me on Instagram. I'm in the works of making a website currently, so I will share more information as that comes up, but you can reach me on Instagram. My handle is coffeepotqueer, one word.
All right. Thank you. Zoe, how about you?
Yeah, so you can follow me on Instagram and Facebook, Zoe Walker Art. I am an artist, and yeah, give me a follow, and I'll be happy to speak to anyone that's on the fence or is making a decision and wants to know a bit more about my experience.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Ray, how about you?
Yeah, you can find me on Clubhouse at Polyam Lovestyle, or you can find me on Instagram at Kairhae, Kairhae.
All right. And Vanessa, wrap it up. What you got?
Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna bring it home. So like I said, I do have a podcast. I'm one half of that. Hello to Dallas, my partner. That podcast is called Claiming Zero. So you can look that up anywhere you get your podcast. And then we do have Instagram at Claiming Zero, and we have an email, claimingzeropodcast@gmail.com. And then I do want to, because one of the things we do is plug resources. And for this particular topic, there's actually a woman named Margaret O'Connor, who was in Ireland, who speaks directly to this. She actually offers counseling for people who are on the fence. So her website is ourkidsforme.ie. So if anyone is trying to figure out if that's for you, like, that's a good resource.
Thank you for sharing that info. So
and quick shout out to Margaret, who has been supporting the Child Free Convention on social media, and she is a previous winner of International Child Free Days Child Free Person. I hope that came out right. So hi, Margaret. Thank you.
So with that, we're going to wrap up the topic here. Thank you, everyone, for your time. We appreciate it, and let's get the next one going.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Childfree LGBTQ+. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators today.
And I am Lenora Fay. I am also one of your moderators today.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor Childfree Media, champion level sponsor Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors 365 Diversity, Best Childfree Life Possible, found in the Facebook groups, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And we have our disclaimer: the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So with that, let's get our speakers on stage, please. Hey, familiar face, Ray. I think Ray is now going to be co-moderating officially for the rest of the day. We have Laura, we have Sarah. Hi, Sarah. And we have Robert. Hi, everyone.
All right, so we'll throw the softball out there with the easy question. Tell us about yourself. Ray, this might be the first time someone's ever hearing who you are, so let's go with that.
Hey, ooh, there's a feedback. Is it me?
I see it in there twice.
I believe it's Sarah Lou, possibly. There's some feedback.
Okay. All right, we're gonna push.
No, Ray's in twice, I think. She needs to.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick off the second Ray that's on
Thank
here.
you.
Yep, we're good.
I'm good. Okay,
Try
perfect. What don't you know? So it's Leo season, big Leo. I'm 29 today. It's my birthday. Co-founder of the Polyam Love Style Clubhouse, writer, big fan of dogs, hiking, video games, puzzles, and napping.
All right, Robert.
Hey, good morning. My name is Robert Graham from Marietta, Georgia. Let's see. I'm an engineer for the Department of Transportation. Just a little bit about me. I'm a big traveler, love sports, hiking, anything to do with outside. And recently I just took up knitting. So always trying to do something new.
All right.
Nice. You'll do our merch for next year then.
Okay. We'll see.
Just shout out behind the scenes. I went to college with Robert, so it's awesome having him on here. Glad you were able to join us. Sarah.
Yes, so my name is Sarah, pronouns they, them. I've been child-free for 10 plus years. I am polyamorous, and I practice basically relationship anarchy. I don't believe my various relationships, one is not prioritize one over the other. And I'm just happy to be here with you all.
Excellent. And Laura.
Hi, I'm Laura. I have been child-free since I was 3, as you guys heard yesterday. I identify as bisexual. I am monogamous, and I'm happy to be here. This is Athena.
Hey, Athena. And Elon, please tell us about yourself. Oh, you're muted.
There we go.
There you are.
My name is Elon. I'm in Northern California. My pronouns are they, them. I identify as non-binary and trans. My queer is, I guess, the best way to identify as well. And I am also polyamorous. And I also knit, crochet, and do all sorts of things. I'm chronically ill, and that's one of the reasons I am child-free.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
I forgot to add, I guess I identify as a gay man. I've been married for six years, but with my husband for 17 years.
All right.
Does anyone else want to?
Yes,
Sure.
I did not say it myself.
Neither did I.
Yep, I'm queer. I'm non-binary. So I will add that now.
Ray?
Yeah, it's a bunch of queerdos. I identify as a polyamorous biromantic lesbian. So, hey, y'all.
And I may be a moderator, but I identify as queer as well. Attracted to all may send an application. So That's me. Cody is officially the only straight person on this panel. Just a shout out to Cody.
So
all right, all right. So getting into the first question, what do you see as society's assumption of the LGBTQ plus community when it comes to having children? So Ray, we'll kick it off with you.
That was the hardest question to answer. I'm looking at my notes and I'm like, great. I just think the overall assumption is that queer people shouldn't have them, and that if queer people are having children, that we're going to cause them some sort of harm, or they're going to all come out queer. And I think there's a small percentage of society that sees like queer people make these active choices and plan so much for children, and that's a good thing. But that's kind of how I see it.
Thank you, Ray. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want to piggyback on what she said. Yeah, we're kind of seen as, we shouldn't be having children, even though there's a lot of people in the community who may have children. But somewhat it's slowly changing. I think more as our relationships are seen more just quote unquote normal. People are starting to accept us more as having those heteronormal responsibilities of like having children. So I think that shift is starting to shift more towards, okay, y'all are just normal people. At least that's what I'm seeing from my experience.
Thank you, Robert. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I also...
Sarah?
Sarah?
Yeah, no, Sarah, yeah.
I agree with things that the other panelists have said so far. I think that currently there is a lot of stigma around this topic. This was also the hardest question for me whenever I was taking notes, but I'm really glad that we're discussing it here. I do think that violence is on the rise against the LGBTQIA plus community currently. It's always existed, but we're seeing more and more violence and threats made against the community here recently. So at the end of the day, I mean, there are a lot of stigmas, but we're people, we're valid, and our lives, they're not up for debate, and neither are our choices.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, now it's Laura's turn. Go ahead, Laura.
So as far as, people outside of the LGBT community, we are seeing an uprise in violence against the community, claims against the community from a conservative subset. However, within the LGBT community, I am seeing more and more people trying to have a quote unquote traditional life with children. I can remember, I guess I'm a little bit younger than most of us on the panel, but I can remember when I was a baby gay. Finding these creators and stuff that made me feel comfortable with who I was. And now a lot of those creators and people I looked up to have children. I really saw an uptick in it after 2015. Of course, it's a great thing that we can, get married and everything like that. But I actually think the pushback that we're seeing and the queer people shouldn't have kids attitude is a mostly conservative attitude, whereas I think in liberal and progressive spaces, pronatalism does affect us.
Thank you, Laura. Elon, go ahead. Unmute. You have to unmute.
Yes, thank you. Forgetting that.
It's all right. We're going to remind you.
Thanks. You rock. It seems like in the 90s and in the 80s, a lot of people chose to adopt or maybe use a friend's sperm that they got in the McDonald's bathroom because that was the only way, or other ways were really expensive. But adoption was really huge in our community, and having your own kid just wasn't a thing because of pushback against cishet norms, or because of cishet norms. And it was seen as a great thing. Oh, you're adopting a child. How wonderful. And it still is. Adoption can be a great thing because as we know, it doesn't always mean a great thing. But now it's saying, oh, it's what are these gays doing to these kids, as everybody has said before. And now we've been given so many rights that some people want to take away from us. It's like, but you have rights now. Don't you want to have kids and take advantage of your rights? It's like, I have the choice to use these rights to either get married or not get married, have kids or not have kids. These are my choices. These are my rights. I will use them because they are my choices, even though they want to take these rights away, which is another debate and another panel. So.
Yeah, and so with that, in a sense, why is it important for the LGBTQ plus community to take their seat at the table in the child-free conversation? Ray, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so for a long time, folks believed that queer people couldn't have kids, right? When I first came out, it was like, oh, you're never gonna have kids, right? However, queer people are making informed decisions when it comes to having children, because being a parent is a choice. There's a lot of planning that goes into it. If you're going to do IVF, IUI, find a friend, how are you going to, do it? So I think that it's important to come to the table as a big group that is the most informed, in my opinion, that's coming with all the facts and all of it together and genuinely wants this to be a part of their life. And I think it's important that we're there for these conversations.
All right, Robert, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to have a place at the table, just because, kind of like she said, I mean, it's a part of our community. It's a part of, just part of our lives. And it goes back again to just some people are not, they just don't see us as human. And it's just trying to normalize our existence. So just showing that, there's every issue that goes on in, heterosexual communities. I mean, we're pretty much faced with it too. So, I mean, we need to be part of these conversations.
Yeah. And Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything everyone has said, but I mean, ultimately, because we can also be child free, it's not limited to just that one point of view. So we absolutely are allowed to take our seat at this table.
Yeah. And Laura?
For me, I think the most important thing, at least in my personal experience, to take a seat at the table is that, in 2015, when we got the right to get married, I actually felt guilty for still not wanting children, because at that point in time, I had only ever dated women. I dated my first male partner that year, actually. And so for the longest time, I had thought that having kids was off the table for me because I would never be able to get married. And then we got the right to get married, and I still didn't want that traditional kind of lifestyle. Like I said, I am monogamous. I would like to get married one day. But I think that the LGBT community is such a diverse and unique community that it really is important to validate those of us who still do not want children, who still do not want that traditional lifestyle. Because I do think that there is a difference in perception between LGBT couples who do choose to have children and those who do not choose to have children.
Yeah. And Elon, you're up.
It's, as everybody has said before, our voice has become muted over the years by the overwhelming cis hetero community, and it's kind of our turn, kind of the turn of the minority groups at large to stand up, stand out, to have our turn at the child-free table here, saying this is what we're doing, whether we're going to have the normal lifestyle, or we're going to do what we want to do and educate people, whether they're like, oh, but you're gay. Well, actually, I'm bi, and bi couples, whether it's a man and a woman, are still bi. and they can have kids. So bi people can have kids. Don't judge on preconceived norms. So it's also educating people on the LGBT community and things of that sort.
Yep.
So are you comfortable in child-free spaces? Specifically being open about your sexuality. Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm comfortable everywhere I go. All right.
What?
Awesome.
Absolutely. I love being in the child-free spaces because there's already a sense of community. And then as a queer person, just finding more community, there's a lot more queer people in these spaces now. So I'm always comfortable there.
Excellent. Graham? Oh, sorry, Robert. My name's confused.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty comfortable anywhere. Yeah, I've never had any issues. I mean, I'm a super social person. I can talk to anybody about anything. I don't necessarily, I'm not in the closet, but a lot of times I'm not waving a rainbow flag. But I mean, if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I'm married to my husband. But yeah, I've never had any issues. I've never felt uncomfortable. So.
Thank you. Sarah?
I would say yes, generally. However, I was born and raised in Texas. I lived there for 28 years. Child-free spaces in Texas, as someone who is a part of the LGBTQIA+ community, is very different than these child-free spaces that I have experienced here in Washington since moving to Washington State. So yes, in general, I do feel comfortable and included in the child-free spaces, but I have had those moments where, there's still people within child-free spaces that aren't always so welcoming to people within the LGBTQIA+ community.
Thank you, Sarah. Laura, go ahead.
I pretty much am comfortable discussing my sexuality anywhere. Again, I don't yell from the rooftops like I'm bisexual the first time I meet someone. That would be kind of strange. But I will say, for me, and again, I live in Boston, so this might be different. I am less comfortable saying I am child-free in LGBT spaces than I am saying I'm LGBT in child-free spaces.
Interesting. Elon, go ahead.
I'm pretty comfortable saying I'm child-free or LGBTQ in child-free spaces. Some people say, well, you're pretty visibly queer. I'm like, oh, is it the haircut? Is the non-binary symbol on my scalp? What is it? Is it the rainbow? What is it, people? I don't get it. I'm just me. Try harder. Wear more rainbows. I don't get it. No, the shirt was on purpose. But it's times when it's like they're like, well, do you put it? I live in California, so it's pretty liberal out here, but I live in a bit of a more red part of the state, so it's not as accepting if you go outside of the internet. So they're like, you don't have kids? Well, maybe it's a little bit better since you might screw them up. So, and then it's like, well, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe
and
it's because
Laura brought up a great point. Sorry to interrupt you here. We got to keep going with the questions. But what's the difference being child-free in an LGBTQ plus space versus being LGBTQ plus in a child-free space? It sounds confusing, but you can figure it out, I think.
Yeah.
Ray, let's go with you.
So lately I'm finding that a lot of queer folks in these queer spaces have kids, right? They have families. I mean, I get it. We're 30 plus, right? That's what we're supposed to do. But it can be overwhelming, especially when, you want to get away from certain conversations. But on the opposite end, being queer in child-free spaces, I find is a little bit more comfortable because I already know that the main commonality is we're all child-free. So then when you bump into more queer people in child-free spaces, it's like, yay, more community, right, is here. So I find at this current moment, it is easier to be queer in child-free spaces than to be child-free in queer spaces.
Yeah, Robert, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to piggyback on that. I've noticed that more and more people within the gay community, they are having more kids, more people going to the family aspect, and they kind of starting to look at you a little bit sideways if you don't have kids. Um, and I kind of agree. Sometimes I feel a little bit more comfortable having these conversations in just a child-free setting. Sexuality, it may come up, but usually it's, oh, okay, you're gay. Okay, we'll just keep going with the conversation. It's not really a big deal. But yeah, it seems like there is a little bit more pressure within our community to, I guess, create those. Again, it goes back that normal type of relationships and their definition of a family. I don't know if it's just people just want to feel again normal. So we should be getting married. We should be having kids. That's what that's what we all were taught as kids. That's what you're supposed to do. You get married, you have kids, you live happily ever after. So I think for me, it seems like there's more pressure coming from our own community that we shouldn't be child free.
Yeah, and Sarah.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm actually the opposite of everyone on this one.
That's okay.
So for me, I think the biggest difference that I have experienced is whether I do or do not feel safe. I feel like being child-free in the LGBTQIA plus community has been easier for me because I actually don't feel like I could potentially be around someone who wants to cause harm to someone within the LGBTQIA plus community. And again, that goes back from being raised in Texas, the experiences I've had there versus these experiences that I'm now having in Washington. I definitely feel more comfortable and more safe being child-free in the LGBTQ plus community versus being very openly LGBTQ plus in a child-free space. I am that person that I like wearing rainbow. I am, here to let people know that I am queer, I am here, and I'm proud of it. I mean, I even made this bow tie to wear today for you.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yes, that's child-free and LGBTQ space is where I feel more comfortable.
All right, Laura.
So I definitely feel as if I do feel more comfortable in the child-free space than being LGBT in a child-free space than being child-free in an LGBT space. However, I do have to preface this by saying I typically pass as straight. And that's because I am very, very feminine presenting. I date men sometimes when I'm in a mood.
Sorry, me too.
That has something to do with the differences in experiences that I would have. So if I walked out, I do, however, feel like now that more and more LGBT people are starting to have kids, I have actually found that it is easier for me to find men to date who identify as child-free than it is to find women to date who identify as child-free. And with me being monogamous and kind of looking for a long-term partnership, that also plays a role in it. I have gotten some strange looks. And last time I went to Pride, there was a bunch of children around. And 10 years ago, when I first started going to Pride events, that didn't happen. And so it did make me feel a little bit pushed out of my own community because they're selling baby clothes at Pride now. And not that that's bad. It's not a bad thing. But I do see pronatalism seeping into our community more and more.
Yeah. And Elon, how about you?
I mostly feel more comfortable in an LGBTQ space because most of the time, if I'm in just a child-free space, by my face looks and my voice, I get misgendered, and I'm really uncomfortable with that. And a lot of people just don't try. And in an LGBTQ space, they're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and fix that. And I really appreciate that. But in a child-free space, they may not try, or they may not care, or they'll just laugh. And I'm like, not wanted. And some people do who try and they don't care, or they do care. Sorry. It's a really difficult topic. But some people just think it's funny. They're like, ha ha ha, look at that. They're so sensitive about it. And it's something that they may do once and not again. So in a child-free space, being queer is hard.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
I agree. So, how challenging is it to remain child-free when in a straight passing relationship? I'll just say whoever wants to answer that, because that might not apply to everybody here. But okay, Ray and Laura. Ray, go ahead first.
I think it can be a lot harder because you feel a lot more of those heteronormative pressures when you're perceived as straight, right? In a straight passing relationship, those milestones that are associated with it. And then just the actual risk of becoming pregnant if you're dating someone who could become pregnant or get you pregnant, right? If you're using your anatomy for those reasons. I think it's really hard.
And Laura, go ahead.
So for me, this is going to be an interesting answer. So I will say, like, societal pressure wise, it's a lot harder. I always knew I was attracted to women. I did not discover I was attracted to men until I was 19 or 20 years old. And so when I was in relationships with women when I was younger, it was never a question. There was never bingos. There was people just, I don't think, thought about it back then, because this was, again, pre-2015 when gay marriage became legal in every state in the United States. And I was in North Carolina where it was illegal in college. So nobody really said anything. When I started dating men is when the questions started coming in from everybody else. Like, oh, are y'all going to get married and have babies? My first boyfriend's aunt told me that I needed to get my endo under control so I could have healthy babies. And I was sitting there like, healthy what? But I will say, as far as dating, again, I have dated more men that are okay with being child-free than women. And I do feel like that is how pronatalism affects women, because I think even if you are an LGBT woman, you still are getting the messaging growing up. You're still getting a woman's job in life is to be a mother. And so I think that that's more specifically because my same-sex relationships are with women, and I think pronatalism affects women to a higher degree. So I would say it's harder from the outside, but from the inside of the relationship, for me, it has been easier to find men who are, if you get pregnant, we'll get an abortion, men who are more willing to accept that I don't want children.
Laura, your DMs might blow up from other child-free women wanting you to pass those names on of the child-free guys.
They flock to me, but I will say I do put it in my bio on dating apps. So, like, I just flat out say in my bio, for whether I'm swiping on men or women, I say I am child-free. I am getting my uterus out. There is no, you got to be really like upfront about it.
All right, so we have to wrap, but I do want to add something personally. This still makes me nervous saying this, but the child-free space has been the first place that I have been able to speak about my queerness. Those close to me have known I was bisexual. I think when I was in high school, I first said it out, and it wasn't until I was 38. So only as of 2 years ago, I've been able to publicly acknowledge my queerness. And thank you to the child-free community. This has been the first place I've been able to do it. And, this is public, and I know there are people watching that know me that may not know this, and my heart is beating out of my chest, but just a shout out to the child-free space. And this is why, we specifically foster the conversation for the LGBTQ plus community within the child-free spaces, because it is important. Okay.
We all love you, with that, we all love you.
So with that, let's wrap. Please tell the audience how they can reach out to you. We are going to start with Ray.
Yeah, so you can find me on Clubhouse at Polyam Lovestyle. I do host queer and polyam specific rooms. You can also find me on Instagram at Kairae, Kairhae.
Thank you. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, you can find me on Instagram. It's Robert Graham Photos, all one word. Yeah, that's probably the best way to find me. It's just usually I try to post inspirational or funny things. You know, there's enough negative energy out there. I try to add a little positivity in everybody's life.
Thank you. Sarah, go ahead.
Yep, you can find me on Instagram. My handle is coffeepotqueer, one word.
And Laura.
You can find me on TikTok, Twitter, and my website, which is badfitches or badfitches.com, where again, I got some cool crop tops. Kids, no thanks, I like cats. And all proceeds from anything on the website go to abortion funds. Or you can find me on Instagram at badfitchesofficial because again, someone took my handle.
Thanks, Laura. Elon, go ahead.
You can find me on Instagram or TikTok at Rainbow Spoonie, where I talk about queer and disabled issues.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for contributing to this panel today. It's been great conversation.
For sure.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Welcome to Childfree in Africa. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I'm Lenora Faye. I am one of your other moderators.
So our presenting sponsor today is Childfree Media. Our champion level sponsor is Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors 365 Diversity, Best Child for Life Possible, found in the Facebook groups, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So with that, let's bring on our speakers, please. We have Muthoni and Ebby. Welcome.
Hi. Hello. Thank you for joining us. So we'll start out with the easy question. Tell us about yourself. Evie, go ahead.
So just to correct you, it's actually Ebi, not
Ebi.
I get
Thank
Ebi
you.
all the time. Yeah, it's Ebi. So my name is Ebi Weyime. I live on this beautiful island called Mombasa in Kenya, that is in Africa. I am strongly pro-choice and very proudly child-free.
All right, and with Ani.
Hello, my name is Muthoni Getao. I live in a small sub-county called Limuru, very cold over here in Kenya. I am a cat mom of 3, and I really enjoy living this country life with my cats. And I am also a content creator in interior design and home decor. I am a proud child-free woman and also pro-choice, which means is I am also pro-abortion.
All right, thanks for sharing.
So the term child-free is not necessarily known throughout the world. How is it explained where you are from? And Ebi, we'll start with you.
The way we explain child-free is a woman that has the ability to have children, but she has just consciously chosen not to have them. But so the difference between a child-free woman and a childless woman is that a childless woman does want to have children, but for one reason or the other is just not able to.
Thank you, Muthoni.
It's exactly the same thing as Ebi, because the term child-free is not a term that's been used a lot. It's very new. A lot of people are still adapting to it, and I notice a lot of people do confuse child-free and childless a lot of the time. So yeah, child-free is someone who has decided it's by choice to not have children, and childless is not necessarily out of choice.
And so, what is the child-free community like where you are, Ebi?
I feel like it is slowly coming to age. So many people had no idea. So many people had no idea what being child-free means, but now we're getting to that point where more and more people are understanding the term. Some people actually come to me and they're like, oh, I had no idea that not having children was a choice. So what is this child-free thing? Then they realize, oh, then I guess I am child-free. So some people have been child-free, they just did not know that that was an option or that something like that even existed to begin with.
Yeah, with Ani.
Yeah, so just as Abby said, I think there are a lot of people who were child-free. They just didn't know there's a word for it. They just thought, oh, I just don't want to have children, and it ends there. And now discovering that it's actually a movement and there's a lot more people, because it's not something that a lot of people talk about. So now finding more people to have these conversations with has been actually very good, because a lot of people used to think, oh, I'm just the lone person in the corner who's made this decision. And now slowly by slowly the community it's not growing, but it's more like coming to the surface. A lot more people are being open about their choices, and it's opened a lot of room for conversation.
So how would you summarize being child-free as a lifestyle in your area? And do you think, or have you seen any differences to other parts of Africa? Ebi, go ahead.
Personally, I cannot even say that I've been within this space for such a long time. So I cannot authoritatively say this, these are the big differences. But what I can say is we have lots of similarities. Like even when it comes to struggles to just come out and say I'm child-free, struggles to get sterilized, for example. So I feel like instead of differences, we have so many similarities between us child-free women in Africa and in other parts of the world.
Thank you, Muthoni.
To add on to what Ebi has said, I think there's also the idea of the society we live in and openness in terms of conversations. Some of these are not things that are supposed to be discussed in front of other people. We live in a very conservative society, and having these are things that are considered to be conversations you have at home but not out in the open. So I think that would be one of the differences that I may have noticed in terms of openly speaking about this choice. And the second one is the information, or like even when you think about the word choice, we live in a society where it's considered more mandatory or it's expected of you. So when you bring in the word choice, eyebrows are raised, and now it becomes this whole other conversation.
So how do you respond to the question when you're asked, when are you having kids, or do you want children? Abby, go ahead.
Before, for me, it used to be like, because I didn't want to like say it out loud that I'm actually child free. So I'd give, just excuses like later on, I'm not sure, blah, blah, blah. But since I tied my tubes, I now proudly just say it. So when somebody asks, when are you having kids? I'm just like, never. Never. I am never having children. So yeah, and usually I find that I just shut them very quickly, because after saying never, I've already tied my tubes. What other conversation are we having? No, we're done. Let's move to the next topic.
Yeah.
Mutani, how about you?
Funny enough, for me, I've always said never. From any time I've been asked, I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. It's not for me. And I've been very consistent with that response. So I think some of the people who used to ask just got tired of asking. So for me, it's been never from the get-go. That's always been my response.
So we are all asked, who is going to take care of you when you get older? And what is elder care support like in your area? Is it culturally expected for the younger generation to take care of the older generation? And also, is that a conversation you've had? Is that something you've prepared for? What's the experience like for you? Start with Abby again.
So the question is always, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because I froze on my side for a second. So how I answer who will take care of you when you're older, I usually throw back the question to them. And I ask them, when was the last time you saw your mom or your dad, your parents, basically? If it wasn't like a holiday or a family emergency or like something very necessary that needed to be done. And for most people, they don't see their parents, they only see their parents once a year during Christmas, And I'm like, what did your dad eat for breakfast today? What did your mom have for lunch? I'm like, who's taking care of them? So you asking me who's going to take care of me when I'm old, no one. I will take care of myself the same way your mom is taking care of herself right now because you're not there. When it comes to old age care, it's there in Kenya. I've personally visited some of them. But it's still very frowned upon. People look at it as you are supposed to take care of your parents when you're old, right? So if you take them to we call it an old age home. If you take them to a home, then it means you've neglected them. You don't love them. And then the question becomes, then why did they even give birth to you? Your parents spent all these years wiping your butt and taking care of you. And all of a sudden you feel like you're too high and mighty. But also what people don't realize is that by the time you're getting to your 80s and you're very old and frail, your child is probably in their 50s or in their 40s, and they're also living life. They also have other things to take care of. So asking who will take care of you, you should take care of you. That's the answer.
I feel that could apply to everyone everywhere, is that we need to take care of ourselves. That's amazing. Muthoni, go ahead.
So my answer is usually a little different. I usually just say myself and all the money I'll have made. That's what that's usually my response. And don't worry, I will make sure that I'm taken care of. You don't have to worry about that. And in our society, there's a lot of people who actually have kids so that they have someone to take care of them in old age, so that they have someone to build a home for them back in the village. And sometimes I'm just like, I find that to be very sad, because as this person is supposed to be experiencing their life, then there's also all this other responsibility that's put on them, that they have to not only now just take care of themselves and the family they're building, but they have to take care of their siblings, they have to take care of their parents. And it seems like a lot for me. So I completely agree with Abby that everyone should be taking care of themselves. And like parents need to have their own retirement plans that are not their kids, because children are not a retirement plan. And unfortunately, we live in a society that believes that to be the case. But people need to recognize that kids are not a retirement plan. A lot of things can happen. You might have children and you end up sticking around and they don't. So what happens to you then? Because yeah, you took that step, but so does that mean then you'll not have to be taken care of? Will you make no plans? So I think the important part is for guys to make plans for their future where they know how they'll be taken care of. And even in our society, there's conversations that we see around people who talk about how they don't even talk to their parents, because also there's this question about how did you raise your kids in the first place? Do your kids care enough about you to come back later on in life and actually take care of you? Because that's another aspect that people don't pay attention to. And then later on, you'll see conversations even online about people talking about how that they don't get along with their parents, they don't go see their parents. So at that point also the conversation becomes, okay, so who is taking care of you? So I think the consensus should be everyone should just take care of themselves. Full stop.
You know, it's that assumption that we all get along with our families, you know, and I feel that, and I feel that it's not talked about enough that family dynamics are complicated. I think I don't know anyone who's had a non-complicated relationship with their family. It's of course varying, right? But just that assumption, and I feel that's also part of the conversation.
Yeah, and also the other thing that I usually ask people, I'm like, you're just stop assuming that your child will want to take care of you.
Yes.
Like, who gives you the right to say, okay, when I'm 80, when I'm in my 80s, my child will come and wipe my ass? What if they don't want to wipe your ass? What happens then?
Yeah.
So we have an incoming comment, I believe. Pull that up on the screen. All right. It's very hard to be open about being child-free in African cultures. Children are seen as the ultimate, quote, blessing. Women are looked at a bit strange to make that decision for themselves. Thoughts on that? Ebby?
Yeah, it is difficult to be a child-free woman in Africa. I totally agree with Maura with the comment. It is difficult because there's so many things, there's so many moving pieces to this whole child-free dynamic, which is there's a lot of culture, there's a lot of religion, there's a lot of fear of the unknown. So because this is how we were raised, because this is what we know, it becomes very hard to just come out and say, hey, I am child free. People just don't really understand that concept. And I'll give you a quick example. And parents do this all the time, especially African mothers. They're not doing it like maliciously. They're just doing it because that's how things are. So they'll tell you, for example, you're washing clothes as a kid, and I've heard this a million times. They're like, is this how you're washing your clothes? Is this how you wash clothes for your children? You know, or you're cooking food, and they're like, oh, this food is not so nice. Is this how you're gonna cook for your husband? So you see, when a parent does that, they're subconsciously telling the girl that, one, you will be a mother. 2, you will be married. And 3, you will be married to a man. So what happens when I become a child-free lesbian? It means then I've just ruined everything. All your dreams and hopes about me, they're gone. You know, so what happens with that? So we have all these expectations and telling a woman, subconsciously planting this thing that this is what you should become. What happens if I don't want to become that?
Yeah, Mithani, any thoughts on that as well? I lost Mithani. All right, sorry. Well, anyway,
I'm sorry. We lost one speaker.
Yeah, and so you brought up a good point about religion. How does religion play a role in like the pronatalism aspect, or just where you are?
Our religion plays a big role. It plays a huge role when it comes to sexual reproductive health, especially among women. I don't know why they don't put so much emphasis on the men. Like it's only the woman that, you know, that they really care about. So the religion, especially in Kenya, plays a big role in terms of there's this aspect of, because I'm child free, then they assume you hate kids, and the Bible said you should be fruitful and multiply. And I'm like, is this multiplication only for children? Why can't I multiply my talent? Why can't I multiply my gift? Why can't I multiply my money? Why can't I multiply the joy that I have to the world? Why does this multiplication only have to be kids? Why?
You're dropping too much logic and knowledge on people. that's a great reaction. Muthani, I don't know if you saw the last comment, if you want to add to the comment that was asked, or if you want to dive right into our question. We're talking about religion and how that plays a role with pronatalism where you are.
Sorry. My internet had dropped.
That's okay. Do you need me to read the
Yeah.
question? Yeah. So how
Yes.
does religion play a role in where you are? How does religion impact with pronatalism and trying to be child free?
Ooh, that's it's a very interesting conversation, because despite Kenya being a secular state, it's heavily influenced by Christianity to some extent for some random reason. And the Bible is used a lot when it comes to these conversations about, it's a blessing from God, and you're told that you're supposed to multiply and fill the earth and do all that stuff. And I think when it comes to these conversations, a lot of people will pull out Bible verses to try and use that to convince you. That's
Lost your connection again. Darn it! It was just getting good. It was getting juicy. I could see it coming. Okay, so it seems to me, just from the outside looking in, that it's another big similarity that might just be across the board with being child free, is that the burden is laid on the women of the culture, the country, the area, whatever it is, to carry that burden of what you're supposed to have children. Is it true in your area as well?
Yes, the burden is on the woman. Just patriarchy. So the burden is always on the woman. And I look at it in two ways. Like, it's on the woman because she's the one to carry the pregnancy, so also the burden of contraception. Also, you try to push it on the woman, but I still feel like it's a 50-50. It's a 50-50 balance, So the burden is always on the woman, is what I'm trying to say at the end of the day. Yeah. But it should not be that way.
No, yeah. Muthani, you're getting into it. Do you want to continue your thought on religion? Oh, darn it. Well,
I have a question. We'll bounce in between whatever happens. The child-free community in Africa. I mean, that's a big ask. But even in let's say your part of the continent, how do you foster a community there? What's your experience been like, or any advice for those that want to?
I am also, like I mentioned earlier, I'm also pretty new to this whole community, because it's only in 2020, after I had my abortion, that's when I actually came out and say, hey, and I'm also child free. So after that is when we started finding people that had similar interests. And that is why we created the Child Free Kenyan on Instagram. So everyone that has the same mindset, or wants to learn more, or is just curious, that is where we meet. So we're slowly coming up with a community, but it's still at its very, very early stage.
Gotcha. Okay. Mathoni's moving, so that's a good sign.
We see you. We hear you. Please continue your thought on religion. The question, you were getting into it.
I don't even know at what point she was cut off.
Oh no, she's not gone again.
So, God.
Okay. Good.
She's fine.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. Let me just switch my internet and see if I'm going to get a better reception with this other.
By the way, welcome everybody to the live stream of the 2022
Yes.
Virtual Childfree Convention. When you're watching this in playback and on the podcast later on down the line, this is what happens when we go live. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
All right, you good?
I'm hoping this will be better.
Okay. Do you want to start? Why don't you start from the beginning and then I think we're good for time.
So how does religion play a role in your area with the child-free lifestyle, or how it affects your thoughts on being child-free?
Okay, so I am not a religious person. I grew up in a Christian household where, well, my mother used to go to church and she's a confessed Christian. Kenya is a secular state, but heavily influenced by Christianity, or I don't know if it's because of leadership or what exactly, but a lot of conversations had around literally anything will find
Well, okay.
We tried.
Unfortunately, well, Muthani, if you could, this in the comment section when this is like chopped up, put all that into the comment section so folks can get your thoughts on it. We'd appreciate that. But with that, let's wrap up. Closing remarks. Ebby, is there anything you would like to plug or promote? How can people get a hold of you after the convention if they have further questions?
Anyone that is interested or just curious about being child-free, and especially being an African child-free woman, you can always reach me on Instagram. It's at the Childfree Kenyan, and on YouTube by the same name, the Childfree Kenyan. So, and my parting shot will just be, being child-free is not just about, we always think about women when you're thinking of being child-free, but being child-free can also include men. So yes, men are also invited to that page, and let's create a community of like-minded Africans.
Hooray! Yeah, awesome. And so, Muthani, you're back real quick. Plug anything that you'd like to plug and promote, and how can people reach you after the convention?
Okay, so I create content on YouTube about interior design. So I have a page called Muthoni Gitao. It's self-titled. I also do have a lifestyle channel called Just Doing Life, where you just follow me around doing the BTS and the life I live with my cats. And I am Muthoni Gitao on all the other social media platforms. That's Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and on Facebook, as much as I'm never there.
All right. Well, thank you both for your time. We appreciate you being here. We'll get the next panel ready to go.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to Child Free on a Budget. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I am Lenora Fay, the other moderator.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor Childfree Media and champion level sponsor Childfree Wealth. Other sponsors include 365 Diversity, Best Child-Free Life Possible on Facebook, Buy Child-Free, Buy Child-Free, Child-Free Family, Child-Free Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And we have our disclaimer. The opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So with that, we will bring on our speakers, please. We have
All
Dr. J. We have almost Dr. Matt. And we are needing Elan. There we go. And Elan. Hello.
All right. So if you would mind, tell us a little bit about yourself. We'll start with you, Dr. J.
Hey, I'm just having fun watching this. And Cody, I got to say, before I jump in, I got to put a question before. I wanted Robert to tell embarrassing stories about you from college, but you skipped it. I don't know.
we flew through that whole portion.
I don't know. But anyway, so I'm Dr. J. I'm a financial planner. I'm child free, me and my wife. I grew up broke. So frankly, the budget stuff is something I had to learn. I teach people money now because I've made more mistakes than most. My worst mistake, I say I've made my first million by the time I was 21 and spent it by the time I was 25. So I'll tell you how to make the mistakes is what I'm going to try to work on.
All right. And Elan, go ahead.
My name is Elan Cohen. My pronouns are they, them. My girlfriend and I are both child free and we are both disabled. And being so, it is very difficult to get by because the government doesn't pony up that much for people who are disabled. So we are definitely flying by on a budget.
Yeah. And Matt, let us know who you are.
I'm pre-doctorate. I'm not postdoctorate yet. Pre-doctorate Matt. I'm also a financial planner. I run my own financial planning firm that focuses on child-free folks. And I didn't grow up broke, but my dad decided to start a business in the middle of my childhood where we went from being just fine to where I was getting like third level hand-me-downs overnight, which was a pretty stark change. And now I've started my own business. And so that's where I've gotten my background in learning how to have fluctuating standards of living. So we'll talk about that as well as kind of the financial aspects of living child-free.
Welcome.
So the stereotype is that people or child-free people do not have money concerns. What are your thoughts on that? We'll start with Dr. J.
Oh, see, you really wanted to go there this early in the morning?
I sure did.
Okay, so I set out to ask this question and look at it for my book. And here's the way I look at it. If you're child-free, that does not protect you from income disparities or anything like that. The data says child-free folks have a little higher net worth at the end, not enough to make a difference. But if you're barely making ends meet and you're child-free, the answer is if you had a kid, you would drown. That's it. It's not that like magically, I'm child-free, I'm rich. No.
What? You just burst my bubble there this early in the morning. Thank you.
I was waiting for my child-free check to arrive in the mail.
Ooh, is Cody sending you a child-free check? Ooh, I like this idea.
Wait, I don't need that PR nightmare, please. All right, Elan, go ahead.
Pretty much what Dr. J said, we are already very much walking the line of I'm going to have enough for rent this month. So if we had kids, we'd pretty much be screwed. And I don't know where the child-free bucks are coming from, but they would very make our day or our month or a year. So I don't know where people get that idea that we're all just rolling in the Benjamins, because certainly not.
All right, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that to Dr. J's point, people who are child-free tend to have a negligible higher net worth. But the studies that show what that is, and I can give details later on about where you can find that information, but for people over 55 who are child-free, the difference is about 5% higher net worth, which, to Dr. J's point, for most of us is pretty negligible. Unless you're a billionaire, that's not really a huge difference in wealth. So to their point, yeah, it's not really a huge difference between people with children and people without. But I think what we're finding is, as Alon had kind of talked about, that for those of us who are kind of on that line of being able to afford our lives as it is, having a child would drown us. I think Dr. J mentioned that too. And so having children is more of a luxury thing than we're already like, oh, we're rolling in the dough. So I think, of course, not to make general stereotypes and things, but there's not like one specific situation that defines all child-free people. There are struggling child-free people, and there are quite wealthy child-free people as well.
So did finances play a role in your child-free choice, Dr. J?
So it's interesting. When I was working on the book, there was a lot of discussion about growing up poor and the choice to be child-free. And I started thinking about this for myself. And for my wife and I, she has a medical issue. She's got 50-50 chance of dying. That kind of made our child-free choice. So I don't know that it was part of mine. I think what's interesting to me is there is some type of relationship between growing up poor and child-free. I don't know if that's correlation, causation. That's a separate research study. But it's just, there's something there. I just don't know what it is.
All right, food for thought. Elon.
In our current situation, with many of them besides our health issues, with our financial issues, it's not feasible for us to bring a child into this world, whether we have one biologically or adopt a child. It just wouldn't be fair for that child or for us. It just doesn't seem like a logical thing to us. It's not fair for anyone involved.
Yeah. Matt, how about you?
I'll give the cop-out answer of the group, and I think finances are like a consideration in almost every major decision of our lives, whether it's where we're going to live, what we're going to do professionally, if we're having children or not. But I would say with children, it's not the primary variable that we're using to figure out if we want to have kids or not, but it certainly is a component in my child-free story of do I really want the lifestyle is 90% of it, of having kids and raising a family. And then it goes, oh, and in the pros column is less expense. There's less of a need to support someone else financially.
So what flexibility does being child-free give you? Job hopping, moving, the ability to spend or not spend money on personal growth, what have you. How is that? Can you explain how it has affected your life, just the flexibility of not having kids?
So the way I say it is child-free wealth means you have the time, money, and freedom to do what you want, which is a different answer for everybody. So I wonder, something for the research for the future. Somebody can look at this. Maybe the reason why we don't have more money at the end is because we spend it and have fun, like actually live our life. My wife and I, we embrace something we call the gardener and the rose, where one of us is growing and one of us is providing support. And she got a great job offer 1,200 miles away. So we packed up the 2 dogs and the cat and moved. And it was no big deal. It was like, all right, cool. We're going to move across country. Didn't realize we're moving to Mississippi in a post-road world. So, hindsight, a little different. That was a year ago. But, it works out for us.
Hey, we have room in Canada. Just saying. Alon, go ahead.
For us, it's difficult to just pull up and move because our budgets are so tiny, and due to other effects in our life, when you have chronic health problems, it's hard to just jump up and there we go. My camera just jumped for a moment. When you're on the lower end of that budget, you're like, can I move? Can I just save up and do what I want? And people are like, well, you have to save. You have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, which is, I guess, the next question, which is kind of a dated idea and not allowed. And when you, as my girlfriend just tuned in, when you're on Social Security, they don't let you save more than a certain amount of money. You can't have more than $2,000 saved.
Wow.
If you do, they start to restrict your Social Security income.
That's some interesting insight.
Yeah, so it's kind of a mess up system. So, sorry, tangent.
That's okay. Tangents are allowed.
That's still relevant, I think. Quite
Yeah.
relevant.
Yeah, so you can't really save. It's difficult. So they say, well, save up. Can't have more than a certain amount in savings unless you have a child, and then you can save more.
So just to back that up, the other one, so like food stamps, any type of technical assistance from the states, all that, it's all limited by your income and family size. And
yes,
if you're not married, well, then your family size is 1, and you have to be below a poverty guideline that is so low. Like, I have no clue how you can pay for groceries at that point. So you can't get the assistance because you don't have a big enough family. And I'm like,
well, before a certain point, people on Social Security only got like $70 in food stamps or something like that. Now it's better, but it also depends on your location. Some states have it worse. It's not a great system. The United States, your local states, they really screw you.
Well,
they keep you poor.
They do.
Well, Matt, we'll let you round out the question there about flexibility. No, it's okay.
Yeah, definitely. So I like to do all those things. I like to spend time on personal growth and, do various things like that, pursue hobbies and interests. But for me, the biggest difference in terms of what I'm able to do by being child-free is that I can take relatively big or significant financial risks, because even if it is a bad decision in the end and I end up having the worst part of that risk and I fail or whatever it is, then I'm still the only one I'm responsible for. And so because of that, there is this sense of like, I'm not letting anyone else down. And I'll give you a specific example. I was diagnosed with kidney failure in 2019, and last year I had a kidney transplant. And as you can imagine, over those few years, I had a ton of medical expenses. So I was able to run through all these medical expenses, and then at the end of it go, I'm now healthy, or as healthy as I will be going forward. I'm going to start my business right now because I don't know how long, I will remain healthy or anything else like that. So I basically went from 3 years of medical treatments and spending a bunch of money to saying, I do not have enough money to start a business in the traditional sense of what people would advise you to have. I'm still going to go for it. And that's basically what I've done. So to bring it back to a higher level, being child-free for some of us allows us to say, hey, I have an opportunity to fail here. Whereas if you have children, you can't afford to fail. You're supporting someone else.
Interesting way to look at it, yeah. I think we've got a question. Yeah, there it is. Incoming. Here we go. Lenore, I'll let you read this one.
What do you think about child-free people having less access to help? Do you think it's outright discrimination or that we're an afterthought? All right, Jay, go ahead.
So I did some research into this from a workplace standpoint, and there's a few states, it's kind of mixed, that protect based on family status. And you can't discriminate based on family status. But that specifically protects people with kids. The inverse just doesn't exist. And what happens is all the equations are now based on so in theory, food stamps or assistance is based on how many mouths to feed, which doesn't, kind of the math works, but it builds in a discrimination. And then we get into tax credits, all that. And people go, well, they get tax credits for kids. Well, it costs you $284,000 to raise a kid from 0 to 17, and you get about $70,000 of tax credits. So they still lose money. But it is discriminatory to an extent, but it's technically not discriminatory because we are not a protected class.
Any other thoughts on that? Do we need to pull the question back up if we can find it?
Yeah, can we get the question? Just
might take
I'll jump in while we're waiting for it. I would just say that I'm not sure that there's specifically discrimination. I can't say if someone else is trying to discriminate against the child-free community as a whole, but I think to Dr. J's point, we're just kind of a mixed group that it's like, oh, we'll provide these things, like for off, like, you know, company benefits are often like paternity and maternity leave. And we're like, great, that's a benefit that I get zero benefit from. Perfect. So what we've actually seen, and Dr. J brought this up to me, I think, I don't know, a few months ago, there are actually companies now offering kind of a la carte benefits where everyone gets some PTO, everyone gets health coverage and things like that. But then you have like 3 flex options where it's like you can get an extra week off, you can do, you know, like an increased home office budget or work from home days, whatever it is. So now they're trying to start making that more equitable. But at the same time, I still think a lot of child-free people miss out on some of the benefits that are considered standard or traditional.
Ilan, did you want to add anything to that?
I had a boss who said, well, you don't have kids to go home to, so you can stay late. And I was on a salaried pay and didn't get paid extra for staying 2 hours late every night for a week when we had to do timesheets. I was like, thanks. Just because I don't have kids to go home to doesn't mean I don't want to go home to a life, to friends, to the spouse I had at the time. And, you know, there were benefits to going home versus staying at my job that I didn't get because I had to stay there.
That happens all too often. I think there are kind of endless stories of people getting roped in, excuse me, because they don't have to, you know, oh, sorry, I rolled into work at 10 because I had to, you know, take the kids to school and they go to 3 different schools, or I have to leave early to go pick them up, or whatever that is. And I'm not faulting people who have kids for that, but that doesn't mean we as child-free people should be responsible for picking up the slack on that.
So I had a recruiter reach out to me and say, hey, I see you're doing this stuff with child-free. I want to actually like advertise people are child-free and that employers get more out of their child-free people, so they should hire child-free.
Oh God. And
I'm like, okay, you're making my brain hurt because like now, you're right. We kind of are a benefit. And you know, like when my wife and I were looking for, you know, for a job for her, she said, hey, we don't have kids, so we can move. That's a benefit. But I don't think you could like advertise, hey, you can get 20% more out of them because they're child-free. That would probably be illegal.
Well, it's also a stigma and a stereotype that child-free people work harder. Like, you know, it's
we're a lazy bunch. At Child-Free Convention, we are a lazy bunch.
So what are your thoughts on hearing the advice that people sometimes say for people that are maybe on a budget to try harder, pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Dr. J.
Yeah, so the problem is pulling yourself up with your bootstraps when you don't have bootstraps is what falls apart. You know, so I'm in Mississippi right now. For those that aren't in the U.S., Mississippi has its own, files the federal minimum wage, which is $7.25 an hour, which is $15,000 a year. If you're making $15,000 a year, I don't know how you pay for groceries. Like, never mind how you pay for housing and the rest. Like, the math just doesn't work. There are those occasions. And then the other problem we have to address is this debt cycle that everybody's stuck in. You know, because when you're broke, then you take out debt, then you end up paying more money on, then you broke more, and then you're like, and like, oh, pull yourself up by bootstraps. Like, cool. Where? Like, you know, what do you want me to do? I'm on, you know, I've already got 3 jobs. Does, you know, 4th job help?
Yeah. Elon, how about you?
I'm feeling the same way. It's like my bootstraps got cut by the last debt I paid off. I don't have any. They're gone. What am I doing now? I still have debt, whether it's medical or student, or a company screwed me by offering me some low credit, and then it went up and up and up, and I'm dead now because I had medical bills. So now what? There's no bootstraps. There's no saving allowed. And $7.25 an hour, as Jay said, is about equivalent to what you get when you're on Social Security.
Mm-hmm. Matt, how about you?
So I have a bit of a funny aside, or maybe it's an ironic aside, about the term pull yourself up by your bootstraps. When it was originally coined, it was meant to try to do something that's literally impossible, because you physically cannot pull yourself up by your bootstraps. So for someone to go out there and say, come on, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, the original definition is, come on, why don't you do something that's impossible? So it's kind of funny because that is actually what a lot of this is. There are all different kinds of circumstances. For instance, maybe you can only work a part-time job because you're a caretaker for your aging parents or whatever else it is. There are a number of situations where you can't. It is impossible to just pull yourself up by the bootstraps or work harder, because as much as a lot of people would love to believe that we live in a meritocracy where if you work hard and are loyal to your company or whatever that is, you're going to make it someday. We all who live in this society know that that's kind of crumbled a little bit over the last 30, 40 years. And it's not as easy as just saying, I'm going to work hard and work my way out of, I wouldn't say necessarily poverty, but my lean situation when it comes to finances. So I think it's kind of a way for people to dismiss you as someone who is doing it to themselves.
So do any of you have any maybe tips or advice for child-free people that might be living paycheck to paycheck to think about? Dr. J.
Yeah, so my first thing is stop comparing against everybody else. You have to live your own financial life, your thing, and your situation. And unfortunately, social media doesn't really help it. We're always comparing against others. But your goal needs to be making an improvement on your finances each month. By the way, really hard for some people. And I get that. But it might be increasing your financial literacy, getting some of the debt paid down, getting on a budget, might be extra work, might be selling stuff. I don't know, but it's making one improvement that you can see that you're comparing against yourself, not against everybody else, because you're never going to win against everybody else. Just live your own life. Cody talks about throwing out the life script. Throw out the life script, live your own script, and just make one improvement each month.
Good advice. Elon, how about you?
We see in a lot of the groups, especially there's groups like double income, no kids. And some of those people are single people who have 2 jobs, and they're just flexing all this cool stuff that they're buying with all their extra money. And I'm like, yeah, we're paying rent. And it's hard, as Jay said, to compare yourself to them. It's like, no, I got to do this. We're paying rent. I paid off some of that debt. I'm going to do okay, because we're not behind on our bills. We pay them all on time, and we're not going to incur those late fees this month, because those late fees will kill you every single time. Or the bounce check fees, killers every time. And if you can not do those and get your stuff in on time, then you're doing okay. And that's kind of the goal, is to avoid the late fees and get the bills paid on time. If I can do that, then it's all right.
Yeah.
And Elon, if you do that every month, you should give yourself a gold star. Seriously, seriously, we get so caught up. You're right on the flexing and all that. No, give yourself the gold star for paying the bills this month, making an improvement, keeping yourself healthy, and just be happy with it and go, I'll do better next month. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Matt, how about you?
So I have to always agree with Dr. J. He makes me. No, I'm just kidding. He always just makes good points. And so I think that's definitely one that we specifically in the United States get caught up in quite a bit. The whole keeping up with the Joneses cliche or kind of habit that we get into. We live in what we all call a consumer society. So they're selling it to you as you're not happy now because you don't have this thing or whatever it is. And I know a lot of people can't afford to go out and buy that kind of stuff, but we're kind of taught to consume. So that's definitely one. But the other thing I find is really helpful is to spend money when you're working on where your money goes. Spend money where you spend your time. So for instance, I've worked with people in the past who are spending gobs of money on their apartment, but they work a 9-to-5 job, and then they also do something like bartend in the evenings. And I'm like, you're at home to sleep and store your stuff. You don't need to have this luxury 12th floor apartment or whatever it is. You don't that's something that you can actually live more affordably. You don't spend much time there. But maybe, for instance, you're spending quite a bit of time, in something else, whatever it may be. I'm not going to try to get into specifics. Spend more time doing that, or spend more money where it will make your life better in those areas. And when you start to align your time and your money and they go towards the same things, you'll find more fulfillment and happiness in that. But also you'll start to find that, my money is kind of working itself out, because where I'm spending my time, that's also tends to be where it goes. And it usually kind of cleans things up a bit.
Yeah, it's a good tip. Good tip for sure. So I think we've got it. Yep, incoming question. Here we go.
It's like a quiz question. Dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun.
get ready, everybody.
Get your
All right. Oh, for Dr. J, do you offer credit repair services?
Yep. Yes and no. Let's be real on this. My answer to everybody is to get out of debt and stay out of debt. When I did the research on who actually did well in child-free wealth, they did two things: get out of debt, stay out of debt, and then they maxed out the retirement plan. Which, by the way, those are two different steps. The hardest net worth is to get to zero, where you owe nothing to anybody, and then it's to get to 100,000 and millions pretty easy after that. So my thing is getting people out of debt and then going, there's an option to live a life without debt. Now, by the way, that'll fix your credit. But when you see credit repair services, it's like they call them, they get these debt consolidation companies, which the con is in the beginning of that for an intentional. Like, you're just moving things around. It's like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. You're still going down. You just need to get debt out of your life and make it not a choice. That was the big one for me and my wife. When we paid off her car, it was the first car I'd ever paid off in my life. I was like, holy cow, you can actually pay off a car. Like, I thought you had to turn it in every year and get a new payment. And it's a different mindset that you build over time.
Matt, do you have anything to add? That was directed to Dr. J, but.
So yeah, I would probably be wary of most companies that hold themselves out as credit repair agencies or anything like that. Not that they're all bad, but it's kind of like the, being a banker in 2008. It's like, they're not all bad, but you kind of question some of their motives, And so for now, I'd say there are some affordable services out there, but I think there are a lot of money coaches who probably focus on that, but financial planners as well will often will show you the habits that it would take in order to repair credit, such as there's a lot of things. You can message Dr. J or I afterward, but things like credit utilization rates, how you pay it down. Also, lots of times, this is how the system gets you as well. Getting rid of credit cards or closing accounts can damage your credit as well. So there's a number of factors where it's like financial planners can kind of help tell you where you need to go, how you need to get there, and what to avoid. Which will improve your credit as opposed to someone guaranteeing you repair your credit by 75 points in 6 months or whatever. And yeah, we'll see if that happens.
Yeah. And so with that, is there anything you would like to promote or plug or let people know how they can get in touch with you after the convention? Dr. J.
Yep. So Cody's been giving my plug all day long. So Childfree Wealth, childfreewealth.com. With our presenting sponsor, and we can do the whole thing, because Cody's going to have that in his thing. Also, just a heads up, coming this fall, I'm actually working on a product for those people who can't afford to pay for high-end financial advice. Going to have more to come. You'll see. But when you download the book, you'll get on the mailing list, and I can get you that info.
I woke up last night. It startled. I was like, presenting sponsor.
And AJ's like, what was that? Like,
we've been sleepwalking. Well, I don't know about you. That came out wrong. Okay, yeah, that's not what I meant. I, in my own house and in separate country, have been sleepwalking, daydreaming about this. We've been going through the entire convention in our sleep. My end and Cody somewhere else.
Elon, how can folks reach you?
Well, they can send me money via Venmo. No, I joke. If you want to hear me vent about disability and queer issues, you can follow me on Instagram and TikTok at Rainbow Spoonie, and maybe hear about the way Social Security screws disabled people if you're interested in the financial side of those things.
All right. And Matt.
Yeah, you can find me at anthrofywealth.com, spelled this way. And that's my website. And I'm a financial planner, just like Dr. J. Also, Dr. J and I are coming out with a podcast that should be on all main streaming services called Childfree Life and Money, where we talk about issues for child-free people, but then also how that ties to your wallet. So that'll be coming out starting tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for your time, your candor. We definitely appreciate it. And with that, we will wrap up this panel.
And just a note, we have the halftime show, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Dr. J, for stepping up and being a champion level sponsor for the 2022 Child-Free Convention. Please tell everyone a little bit more about yourself and Child-Free Wealth.
I'm just happy to be part of the convention. I mean, you guys are doing some great work, and it's really nice to be part of it. I'm what I call a child-free wealth specialist. So I'm a life and financial planner for child-free folks. My wife and I are child-free, so that kind of started me on this path of going, well, how does that make things different? And when I was doing my research on becoming a certified financial planner, there was never once a mention of being child-free. So that's what I do is I help child-free people figure out their finances and figure out what's different and how does it fit and how do they make their life their own authentic life.
Who is kind of a typical person that comes to you looking for that advice?
I get people from all over. So I started only in the US. I'm actually located in Mississippi, but I do all my video. I do everything via Zoom, so I can serve people all over. I got people that are barely making ends meet, and I got people that have a lot of money. And it's a matter of when do you need support in your life. People ask, well, can you do it on your own? Yep, you can. But it also sometimes helps to have a professional look over your shoulder and go, hey, because the way I do, I'm an advice only, fee only, fiduciary CFP, which means they pay me for my time, usually on a retainer or hourly basis. I don't charge them a percentage of their assets. I don't take it over. I don't do it for them. I teach them. My PhD is in adult learning, so that's kind of my background is helping people learn.
And you've got a few other little projects you've been working on as well. I think you've got a book.
I do. So I just put out a book, Portraits of Child-Free Wealth. It's 26 stories from people all across the country, from 22 to 52, and talking about what it's like to live a life of child-free wealth. There's people in there that are barely making it, people that are rich. And for the convention, I'm actually giving it away for free. Actually, I'm going to make Cody pay for it, I think. But childfreewealth.com/book. Enter your email, you get the electronic version of it. So you can actually find people in there that are living life like you and learn from them.
You'd mentioned you're advice only and fee only. Tell us a little bit more about that and how that might make you different than another financial advisor or planner.
Yeah, so with the standard financial planner, you give them everything, they take it over, they call it delegation, and they do it for you. And they work on the investment side. I'm a comprehensive financial planner. So I meet with my clients on a monthly basis. We make 1 or 2 improvements each month and grow. And actually, if you're interested, if you go to childfreewealth.com, I have no cost intro meeting, 60 minutes. We kind of just chit chat, get to know each other, see how it fits, and see if there's a way I can help you.
That is amazing. Everybody go to childfreewealth.com, put in a request to Dr. J to have this 60-minute session. It's free. It's worth talking to him. He knows a lot of stuff. He might put you in the right direction and get you on the best path to living your best child-free life. Thank you again, Dr. J.
Absolutely. Glad to be part of it.
Hey everyone, welcome to Boobies Not Babies, a show where we offer support of all kinds, shapes, and sizes. My name is Brianna, and I am here with my good friend Lenora. Hey Lenora, how are you?
I am awesome. How are you?
So excited to be here today.
Boobies Not Babies. How did we get started with this?
Oh my gosh, we have some pretty amazing conversations on Clubhouse, but we don't get to see each other's faces.
Essentially, you and I are talking about our lives as child-free women, and our audience is largely child-free, but we needed a name for this show, and so how did we get this one?
So a shout out to our good friend Hira, who happened to share that name with us one day when we were tossing around ideas of what could we possibly call the show to pay homage to our curvaceous figures, but also to talk about our lives that don't, we're not mothers, we are child-free, and we have a whole child-free story that we like to share our perspective on life, share our perspective on current events, share our perspective on a celebrity or two. You never know what's going to happen during the show.
By the way, where are you located? Because we're not in the same city.
No, we're not even in the same country. I am in the southwestern United States. I'm in Arizona, right on the Colorado River.
And I am in Western Canada, specifically Alberta, the province of Alberta. And I think the first time that we went live, someone asked if we were related or sisters for that matter.
You know, I love that we have similar features and we kind of look alike and we can get away with calling each other sisters. We are not related at all.
Nope.
Sorry.
Talking about child-free confuses some people, you know, like just even sharing your experiences. And that's how you and I met, was just because we were in the same spaces talking about being child-free. I don't even know if that was our very first conversation. But what benefits have you experienced in your own personal life, just sharing your story about how you came to the realization where you are now?
That's such a good question. You know, we all go through experiences in life that shape our views, um, our wants, our likes, our dislikes. And sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating to speak to people when you feel like you don't necessarily have a good connection with them, or maybe they have different beliefs than you do. So, being able to have conversations on this platform and with you, we have that common bond of being child free.
Mhm.
My story is not anywhere close to your story, but having just that common bond in it allows me in particular to open up a lot more than I might to some people, get a little bit vulnerable. And I think that's one of my favorite parts of us being able to have these conversations and people being able to tune in and see us and interact in the comments with us, whether they're asking us questions or sharing parts of their story. That part is really special for me too, when people feel comfortable enough to tune in, to watch us, and to share little bits of their personal lives with us because they feel, you know, comfortable and safe enough to do that.
How fun is it being vulnerable on a live stream
Okay,
when
it
you
can be a
don't know
little
who's
scary.
watching?
I will be honest, it can be a little scary at first, but the more
Mm.
you do it, you know, the easier it gets to start the conversation. Not every conversation is going to be easy to have,
Mhm.
but it's something that I really had to work at, and it wasn't always an easy thing for me to just come on and share parts of me that I have kept hidden from the rest of the world. So it has really actually made me a better listener as well, knowing that there are some people that want to talk and there are some people that want to share these special things. And
Mhm.
if I can give them that attention and hold that little bit of space for them, it just it's going to help further the conversation.
Can we talk about our pizza party? I'm not going to say what episode we've done was our favorite, but talking about being vulnerable, I don't like people watching me eat, but we had a pizza party.
We totally had a pizza
That was
party
so
to
fun.
celebrate us, just celebrating us, celebrating
Yeah.
the fact that we're doing this. And I totally get where you're coming from as far as not really liking to eat in front of people. But when we're doing these live shows, it really just feels like you're among friends. It doesn't feel
Yes.
like strangers. I don't feel like there's just this huge crowd watching me take a bite of my pizza. I'm comfortable with you. I'm comfortable
Yeah.
with our friends that tune in and watch us. So I will eat pizza on camera all day. I'm fine with that.
I think for me is I don't normally watch myself eat, and that's a bit jarring because when you see yourself in playback, you're like, you're eating and you want to enjoy, but I'm watching myself eat, and that's weird. But that was fun. That was so fun. And we both had pineapple on our pizza, just putting that in there.
Hashtag team pineapple.
Yeah. I don't think we lost too many viewers
No.
on that
They hung in
stream.
there. Even the ones that were not team pineapple, they hung in there with us. We appreciate you.
We don't censor ourselves when we do this show. Sometimes we have a pre-planned topic, sometimes we don't, because we just want to chat and see where the audience takes us or what just comes out, which is fun. And sometimes like, oh, we're going that way this time. Okay.
I get that can be a little bit difficult when you're live streaming. We're all human. We're not going to agree on the same
Mhm.
things. So if I can give somebody that respect of listening to them and they can give me the respect of listening to me, and we can have a very mutually respectful conversation about it, that is fantastic when that happens. Is it always going to happen? No.
Some of us are on social media groups, you know, we see posts, we do audio chats, but what is it about seeing child-free people, you know, interacting, talking to one another?
It humanizes things. It takes that conversation from just reading the text and it brings it to life. It gives it personality. And another huge benefit for me is it shows the diversity of what child-free people look like. We don't all look the same. We don't all come from the same backgrounds. We are across the globe. So I really love that it brings the diversity aspect into it. It allows us to appreciate each other's differences and learn more about the obstacles that other child-free people go through.
So we have an interesting sign off on the show, inspired by the Pope.
Oh,
and I keep forgetting which one I am. Every time I have to ask you, like, which one am I? So which one am
That's
I?
okay. That's okay. I got your back. So you are Lenora the Selfish.
Okay.
And I am Brianna the Diminished. How we got there. Many of us are familiar with the kind words that the Pope shared about people that don't want children, people that choose to have pets in their lives over children, people that are not rushing out to adopt. He said that we were diminished and that we were selfish. And that's how we got those nicknames, because if that's how he's going to think about me, I'm going to embrace it. To me, that's not wrong. Sorry. This is a decision that I made with my whole heart.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what you want to call me, call me. Call me diminished. I'm good.
And I'll be selfish. I'm going to insert those taglines in there somewhere. Speaking of, where are your pets? Normally you have like 1 or 2 or 10 animals. Like, it's sometimes I don't see Brianna. I just see fur.
Yeah, you just see a cat butt. Okay.
Brianna the Diminished, where can people find you and follow you so they get notifications when we're going live next?
I have an Instagram account that goes by the handle Childfree Cheerleader, so you can catch me at that account.
And you can follow me on Instagram as well at Childfree Blog.
Turn on notifications, so anytime we decide to go live for a Baby's Not Baby show, I'll give you a nice little notification on your phone. Thank you, everybody, so much. This is Brianna the Diminished.
And this is Lenora the Selfish. Thank you for joining.
Bye.
All right, so let's talk about the misconception that being child-free and single, both by choice, is bad or sad. Because, you know, on social media, you get those comments like, oh, you're going to be lonely and sad at 40 when you don't have kids. And
I think in some ways it's people look at you if you don't have children, feeling sorry for you, and then you've got the added element of if you're single, people feel sorry for you as well, and not everyone, but I suppose, you know, now that I am living somewhere a bit more rurally, from previously living in cities, there is definitely a change in mindset with, you know, people's opinions of, oh, if you're not married or if you're not in a sort of conventional relationship as per their opinion. But yeah, I mean, I think there's always going to be that element that believe, oh, per you know, and you're lying to yourself about the fact that, you know, oh, you're not really happy. I think certainly whenever you are in a rural community in Ireland, there is the mindset of, when you're single, per you, oh, you don't have kids, per you. But what I would say is, you know, I try not to focus on that. I try not to focus on the fact that that is the way people think, and I'm trying to look at it and say, right, how can I change this, or how can I even just put my point across? And, you know, it doesn't have to be that everybody's going to change their mind, but I think it's really important that the first step in change and perception is to give a different point of view and being vocal about a different point of view. You know, that's how things will start. Not everybody has to agree. You know, people can still believe deep down that per girl living in a farmhouse up a mountain with her 16 cats, and there is 16.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're not all mine.
So can we talk a minute about how awesome it is as females to be free to make any decision that we want? Because this is not to knock relationships. This is not to knock partnerships, because to me, this particular area is not set in stone. It's always felt natural for me to want to live alone, to do things alone.
Yeah.
You know my saying, companionship and moderation. I practice that.
100%.
I believe in it.
I
don't want and I don't want someone around all the time. And whether I'm having a blissful day, whether I'm having a low day, I always relish the fact that I have my space. I can make my decisions financially. I still have bodily autonomy here in Canada at the moment. You know, but I, as a female, am free to make whatever decision I want, and it feels freaking fantastic.
It's honestly, it's something that I do appreciate, and I do make myself appreciate on a very regular basis, because and I don't think it's because I have been in a marriage in the past and I have cohabited before, and I think I was always of the opinion of, if you can get up in the morning and do whatever the hell you want to do, it's so freeing. And I get, some people cohabit or in relationships or marriages where they do still have a huge amount of freedom. For me, I enjoy what I have so much at the minute. I don't want that to change at all. And so the idea of even having a partner cohabiting is completely off the books. And then the idea of then being a caregiver or a parent is like so totally not on my radar. I mean, I'd mentioned to you whenever we were messaging this weekend, I had decided that I just had the weekend to do whatever I wanted. Am I going to do some studying? Am I going to do some photography? Will I go to the beach? Will I stay in bed? And it's just having that freedom of waking up in the morning, and if you don't have plans, of just being able to do whatever suits you is, I mean, you cannot, once you've had that, you can't, it's harder to give up,
It is.
Once you've had it, you appreciate it.
Absolutely. And, in other circles, we've been talking about manifesting, and I had mentioned that I don't even want to put out to manifest a kind of partner of any sort. And I feel weird for that, because that's what everybody seems, anyone that doesn't have a partner or wants to change partners, whatever that looks like for you.
Yeah.
That's always like the number, like a top topic or a top concern. And I get it. And maybe this is because I've always had an independent nature. And it's not because I don't need people. That's not it. I just need a lot of personal space and people. So I tailor my life in a way that I can have both. But I can't, like, to your point, the thought of like having somebody who would want to live with me. I mean, bless them if they really want to go that route. but
don't make me breakfast. Don't make me meals.
No,
I eat whenever I want to.
Exactly. Like there's something that it you've heard me say this before. It's like, oh,
yeah,
and I've cohabited before too, and I learned a lot of lessons. I enjoyed it to a point, and then I was like, can I have my own house?
The reason that I would want to talk more about single life and being single and child free is purely because, I've done it in the past, very briefly, got into the way of, oh, this is the next step. This is what we're doing. This is, what happens. And you do get into, well, not everyone all the time, but you do sometimes, we're human, we get into a sort of a pattern. And I suppose there's a lot of people that don't realize you don't have to follow that path.
Yeah.
You know, relationships can be amazing. There can be a lot of love, there can be a lot of trust, loyalty, respect, romantically, without it having to mean, oh, you know, let's see each other X amount of times a week, be in contact X amount of times an hour, you know, and that's not to be, I'm probably conscious I'm maybe sounding a bit bitter. It's really not a bitterness. It's really just if that works for you and that's what you want, fantastic. Have that self-awareness. You know, I have friends who say to me, I don't want to be on my own. You know, I want to be with someone, and I'll take the bad with the good, even if the bad is more.
Right.
And I appreciate their self-awareness, you know, that they own up to that. But I think a lot of people don't have the self-awareness to say, oh, do you know what? Yeah, I am chatty. I am an introvert, but
yeah,
please leave me alone now. You know, things will come up, particularly if you're an individual who does want to, you know, look at self-growth and self-learning and invest in that. Nothing's ever going to be hunky-dory all the time. And I suppose it's just whenever people say, you know, oh, you just want the golden stuff, etc., etc. It's not to me about wanting just the golden stuff. It's about wanting a completely different type of lifestyle and relationship. But dating in itself, you know, it's not, and if you are with somebody in any relationship, it's not always easy, as you say. I mean, it's your relationship with yourself isn't always easy.
No.
I suppose it's just trying to make people realize that it's not about wanting the good stuff, it's about wanting something different.
Yeah.
Which will have its own good and bad. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to write that down.
Hi, I'm Cody Hetzel.
Hi, I'm Lenora Fay.
We are the co-founders for Childfree Media. Childfree Media is a network leading the conversation for those interested in the child-free lifestyle. So why do we need this? Why does it need to exist? What's the problem that we're trying to solve?
We have both been content creators for a while, and there seems to be a problem that we've discovered even with our own work. It's like the algorithms. We have communities here, we have communities there.
And we've seen a lot of great content creators kind of fade into the shadows. Maybe they had life changes, unexpected things happened. Maybe they had to move, new job, whatever it might be. They lost time. They can't put out the content as regularly as they did. And they just shut everything down. And now all of that great stuff is lost. And
so a lot of people do say that they want to start a blog. They want to start a web series. They want to do video content, social media content, a podcast. And it doesn't have to be expensive, but the trick is starting. And how do you start? And sometimes you see someone who has a similar idea that's been doing this for 2 years, or, you know, is a month ahead of you. And you're like, okay, maybe I shouldn't do this because it's already out there. Part of what we're doing with Childfree Media is creating a neutral space, a neutral platform with a built-in network to give support to anyone, even if you're established, even if you've been in the game for a bit and you've hit a plateau, because that happens. A lot of times you don't have anyone to talk to about it. So Cody and I, we've had a lot of experience creating a variety of different platforms and content. And so, you know, we are able to kind of address the things that we've come across, how we've moved through that, and how we're able to build something like Childfree Convention. So this is, again, a space, a platform, a way for anyone who is interested or is established that feels like they need support. This is a way to keep going, to get the conversation about choice out there.
Yeah, because it can be daunting to create something, whether it's the podcast or a web series. It's a lot of work, a lot of editing that goes into it. You put it out, you finally put it out there. Like after you said, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to go public with it. And like you get no
3
views,
people,
no clicks, no anything. And it can be soul crushing. And you might think, well, no one wants to hear this, which isn't true. Like but your thoughts are valid. People are thinking the same things that you are. So we want that to be put out there. And as Lenore said, even if you're established, finding ways to collaborate with others, finding ways to just talk to peers in this world of creating content to, work on things in the future or talk about issues that might be coming down specifically for content creators dealing with bad comments or just getting over a mental block of coming up with new ideas.
We want to get more voices out there. We also want to do it in a way that's not behind a paywall. We want to offer this in a way that allows you to build your own brand, your own identity, your own voice, but not feel like you are alone in the creator space.
This is all free. Like basically the Childfree Media will exist off of goodwill of the community to provide content to us to put out there, or just let us know what's going on in the child-free space. A feature that we want to have available is a child-free calendar of events. It could be maybe someone's Facebook group is going to have a live stream and they're going to have a chat and invite their members to it. Well, if we know about it, we can put it on the calendar. Someone who's not even in that group might see it, say, hey, I want to join that event. And they join your Facebook group and you've just now gained a new member that you might not have had before. The calendar of events will be great because we can pull from really anything that anyone wants to let us know about, or if we just happen to see it coming. There is a lot of podcasts that are coming down the pipeline that we know about. We're going to be able to put that info out there so people are able to enjoy it, tune in, give feedback if that's available. So that's just one feature for someone who's going to be consuming the content of what they get to enjoy through Childfree Media.
So another challenge when you are a content creator is being consistent. As you know, algorithms are changing, whether you're writing on Medium, whether you have a podcast, whether you're on TikTok, coming up with ideas for your brand, staying consistent is a challenge, especially when life happens. So a great feature with Childfree Media is because it's all on one platform. We have a podcast, we have a publication, we have all of the social media, we have YouTube channel, and whatever else is in the future that we're not aware of yet will be with that too. It allows everyone to contribute, which means we're always putting out content.
We want this to be kind of an algorithm breaker. So not just for giving the content creators a chance to maybe take a breather if they need to take a break, but always having something fresh available for people that want to consume this content of the child-free lifestyle.
And as we have seen with Childfree Convention, the stories of child-free people are diverse. We're not all in one location. We don't live the same lifestyle beyond not having kids. We want to feature all voices. Anyone that feels they have a story, or for anyone that wants to remain anonymous, maybe you have a story or an idea, or you're writing a novel, something, a short story, essay. This is a space for creativity, child-free creativity. There are a lot of amazing child-free people I've met over the last few years who are insanely talented. And even if you don't feel like you're insanely talented, there's probably something that you can do that would contribute. And maybe you don't want to put your face or your name out there, and we can accommodate that as well too. We don't need to get anybody in trouble. If someone wants to stay anonymous, you can remain anonymous and use the Childfree Media label. Of course, you get all the credit for everything. One of the points of Childfree Media is to allow people to express themselves in their child-free life. You know, we've been silent for a long time. Some of us, not all of us, but, people feel like they can't speak out, or they feel like it's not safe to speak out. So whether you are using your true identity or creating, an avatar, or wearing a wig, there's a place for you to share what it is you want to share. The sky's the limit really with Childfree Media, because there are so many ideas floating out there, but people don't know where to put them. Well, here we are.
Yeah, and Childfree Convention is a division of Childfree Media. So annually, we plan on having the convention continue, and that's going to be one portion of what Childfree Media does. And it's a great example of what we're wanting to do over the larger scope. We want to bring people together, whether it's a content creator with 10,000 followers or a person that just wants to do a one-off blog or podcast, and they don't even have a Facebook account. We want to be able to give them that platform to get that information out there and the great content, and let people find it and consume it and enjoy it.
So there's this misconception that you need to have a lot of followers in order to get your voice out there. Not true. If you want nothing to do with social media, but if you have an idea, if you wrote an article, or maybe you were featured somewhere, somewhere that's outside of the child-free space, and you want you want eyeballs on it. Say, someone interviewed you for something, and the child-free conversation is part of that. Let us know. We will highlight that for you. This is a neutral platform for anyone. If you have your own community, if you are starting your own community, if you belong to 10 communities, if you're just kind of floating around going, where do I belong? We need to see more child-free content out there, whether it's original ideas, something that you've already done and you didn't maybe get the response that you wanted. We can help with that. The whole purpose is to bring as many eyeballs to the child-free lifestyle and to the content as possible, not just within the child-free community, but beyond. Because again, that's when change happens, is when people see and hear the amount of voices that we have, the variety of voices that we have, meaning the child-free community and child-free conversation. That's going to get attention. But 3 people can't do it. 5 people can't do it. We love for the whole convention to do that, but even that can be louder, right? So we really genuinely want everyone who has a tiny, tiny desire to create some form of content to be a part of this, because the more we are together, the louder we are. And I say this as a loud person, you can get attention, and also too, for anyone that's worried about negativity, that type of thing, you have the option of remaining anonymous, but you also have a built-in troll patroller. So anything that's on child-free media, we have your back. You don't have to deal with any of that negativity that comes. It's kind of like a filter. We offer that filter protection if you want to put something out there. But again, you don't want to deal with any potential negativity. You won't have to.
So you might be wondering, how do I get involved, or how do I get more information?
You can email Cody or Lenora at childfreemedia@gmail.com.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey,
Jared, from the depths of the technical behind the scenes world.
Dungeon. I don't know.
How's it going out there, man?
Lots of typing, lots of clicking, and lots of behind the scenes work right now. Yep.
I have enough time. Half an hour is not enough time.
I was able to recuperate a little bit. Bathroom
I am
break.
starting to get emotional because I mean, let me go out of moderator mode and just be in Lenora mode for a second. You guys, this is amazing. I mean, we knew it would work, but you don't know until you know. And I'm, was reading the chat, says I'm sorry, new wig. I bought this specifically for today. I was trying, biting my tongue during the budget panel because I'm like, if Dr. J saw my budget for wigs, no, it's not that bad. Sorry, I'm just gonna use this as a mirror for a second. But anyway, this has been phenomenal, and shout out to everyone in the chat, our speakers, the ones still yet to come, everyone that participated in the halftime show. I wrangled together my child-free friends because I didn't have any other option. I'm not ready to play my violin yet in public again. Plus we get shut down with music. So anyway, this weekend has been amazing, and it's not done yet, but I just have to say I'm starting to feel emotional, and I'm probably gonna cry once this is over. And not because I'm just frustrated and exhausted. It's because this has really gone well, and it makes me very happy, and I'm very proud. And I'm proud of you two. As much as I've yelled at you two over the last 11 months, I'm very proud of us and what we've done today.
Well,
so
thank you.
It's a
the
team
weekend.
effort. Team effort.
We got a good comment about the last video you showed, that world premiere. Child-free media is going to be great. Can't wait to see everyone's great content.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, I don't know about you, Cody, but you. All right, good shirt. So wig change, shirt change. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was a little nervous because now we've finally announced what child-free media is. We haven't said too much about it up until now, so it was nice to see the response. So thank you everyone for being supportive.
If there's any questions or comments, you can throw them at us right now about child-free media, and we'll try to answer them. No problem.
I'm gonna ask you guys a question. What will be the places to go for child-free media? The .com website. What else?
Well, who said we were having a .com website? Stop leading with the .com website, dude.
Okay, all right.
So what people can go to there is one, but that's not the draw. The draw is we have a podcast. You can actually go to all all major podcast apps right now. That is live. We have an introductory episode. We also have our Childfree Media YouTube channel. And this segues into where you guys can watch the replays. So the replays of yesterday's live stream and today's live stream will remain on Childfree Convention YouTube channel.
In its entirety.
In its entirety, but in its entirety only. Every panel will be individualized. It'll be uploaded to the Childfree Media podcast platform. So again, you can stream that on every major podcast app. And right now it's already up, not the convention, but the introductory episode's already up. And you can also watch all of the individual panels probably in 2 weeks because I have to do this and I got to sleep at some point on Childfree Media YouTube channel. Going forward, all of the from last year's Childfree conference, this year's Childfree convention, all of the individual panels will be uploaded on Childfree Media, and we are all over social media as well. So that is where you find us.
Yeah.
If you want to talk to us, get in touch for just to get more information. childfreemedia@gmail.com. We have to do volunteer segments. I wasn't prepared to doing that right now.
This is all you. And just real
What time
quick,
is it? Okay.
Yeah, the Childfree Media, there is a YouTube page. So that's probably the best way to find out about what's coming down the pipeline is like, subscribe, whatever, ring the bell, all that stuff. But yeah, just search Childfree Media. Our logo will pop up. You've seen it a bunch already.
Mm-hmm.
Just find the logo and you'll find out when all this great stuff is going to happen.
So yeah, and social media, we'll be announcing on social media because we're already active on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and I think we're on TikTok, but it's hard to post stuff there. Anyway, what was I going with this? Right, we will announce, if you follow us on social media, that's when you will get notified when the individual panels from this year's event are available to watch or to listen. We're putting this all in podcast form and that's exciting because I've been a podcaster for 3 years. Shout out to Childfree Girls. Thank you, Isabel, Kristen. You guys are covering my back on all of our stuff because I've been so busy these last couple of weeks. Well, last year, but especially these last 2 weeks. So yeah, this is all going to be available in podcast format, which we're really excited about. And Childfree Media is producing that. So,
and we're going deep into the archives. We're going to go back to 2021 and podcast those too. So
yes. So everything
is coming your way in podcast form.
It'll be interesting because we've done really well. And again, Cody, you're like the ultimate co-moderator for me for something like this because we I don't know. You can usually tell when I need assistance and vice versa. So I thank you. Thanks for having my back on this. But we're not editing any of this stuff. So any of the little things that we've had to figure out while we're live is going to go onto the podcast. So that should be
why not? That's what makes it fun. It makes it real.
Exactly.
That's why we're live.
Exactly. All right. So it's only 10:43 here. I feel like it should be 5 o'clock. I'm in Alberta, Canada. It's so early still. Let's do the.
Yeah, I want to leave the stage and let you do your volunteers. So
okay.
I'll back out in a second.
Bye, guys. All right. Oh, wait. No, do I need one of you? No, I don't. I don't need anybody. Okay. All right. So this is a volunteer segment. Again, I've been the PR manager for the last 2 years with Childfree Convention. And this year we had a volunteer team who have really allowed us to expand. So first of all, Marieke, who's in Ireland, who's our speaker green room host. All of you speakers will have, met her at one point or another. Thank you so much for your efforts for this convention. It has allowed Cody and I to focus on the screen, which is an enormous help because, believe it or not, it's really nerve-wracking moderating conversations live and for 8 hours. just to let you guys know. So thank you, Marieke. Katie, I'm just going to say first names. Katie was our business liaison. So Katie helped me do research, people to contact to get the word out about this convention. She was also talking with other Childfree social media platforms to see if they would help support the convention by sharing the event. So Katie was really helpful in doing that stuff for me so I could focus on other things. So thank you very much, Katie, for all your hard work this year. JD Helen, one of our copywriters, and for copywriters, we sent out a lot of emails. We've sent out media kits. We've sent social media captions, all of that. JD helped me with that. Much appreciated, because sometimes your mind goes blank. And when you have a lot to send out, it's really nice to have help. So thank you for your talent and skill. Gustavo, Gustavo, you are watching this at some point. Gustavo was incredibly helpful in designing our graphics. All of the social media that we did, he came up with the designs, and with the speaker spotlight, the volunteer spotlight, several other things we needed design ideas for, and Gustavo did that for us. He also helped with the production of making all of these panels, because when you have a 2-day event and you've got media to send out and social media and all of the panels that you see, I had to do. So I had production help just send it all out and say, hey, let's each get a certain group and let's all get it done. Because that takes a lot of time. So thank you so much, Gustavo, for all of your ideas and help this year. Angie was the first person I talked to. She was my design consultant, essentially. She gave me a lot of ideas on everything. Really helped me get a vision for what I wanted this convention to look like. And so she gets the credit as a consultant, because she really helped. Our conversation really helped me out. So thank you so much, Angie, for your contribution this year. Rebecca, my part-time therapist, is the joke. She helped me. She allowed me to vent for certain things over the last 2 weeks, which has been very helpful. Rebecca was our event promoter. Working with Facebook and getting the word out for the event, posting. She ran our Twitter account, and she is also our amazing troll patroller today and yesterday. So thank you so much, Rebecca, for everything. By the way, we're not disbanding the volunteer team. So if all of your volunteers are watching right now, you are still on board for next year, unless you tell me otherwise, because I like working with y'all. And hopefully you like working with me too. Kristen Tetty. Sorry, I'm so used to saying your last name. She's also my podcast co-host, one of them. Kristen, you will have known her from The Age of the Child, the novel. And she was also one of the copywriters helping me with longer form social media content, emails, media kits, great long form content. Thank you, Kristen, for helping me this year. And I didn't even have to ask her. She volunteered on her own accord, so that was really nice. All right, we are here. Oh, Emma. All right, Emma was another graphic designer. You guys will know her from her account, Millennial Emma. Emma really helped me out getting all these panels together for the live stream. She came up with this color, our new border we added. We added an additional color to our main scheme for Childfree Convention. That is all Emma. Thank you. I love it. I would have never thought of that. She also designed content for our social media as well. So thank you so much, Emma, for really helping me get everything done. And again, you're on the team next year until you tell me otherwise. And finally, we have Ethical Comics. Mika, who's in Sweden. Mika did all of our Childfree Convention comics this year, which was a really cool new addition. Fun. I still have a few I could probably post. But yeah, guys, go follow Ethical Comics. She does child-free comic design and great stuff. So thank you so much. So, and an honorable mention to Lucas Cheney, who helped us with the monthly Childfree Convention live streams we did throughout the year. So this year we weren't just doing a solo event, we were doing monthly streams. And he was helping Jared in the background with tech. So thank you, everybody. It's a lot of work, and we do it because we love it. We're all volunteers. They couldn't afford me if I actually charged my fee. So we're all volunteers here. But thank you so much to everyone who applied, and you guys have been consistent and loyal throughout the whole year. And I'm saying this as like a very, I don't say I'm a parent to anything. I'm not a mother of anything, but right now I feel incredibly proud, and I feel like you guys have to, I'm just going to start rambling for the rest, another 10 minutes, but I'm just I'm just really happy, and just seeing it, everything come together has been incredibly cool. So thank you, volunteers. You are the best. I don't like saying I love you. I like saying I adore you, because I'm a little squeamish with the whole I love you thing. That was a massive confession just now. So I adore all of you. Thank you.
We all adore you, Lenora.
Aw.
I think I can speak
I
for
should
everyone
do it
in the
this
comment
week.
section.
Either that or I'm getting a lot of hate emails. I don't know.
And so with that, we will roll into a thanking of our sponsors again. In case you haven't heard me say it enough, we're so thankful to have you. Our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth. 365 is another sponsor, along with Best Child Free Life Possible Facebook group. Go join it. Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, which is where you can get some really cool merchandise, including the official 2022 convention shirt. And then on the back, it might get blurry, but I hope not. But you can see everyone that's been a part of it. Like we got the names, we got sponsors that achieved certain sponsorship levels. They're on there, and it's a cool material. It's not like cotton. It's kind of stretchy. It's kind of like a superhero outfit. I don't know, but it doesn't wrinkle like really easily. I can pull this thing out and wear it. Actually, I will in a second.
It's like the dress.
Yeah.
I think it's the same material. This is like a super suit. This dress is flattering for every body shape, and it's just, okay. Jared, I have another fan, so I will try not to like.
Oh, is it polyester or
it's
that
some kind of a blend.
No.
It's got some kind of spandex poly. I don't know. It's magic.
It's spandex and it's freaking amazing, guys.
But really cool. Go to childfreefamily.com/shop, or just go to childfreefamily.com and scroll down to the shop. You'll find all the stuff there, or go straight to the childfreeconvention.com site, and there's links there as well.
Yeah.
Child Free Journals is also a sponsor, along with stophavingkids.org. StreamYard that you're watching right now has been amazing with all the cool buttons and toys that Jared gets to hit behind the scenes. I know he's
And
having a
can we
blast.
say they've sponsored us all year
And last year, yeah.
and last year.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Thank you.
So if you're looking to start a live stream, might I suggest using StreamYard. And also 2 books, The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and the book Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint. So on top of that, speaking about books, special plug again for Dr. J and Child Free Wealth. Go to childfreewealth.com/book. He's giving away digital copies of the book he's put out earlier this year, Portraits of Child Free Wealth. It's a great book. It's free. Get it, people. It's there. Like get it while it lasts, because I think at the end of the day, that might be it. So definitely sign up and get that. So Lenora, do you want to plug anything for Child Free Journals?
Yeah. So yesterday I spoke a little bit about Child Free Journals, but I forgot to share the actual thing I wanted to plug. So a couple years ago, well, it's like 3 years ago now, I created the Bitchy Bookkeeper journals. They're just fun paperback journals with a child-free theme. There's child-free graphics. I share my child-free journey throughout. It's just, line pages, very discreet, cute little watermark, something you're not ashamed to have. But I realize there's a lot of people who don't know how to journal, haven't a clue. So I created a free ebook. You can go to childfreejournals.com. You don't have to sign up for anything. Just download it. It pops up right away. And it's 50 child-free themed journal prompts. So if you have no clue how to journal, and you don't even have to, it's not even about journaling, but about being child-free, but it's kind of the intent behind it. But it gives you an idea on how to start, because I know journaling can be really weird. I've been doing it since I was 12. My first diary from grade 6 is like right up there, and it's so incredibly embarrassing to read. I don't recommend reading your grade 6 self, but it's kind of amusing. Anyway, so if you don't have a clue about how to journal, you've thought about it, you don't even have to have a journal. Just go to childfreejournals.com. You can download the free ebook. It's hosted on Google, so it's safe. You can put it on your Kindle. It's PDF form, and you can go through it. And again, it's great for fence sitters. I've heard from fence sitters who have used that because it asks questions. I ask questions, so it gives you just gets your thoughts going. Because journaling doesn't have to mean dear diary, blah blah blah. It's just writing down your thoughts. I said in the estate panel segment yesterday that in case I die file, my brother is to burn every single journal, because there's no way I want any of that stuff public. So go check out childfreejournals.com.
Juicy info there.
You have no idea.
So Jared, plug your group, please. Get some more people signed up.
Yeah, you can sign up. Just fill out the application questions at Best Child Free Life Possible Facebook group. You can just type it in on Facebook. Easy to sign up. I also have a run called the Child Free 5K and 10K. I'm trying to do it at around the end of May for an entire week. It's free to join, just to bring awareness to the child-free lifestyle. Facebook.com/childfreerun. We'll do that next year. What it is you can wear a child-free t-shirt along the walk or run. At the end of your run, you can just yell out, "You're child-free." If you want to cause I don't condone any bad stuff that you do after you get done with the run or whatever, but you just complete it. You can do it with your other child-free friends or a group. I would recommend that. So that's the child-free 5K and 10K run we'll try to do. I would love to see if we could do it in one location one time, like Tampa Bay or something, where we come together. Some people may want to fly or drive, but that could be down the road or whatever. So that's that.
Can't
And then
they just run to the location? Like, that would make sense.
if they want, I mean, if they want to do it multiple times. We also have Child-Free Runners group on Facebook. You can join that. You can go for your like weight loss goals or your cardio goals, or you're trying to just do a 5K run and start from there. And then we also have a Strava club that's free to join on the Strava app, Child-Free Runners United. It has a leaderboard, how everyone's doing mile wise and many other stats and that sort of thing. And there's other child-free people on that. So you can just search Child-Free Runners United on the Strava app, and that's it for me.
All right. And then for me, I will talk about childfreefamily.com. And let me do something real quick. While that's going on, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
So it all started out with people wanting to find other child-free people. And so basic thing I thought of, well, let's have a map. And so with that, I basically use this as the basis of creating child-free families. Like, let's find more child-free people. So yeah, you can just zoom in and click on people and you can see their images and profiles. And well, sometimes they're expanding there. There's Victoria in the middle of America. Awesome. Hi, Victoria. But you get little profiles. So like, here's my profile. Let's see, it's in here somewhere. It's a little slow because it's just us. So here's me. Boom, I got a profile. You join up, you get a little profile. So you can make friends super easy. And it's outside of all these big conglomerates that track your everything you do. I like literally this. I'm the only person behind the scenes here. I don't care where you do, what you buy. Doesn't matter. This is literally just an easy website to meet other child-free people. Got the map. And then also the shop for Buy Child Free is located here as well. So you can come down here, check out the women's section, men's section, pet section, cool hats, mugs. Lenora loves the mugs.
Huge selection. You
Yeah,
guys,
so,
like, no joke.
Yeah.
Wait, a huge selection is 2? I thought you Americans did things like way bigger than that.
I think he's talking of like
in general?
Yeah.
I've got dozens at this point of everything child-free convention.
Like all these different brands are on there that are available. So yeah,
they've got this one.
Cool.
That
Yeah,
his budget, his special sale that he has going on for this T-shirt.
Oh, it's a bit blurry.
It's blurry, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Oh no, there we go.
It's there. Yeah, so Lucas and I
whatever.
basically, like earlier this year, that's one of our favorite shirts that people have, and so we're basically giving it away at cost. Like we're making, I think, like 3 cents a shirt or something. Like it's as low as we can possibly get it, because what's the easiest way to find a child-free person is you see them wearing a child-free shirt. So anyway, with
Also,
that,
dresses, guys.
and dresses. Dresses.
I love this. I love this.
I know it's blurry, but it doesn't look blurry in real life. So
yeah, that canvas is amazing.
So that being said, we're about to get rolling back into the convention. Thank you, everyone. International Child Free Day is coming up on August 1st. Happy International Child Free Day for those that may already be August 1st. For everyone else in the Western Hemisphere, we'll be there tomorrow. So
I want to plug one thing more that's for Lenora, is download the free Clubhouse app and search Child Free Club and get in there and talk with other people, and you get to use your mic on your phone. You guys have so many chats each week.
Yeah, it's just actually I host Child Free Morning Chat every Monday through Friday, even on the holidays, 8 o'clock in the morning for me, Mountain Daylight Time. So 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I will be there for an hour. We chat. Some of the people you will have known from the halftime show segment. But yeah, if you want to wake up with me in the morning, download Child Free or Clubhouse app and search Child Free Club, and we can make that happen.
Yep.
So with that, we'll call halftime a wrap, and we will dive into the next panel here shortly. Give us a little bit of a break, and we'll be with you in a moment. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel Child-Free F.I.R.E, Financial Independence, Retire Early. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I'm Lenora Fay, the other moderator.
And we'd like to thank our sponsors, presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child-Free Life Possible, found on Facebook, Buy Childfree for merchandise, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer: opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So let's get our speakers on stage, please.
Yeah.
Rosie.
Hey, Rosie.
Hey, Dr. J. We haven't met before. Caroline. Hi.
Hey, Caroline. So let's start out real easy. Tell us about yourself. Rosie, go ahead.
Wonderful. Hi, guys. So my name is Rosie. I am 46 years old, and I'm calling in from San Francisco. We are child-free. We are in Coast Fi already, and I think we are going to be entering a work optional life by the end of 2026. So that's very exciting for us. My husband works in tech, so that's helpful. And then I work as a legal and compliance officer for a private equity.
Okay, thank you. Caroline, how about you?
Hi, I am Caroline. I'm 35 and I live in Belgium. We are child-free and just started the F.I.R.E movement, the interests. But because we're child-free, we already have a head start financial-wise. And I am looking forward to this panel and to see what I can learn and gets me on the way.
All right. And Dr. J. Zygmunt.
So Cody, we're doing the income disparities. We did you were broke before halftime and you have money after halftime.
I mean, the timing just worked out that way.
Oh,
I'm trying. You're on both of them, so I'm trying to make it easy for you.
I just got to change my hat here. I went to do a costume change. I didn't have a dress or a wig, so I was like, anyway, I'm Jay. My wife and I, we would be on the financial independence side, but she enjoys her job. I joke. I love my job too. But right now we're kind of living this FILE life, financial independence, live early, kind of dialing the work right with the plan on retiring in 15 years and getting on a boat and traveling the world. So all the money that I make is going into a better boat. So, I think it's worth it, but we'll see.
We have one more speaker on the way, so we'll continue, but
sure.
Andy's coming.
Well, we'll keep going with the questions. You can come in. So, where are you on the path of financial independence? We'll start with Rosie.
So we are already Coast Fi, so meaning to say that, and I was explaining this to the other panelists earlier, but my husband and I actually ran into Coast Fi accidentally. I have been saving since I was 26, after having lost or gave up my 401k at my first job. I made myself promise never again. And so we are in Coast Fi. So that means that we have put away enough money in our retirement account that if we don't put one more penny to it, by the time I hit 59 and a half, we're going to be just groovy. And my husband being younger than me, our plan is to let his retirement account keep compounding in the background.
Okay. Sounds good. Caroline, how about you?
Well, I just started actually, but I have already a side hustle next to my regular job, so I'm hoping to accelerate things with the money that I earn there. And I'm actually hoping, but when I hear the others, I'm not sure if it's possible. I'm hoping to not really retire, but to do the barista fire, keep on working on what I like in 10 years. So when I'm 45, I'm hoping to work less, travel more.
Absolutely.
That I already do now. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
Dr. J.
Yeah, so my wife and I, we would be on the considered financially independent. That's cool. No debt makes that a lot easier. I think what we're debating right now is like, how much work do you actually want to do? Do you enjoy? Is it the work you want to do? Like, you get to a point where it's like, how do I dial in the right amount of work? Because the money isn't the goal, but it's like what I enjoy or what I want to do. I mean, my wife's a professor. She enjoys what she does. I enjoy what I do, but like, what's that balance between making money and helping people and working? I don't know. We'll figure that one out.
So when did you realize that FIRE or file was achievable? So we'll start with you, Rosie.
I think it happened around the pandemic in 2020. So of course the world, stood still, and my husband and I were like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" And I said, "Well, why don't we look at our finances?" And then when we looked at it, I'm like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "This is a pleasant surprise." And then, we started doing some calculators, and like what I told you guys, like I think we planned on retiring at that time in 2020 in 10 years. So I'll be 55 or something like that. And when we did the calculation, we figured out that, like Dr. J, like we can quit our 9 to 5. I am really just, I really just want to be a little bit free from the corporate world. And, like, and Caroline, like, you're not alone. Like, I don't see myself not working. I just want to work less and be able to travel more and wake up at 10 a.m. or something. So that's when we discovered. And then, so currently, we're continuing to work. I have a full-time job, and apart from that, I have a side hustle. But everything that we're doing right now, we are funding our taxable brokerage account, which is our plan to bridge, from that time until such time that I'm able to tap into my retirement account.
Awesome. Thanks. Caroline, go ahead.
Well, for us, it was an eye-opener when the house we live in, me and my husband, we bought a house 13 years ago, which was our starter home. For very cheap. We remodeled it a little bit in a good area, and we were going with, everyone's having kids, buying a bigger house, and we were skipping the kids part, but we were looking into a bigger house, and we were looking around and doing the calculation, and we were like, why should we have a bigger house? Why should we have a bigger debt, pay more each month, pay off a loan again? Why should we do that and just not use that money that we have because we had better jobs since we bought this house, since we started? Why would we do that? And what would it mean for us? And we also did all the math. And we were like, maybe it's possible that we work hard for another 10 years and we can, instead of waiting for the retirement age here is 65 at this point. Why we have to work 30 years to just wait to get some money from the government in the Belgian system? And why don't we just get that money ourselves and stop working early so we can enjoy the best years of our lives and don't have to wait until we're too old to enjoy what we earned?
I love it.
I love it too. All right. We'll go to Dr. J, and then we'll introduce Andy. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I think the big turning point for me was when we paid off my wife's car. I mentioned that earlier. It's like debt can be out of your life, and all of a sudden, when you cut debt out, you're like, my expenses are really low. All of a sudden, could quit your job. I think as I dove into the research on this, when I was doing work on my book, I found that there's cases of like with accidental fire. They just like fell into it, and what it was got out of debt. They stayed out of debt, and then they maxed out their retirement accounts. It really was that simple for many of them. I think what I'm finding now is a lot of child-free folks don't actually want to retire. So if your goal is not leaving a legacy, generational wealth, and your goal is like, hey, I'm okay working, I enjoy what I'm doing, that's where that file comes in, financial independence, live early, of getting that dial right on work. And if you don't have the legacy, and if you don't care about retirement, there's files a possibility for people a lot younger. Then we get into some of the issues Rosie's talking about, how to get your money and all that. But that's all mechanics you can do. It's a matter of making the life you want.
Yes. We're not allowed to retire from Child Free Convention ever. All right. So
you don't get paid for it, so there's nothing to retire.
I mean, that's true.
Ping me anytime. I love being part of this community.
So let's wrap Andy into this. So Andy, if you would tell us about yourself and let us know where you are on the path of financial independence.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. I got a little bit caught up with some computer issues.
No worries, it's live. That's all right.
Yeah, so my name's Andy Rude. I'm 36. I live out in Hawaii right now, and I kind of work in the health and safety industry. And on my path to FIRE, I'd say I kind of discovered it maybe 5 years ago or so, and started getting a little bit more serious, maybe 3 years, kind of saving, trying to cut back on some expenses. And as far as kind of my end date, I would say probably about 8 to 10 years. But again, like others have said, that could change. My wife runs like a travel agency where she's working remotely. So if we can tie some of that in and I can do some online work in the health and safety industry, we might be able to dial things back before that and just be working part-time kind of deal. So yeah.
Very cool. And the question that we just wrapped up, like to get your info on, is when did you realize that either FIRE or FILE would be achievable?
Yeah, so I think I started out as a really big like Dave Ramsey kind of guy. And I think other people in the financial independence kind of get on that path initially too, and getting you out of debt and going down that road. But then I started to get to the end of that sort of process where it was save 15+% of your income and wait till you're 59 and a half or 65 and then retire. And to me, I just thought, man, I really don't want to work full time and go down that for the next 40 years. There's got to be a better way. And I started listening to some different podcasts, and I think I stumbled upon, it's called, what was it? The Mad Fientist.
Oh, yes. I love
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
And he interviews different people all the time. And he was interviewing Seth Ramit, who wrote a book. And
yeah, I Will Teach You to Be Rich.
Yeah, I Will Teach You to Be Rich. And so I just listened to that for like an hour, and as I was driving, because I did that a lot for work. And I thought, holy, this is possible. This is something that can be done. Absolutely. And I just kind of went from there. I started listening to different podcasts, and I watched the Playing with Fire movie and sort of got my wife on board, and then we started going down that path. So
yeah. And so with that, how has being child-free affected your progress, Rosie?
Well,
first of all, we wanted to have children. Sorry. So we wanted to have children, but we couldn't after several failed attempts. So I had to switch. And I really actually didn't factor that in, to be honest with you, early on when, the cloud of like, oh my God, we couldn't have children, blah, blah, blah. But then a light bulb, just went off when a lot of our friends who have kids are battling like daycare expenses, saving for college, or I have friends who, are still paying their kids' college loans, which is just, to me, it's just mind boggling. And I was like, oh my God, we don't have to worry about those things. So then we can even retire earlier. And I think a lot of our friends know that about us. We travel extensively. And that has been such, in some ways, I look at it now as a blessing that we don't have children, so that we can live our lives the way that we want to and not constantly have to worry about children.
All right, Andy, step up.
Yeah, I mean, I think financially, it's a benefit. I mean, it's less mouths to feed, less education. I mean, it's less everything. So I think it's definitely a benefit. My wife and I decided sort of early on in our marriage that we chose not to have kids. I have nothing against kids. I like kids, but we just decided to go down that route. And yeah, I think for financial independence, it's a benefit. If you just look at kids from a cost perspective, they're expensive.
They're expensive.
Yeah. Caroline, how about you?
Yeah, besides all the arguments that are already given, I think it's not only financial, but also the possibilities you have to do with your money what you want. When you have kids, they have to come first. I mean, and I don't hate kids as well. So when you have kids, you have to take care of them. It's like, you do the same with your pets, I assume. So, and not, you don't have kids, you don't have to take care of them. So you have the freedom to do with the money you earn what you and your partner or your husband want. So that helps. It gives you the option to go to the fire earlier than people with children, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Dr. J, round the question out for us.
Yeah, the way I look at it is living a life of child-free wealth means you get to have the time, money, and freedom to do what you want. The challenge then is, okay, then what? I call it the child-free midlife crisis, when you've hit your personal, professional, financial goals. And then what do I want to do with myself? I think that it allows you to do it, but it's also that, like, can be a little analysis paralysis for some people. And I don't have the answer on that one, but it's just part of the picture you have to look at. Your money is more than just the dollars and cents. It's the life you want to live.
So do you have any tips for achieving FIRE? We'll start with Rosie.
Definitely. Carolyn, here in the United States, I don't know if it's the same in Belgium, but definitely a big tip is, max your 401k. First of all, let me back up. Don't work for a company who doesn't have a retirement account. This is another thing that boggles my mind, when I hear a lot of these young people working for companies that don't offer retirement accounts, because they lose out a lot. And so a few things that I always say is that, hey, pay yourself first, do the maximum contribution that your company, if they have a match, open up your own Roth IRA immediately. And another thing is that taxable brokerage account, I think, is so key. And, even if you can only put like $50 every paycheck, and definitely live below your means. I definitely was caught up, early on in my life. I've always made good money. I've always worked in industry that paid well. And I definitely was caught up in the party life, or the Louis Vuittons and the Gucci's and stuff. It was just, I just hate myself sometimes when I look at it. And weed out people in your life that do not share the same goal. You would be very surprised how many people out there, really, when you ask them, like, oh, what's your financial goal? They're like, I don't know, I'm just going to live my life each day. And I'm like, okay. So my husband and I are far more intentional now who we keep in our lives, definitely, especially on the financial goal front. And also, don't be afraid to hustle and coupon. Like, I coupon like crazy, man. And this is the reason why I travel hack too. One of the eye-opener for me, I really love traveling, but I'm not going to spend like thousands and thousands of dollars traveling. Enter travel hacking. And so that has allowed my husband and I to travel extensively, and whatever money that we save by not putting it on the travel, we put it in our taxable brokerage account and grow it. And index funds, oh my goodness, that's it.
Have you found a coupon for Dolce & Gabbana by any chance? Let me know. All right, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, I think she touched on a lot of really important things. For me, right when my wife and I started this process, I was more on board. I was a natural saver. I was ready to just stash away every penny and cut everything out of our life. My wife, a little bit more of a free spirit and wanted to be able to travel and do all those kind of things. And I think we had to kind of come up with our why, like, why are we doing this? And so I think it's very important to come up with the why. And also something that I took away from the Playing with Fire movie that I watched was making a list of the top 10 things that make you happy and going down that list. And I think what you'll find when you make a top 10 list of things that make you happy in life, very few of those things cost money.
Exactly.
And from the Seth Ramit book that I read, he said, spend extravagantly on the things that bring you happiness and cut mercilessly on the things that don't. And that's kind of the path. That's how I sort of live things. My wife and I, we love to travel. And although we do some travel hacking stuff, we spend money on travel. Like we spend decent money on travel. But other things like my car, where I live, the clothes I wear, is not important to me. It might be important to other people and they should focus their costs there. But I don't spend any money on those things. So I think there's two very important things. And then the last thing I would say is, especially if you're early on in your career or anything like that, you're going to make more money in the future. Just keep bettering yourself. You're going to make more money, and it might be harder to save now, but it's going to be easier to save in the future, so long as you avoid the lifestyle creep.
Yes.
And that's what keeps up with people, that you can be making 2-3 times what you were when you started out in your career, but you're still living paycheck to paycheck because you let your lifestyle creep up with that. And if you can avoid that, you will be well ahead of everybody else.
Great tip.
Caroline, go ahead.
Well, Rosie and Andy already talked about the things you have to watch out for, the lifestyle inflation, like Andy called it, the lifestyle creep. You earn more, but you spend more. And I also like to travel, but I think it's not really, I do like the hacks. I do them too. I use them too. But I think it's more about balance. And then when you combine what Rosie and Andy said, you can't spend on everything. You can't and you have to choose. You can spend on something you like, but then you have to, you don't have to, but if you want to retire early, you have to watch your money. Just watch your money. Think about what you spend, change your money mindset. It's not because it's on sale you have to have it. Just don't spend money you don't need to, I think. But I do have some questions because I live in Belgium and I hear a lot about the 401k, so maybe at the end, or
yeah, Phil.
Okay.
I'll answer
Dr.
those
J is the
questions.
perfect person to come up after you
Yeah.
because he can tackle that.
What's
So-
with that?
Caroline, just ignore all those numbers. Those are just IRS laws, the tax laws. in the
Okay,
US. Okay.
okay.
None of those matter to you at all.
No, they don't.
So when people ask me about how do I achieve FIRE, my first question is, well, make sure you want to. You know, like some people want to, some people don't. Figure out what life you want. Second thing is get on a budget, pay down your debt, which sounds really boring, but you pay off your credit cards, you get a 16, 20% tax-free return, risk-free return. That's going to be better than any investment. Then you can invest. Investing, the rule to follow is only invest in things you understand. That means you understand what you're investing in, how it impacts your financial plan, and where to hold it, which is what Caroline was asking about, which accounts. In the U.S., taxes, 401k, Roth. Yeah, investing's really easy. Taxes, hard. So that's just kind of the reality check on that. I think when people think about, like, can I achieve FIRE? Well, I didn't start before. Well, you know what? Start where you are and create the life you're looking for. You know, you can improve your money behaviors at any time. What I will tell you is making more money does not make it easier if you don't change your behaviors. You know, your habits, your understanding of money. I've got people that make more money than you'd ever believe that live paycheck to paycheck. And I have people that are making very little that are making huge progress on their FIRE. So it's about you and what you want to do and your goals. I will also say, though, for my child-free clients, which is just about everybody, I actually spend more time teaching people to spend money than to save it. Because at some point, you've got enough money that it doesn't matter. One of the things to watch out as a child-free person is you can actually have too much money at the end of your life.
Yes.
You know, my goal is to die with my last $100 in my hand. You need to figure out what's important to you and then work backwards. Because what I find is that you get so stuck on the goals and stuck on the gerbil wheel and you're living that life that I'm like, stop, have fun, enjoy yourself. You're like, well, but I'm scrimping and saying, like, buy the Starbucks. You're okay. Like, you're gonna be fine. And it's a balancing act that we can get too stuck on the goal and lose our life in the middle.
So the future news story is years down the road is Dr. J found dead on his boat with $100 in his hand and a smile on his face.
Oh, I mean, I love what Dr. J said, because seriously, that's one of the things. It's like, we don't have a legacy, right? We don't have children, and that's one of the things that my husband and I continue to like, hey, and he's asked me to, like, you don't need to work this other job, because I can't quit the other job because it's a family business. And he's like, you can't, but I'm like, I don't know, like, what am I going to do with my life? That's like what Dr. J said. And I love what he said, like, die with $100. That's the goal.
And the "in case I die" file has to be somewhere where your wife can find it. Dr.
And have
J,
the
just-
estate plan set up so you know who gets $100.
Go back to that section. That's a separate one. We already talked about that one. Wait, we started with dying first, and then we did. I think we got our order wrong.
All right, we've got an incoming question. Let's pop it up there and see what we've got. So, question: how do you plan for the potential need of expensive long-term care that greatly exceeds the monthly expense budget you planned in retirement?
Can I dive
anyone
into this
anyone
one?
that wants to tackle that, feel free.
Oh, this one I want. This is the stupid question I hate of who's going to take care of when you're older? Yeah,
I know.
Your money is. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's how this works. The bottom line is nobody's going to take care of you. The data says 55 and older, child-free folks, 2.5% get any support from their family. 1.5% of parents get any support. So nobody gets any support. And long-term care is stupid expensive. Okay, it just is. It's actually cheaper to live on a cruise ship year-round than most long-term care. In California, since Rosie's there, their daily cost is $400 a day for nursing care. That's a pretty good hotel, I can say it.
Mm-hmm.
So here's your thing. I tell everybody your goal should be by the time mid-40s, late 40s, to have a plan for long-term care. Mm-hmm. So that can come out of your retirement, can come out of long-term care insurance. Those are options. Medicaid in the U.S. is not an option. What that is really saying is I'm going to be broke and let the government take care of it, which unfortunately Medicaid level care is terrible. It just is. But they pay for most of it. So you need to have a plan that's either going to come out of your retirement or out of long-term care, and you want to get in place as soon as possible. The other thing for this is if you're going to have to care for your parents, you may need a plan for them. So I've actually had some clients that take out long-term care plans, insurance plans on their parents so that it helps out so they don't have to pay for it. So you have to have something. When you look at long-term care insurance, we don't need the life insurance to go with it. So you just need a plain old policy. It's actually cheapest if you're in a couple, most expensive for single females. It just is what it is. Men will spend on average 2.2 years in long-term care, and women will spend 3.7 years. You're talking about large numbers you need to plan for so that $100 doesn't get stolen for long-term care.
All right. Anything else anyone wants to add about long-term care thoughts or concerns?
Yeah, no, actually, to be honest with you, I took out a long-term care insurance policy for me and my husband specifically for this, because I wanted to be sure that if something were to happen, that that we would have that, and also we have earmarked a portion of our retirement account. So we have an account specifically for long-term. I've told my husband over and over again, we are not to touch this, because this account is specifically for long-term care when we need it.
Excellent.
Can I ask a question about that? Because
sure, yeah.
Isn't there a thing in the United States then that we have like a basic care here when you're older, like the OCM, I think YMCA, like bit the same thing. When you have no money, when you're old and you don't have the money, they take care of you in retirement homes and the medical bills, and you don't have that for elderly people?
No, so in the US, what we do is pull yourself up by the bootstraps. That was the discussion we had before. And good luck. We have Social Security, which some people get some money. I'm kind of tongue in cheek. But from a long-term care, there is a process called Medicaid, but you have to have essentially no assets and no money.
No assets, yes.
And then the care, unfortunately, is terrible.
It's not good.
I worked as a paramedic for years. You'd go to these facilities. This is what drove me crazy. Your feet stick to the ground because it's so nasty.
Yes, exactly.
I'm talking like literally disgusting.
It is. Yes.
So Caroline, we're a little less civilized here in the U.S., I guess.
No, I know. I traveled. I like the country. I like it because of the culture shock I always get. So even when you go west or east or south, it's always different. So I like it, but I know it was bad, but I did not know because you're a Western.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
closing remarks, but in the comment section, and when this is archived in the comments in the future, if you're in another country, let us know what the scenario is like for long-term care for your elders. Let us know. We'd love to find out. So in closing, is there anything that you'd like to plug or promote or let people know how to get in touch with you after the convention is over? We'll start with Rosie.
Yes, definitely. I actually started my blog. It's Say Yes to FI. So Say Yes to Financial Independence. I sent it on the chat. I just started it and I definitely have to write more. I feel like I'm at a time in my life where I can, do some good and return to the community that has been very, very generous to me. So I would love to hear from people.
Excellent. Andy, how about you?
No, nothing specific. Yeah, I just here to give my perspective from a regular person's
Awesome.
vision.
No, that's fine.
We like regular people.
Yeah.
Hey, Caroline, how about you?
Yeah, nothing professionally, but I started a blog, a child-free travel blog, which is coming. The website is coming.
All right.
But you can find me already on Instagram and in Facebook. It's in Dutch, so I would suggest you search me on Instagram under the name Caro Trips.
All right. Rosie and Caroline, let Childfree Media know when you're ready to launch those. Dr. J.
Yep. Just listen to Cody. He says to go to childfreewealth.com. He said it enough times today. But in reality, if you're working on a FI.RE plan or you're working on long-term care or that, reach out. I do an hour free, get to know each other. At least you can figure out what options you have. I think it's hard to do alone. So just reach out when you want a hand.
Yeah. If you live in the U.S., talk to Dr. J. He will set you straight or keep you on the right path. So with that being said, thank you, everyone. This has been a ton of information. I hope people have gotten a lot from it. I believe they did. With that, we will close the panel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Cody, you're.
Hi, welcome to the panel, Child Free Off the Grid. I'm Cody Hetzel, one of your moderators.
And I am Lenora Fay, also your moderator.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child Free Life Possible on Facebook in the groups, Buy Childfree for merchandise, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So let's bring up our speakers, please.
All right.
Hi, Kelly.
Hello.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, Jen. So with that, let's start off with something easy. Tell us about yourself. Jen, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I'm Jen. I'm a writer. I currently work for a couple of different companies, a nonprofit and a crypto startup. I'm married, but currently petless, and I enjoy going for walks, amateur iPhone photography, and eating vegan food all across the US. And I am a child-free by choice nomad.
Awesome, awesome. And Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Dennings. My pronouns are she and her. I work for the Center for Biological Diversity. It's a national nonprofit conservation organization. And I was actually working from home before the pandemic, but was able to become a digital nomad in 2021 with my partner. And yeah, we enjoy being outside most in nice weather. And so we've been traveling the Southeast and left the DC area and pretty much took the amount that we were spending on rent and put it towards long-term Airbnbs.
Excellent. And I think we've got Denise hiding in the background. There she is. Hey, Denise, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello again. My name's Denise. I'm 54. I'm a photographer, child-free photographer in Brighton, UK. Currently documenting the childless, child-free movement. I'm author of the book Mum's Not the Word, and also making Dad's Not the Word, and also a new series, the child-free series. What I'm doing now is I'm looking at the environmental aspect of being child-free. I'm interested in population growth and the impact on the environment, sustainability and the well-being of future generations. I construct images and projects where my subject is paramount.
Thanks for diving into that. I think we're all interested in that information.
So what is your definition of off the grid? Kelly, we'll start with you.
Yeah, this was a little bit of an intimidating question because to me, off the grid is like living in the backwoods in a tent, hunting my own food or something. But no, for us, we definitely use electricity and internet since we are essentially office workers that just work from, our dining rooms. But yeah, so off the grid meant that we left a home base and move around pretty much every 6 to 8 weeks.
It's funny because I joked with Cody, if it were truly off the grid, they would not be on this panel because no one would have Wi-Fi. So
you have to mail us your letters and
so we take every, we get it. Denise, go ahead.
My photography has a history of representing marginalised and disenfranchised people, and I've made essays with like travellers, artists, activists, people who do not vote or affected by homelessness. Because so I some of those people that I've worked with are off the grid. My individual lifestyle does create a light carbon footprint. I do not have children, drive a car, watch TV, eat meat or dairy. I recycle, reuse, and buy local where possible. I rent a studio where I am now within an arts organisation that provides affordable space to artists. My home landlord believes people before profits. Previously, I've lived in a caravan and on a boat as well.
Nice. Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm very similar to Kelly. We sort of, my husband and I, we left Portland, Oregon we thought we were moving to Austin, and we got there and it just kind of wasn't for us. And the job that we moved for went fully remote. And so we just kind of kept going. And yeah, off the grid to me means exactly the same as Kelly, like in the mountains of solar and, Skylink and all of that. But, I think for our purposes, it's just sort of being, off the traditional kind of social grid, right? Because you don't have your regular neighborhood, the, usual places, your friends, your family around, and you don't have your all of your stuff, all of those things. And so I think that's kind of how I feel like I fit into the off the grid panel.
So what do you enjoy about your lifestyle that you're setting up, Kelly?
Well, I love the weather. So we are just following, and I don't even follow, I think there's like people that follow the 72, 74 degree lifestyle. I'm like 80, 78 to 80. So yeah, so we've just been following the good weather pretty much. And we've been picking places that are cheaper than the DC area. And so we've enjoyed meeting new people, but also it gives us the opportunity to visit friends and family. So where a lot of people were maybe more hesitant to visit friends and family during the pandemic, we were kind of doing that safely, I think. So.
Okay. And Denise?
I kind of looked at this in terms of my child-free lifestyle. So I kind of put that it's my independence, doing what I want, being able to make my own choices, being in control of my life, living in a small space. I live in, we call it in the UK a bedsit, a studio flat. I live in one room in a multiple occupancy house. So when the bills come in, they're just so low. It's absolutely brilliant. So we really are not using much energy. And living in a small space as well, especially when I was living in the caravan, really encourages minimalism because, you can't buy it because you've got nowhere to put it. And also knowing that I'm doing good for the environment and the well-being of future generations.
So generations in the future that are finding this, you can thank Denise and people like her for giving you air to breathe that's clean. So, Jen.
Yeah, I think, exactly. For me, one of the things that I have loved, we've been doing this it'll be 2 years Labor Day weekend. So almost 2 full years. And we've been all the way across the US and back. And one of the best parts for me has been being able to meet up with friends that I knew from the internet. So, if I'm in a city and I know somebody there, I'm reaching out and saying, hey, I'm in town, let's get together. And that's been really fun because I've had a chance to connect in person with people that I probably never would have otherwise. And then just, seeing parts of the country that I would never have gone on vacation. But when we're like, hey, where can we find a cheap Airbnb with good Wi-Fi? We spent 3 weeks in Buchanan, West Virginia. That's actually where I was when I did the convention last year. But it was great. And I never would have gone on a trip to West Virginia, but it was beautiful. We met interesting people. We saw all sorts of stuff. And then also my favorite thing is when it gets dirty, we move.
I'm really curious as to where you will be next year at next year's convention.
You and me both, Lenora. You and me both.
I like your cleaning strategy. It's like, we're moving.
I mean, it's so true. It's so true. It's like, we should probably book another place because, it looks like we paid a cleaning deposit. That's part of the expenses. And, it's part of the benefit to me is you just, we leave it as tidy as we can, but we're not scrubbing the toilet or, doing those sorts of things because that's part of the cost of admission.
I've been doing life all wrong. So how much research went into planning? Kelly, go ahead.
So we actually had a dream of kind of like the RV lifestyle, thinking that we could both work remote in an RV, and learned during a pandemic that our, 2-bedroom, 900 square foot place in DC was too much for us, or too little for us during the pandemic. So we scratched the RV thing. So great for Denise that she's able to do that. So we did 2 Airbnb tests in 2020. We also went to West Virginia for a month, and we did Pennsylvania for 2 weeks. And so that was kind of our test to figure out, well, what do we need to bring with us? What do the Airbnbs provide? And then my partner's a mathematician, kind of computer programmer. So he created this huge spreadsheet, which I call the algorithm, but it's really just a big spreadsheet. And so it's got community, weather, politics, cost of living, walkability. And he's made like little visualizations. So he was kind of picking where we should go based on what the algorithm was telling us. And then we would do Airbnb and Furnished Finder searches, which can also be a huge headache because, as Jen was saying, we need good Wi-Fi. And then once we got into town, we would actually just really look for the things that interested us. So, if they didn't have a drag bingo, or if they, didn't have a roller rink or something like that, then maybe that wasn't the place for us. And as we continued to do it, we got much, much better at picking locations.
I can't wait for the crazy story part. It sounds like you have a good one. Denise, go ahead.
Well, I consistently research for my photography, and I learn from talking to people and keep up by non-mainstream news. Overall, my journey, it's taken an organic pattern rooted from personal ambitions. So not so much planning on my part, it's more of where I've ended up or manifested.
Thank you, Denise. Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, I will want to see that spreadsheet. I want to see the algorithm. But yeah, like I said, we originally planned to go to Austin, and that's kind of, we probably don't do as much research as we should, but sometimes it's weather. We also kind of chase the nice weather. Sometimes it's, we just have an idea of a place that we want to go to visit a friend or to see something or eat something, and then just kind of make a path to get there. And then, yeah, we pick an Airbnb. I haven't had good luck with Furnished Finder, but yeah, sometimes the Airbnb leads where we go, and that kind of makes the decision. And then we get there, and the first thing I research is where's the vegan food? What am I going to eat? And then everything else just falls into place.
Food is always important. That's kind of like how to plan any trip. It's like, where do you want to eat? And then just create the event around it.
That's my life. That's my entire life.
So some people might have a pre-notion of what it's like to do a heavy downsizing and a lot of moving, within a year or monthly or whatever it may be. So what does a typical week look like for you? And Kelly, we'll start with you.
Yeah, people sometimes think this is like such a great glamorous life, but unfortunately we are not yet retired. So we both work 8 to 6 from a computer, and honestly, I could sit in anybody's living room with good internet. It really doesn't matter. So in that regard, it's a little disappointing, but we do try to get out on the weekends to see the sites and meet the local community of the town we're staying in. And because it is good weather that we follow, you can kind of do that after the 6 o'clock, dinner hour also. But yeah, it's kind of like a normal everyday life. I got to do laundry. I got to cook food, and then the only other thing associated with it is every 6 to 8 weeks, we're packing up our Honda Element and moving. So that's the not glamorous part.
Denise, how about you?
Well, I'm currently on my summer vacation because I work in education. So most days at the moment, I'm very fortunate. I'm able to work on my photography. I have 4 child-free photo shoots this week. They're all going to be out on location. That's me looking at the environmental aspect of being child-free, like I spoke about earlier. When I do photograph them, I'll cycle, walk, or get the train or bus, depending on the distance. And then my daytime job starts again in 3 weeks' time. And during term time, I lecture in photography in 2 colleges, and I teach both teenagers and adults. 2 days a week, I'm out all day, and I travel by train 40 miles to work. And I teach 3 evening classes, and locally, so I walk. Any free time will be in my studio working on my photography, which is, of course, all about being child-free, planning, shooting, post-production, printing, and making zines. Weekends, I meet with friends, relax, exercise through cycling, or go to the laundrette.
All right. And Jen?
Yeah, very similar again to Kelly. We're living these, like, we have to meet up some point in person, Kelly. I think that's the big takeaway from this. But yeah, pretty boring during the week. We both, work remotely. But yeah, it's certainly, not having kids makes this really much easier and much more possible, because we just, we can go with the flexibility of within our jobs. And, during the week, it's get up, go for a walk, work. After work, we can do a little exploring or whatever we want. And then, yeah, sometimes the weekends means packing up literally everything we have. We've got that down to a pretty good science, though. We have a Ford pickup with a metal cover on the back, and everything has its spot there. We've downsized a ton since we started out. When we first started, because of course we just thought we were moving, we were like the Clampets and had stuff like it was just packed full. We also had our little dog still at the time, so we had tons of stuff, and we have just downsized and downsized and downsized. And so now, you know, we're like, oh gosh, we need to pack. We need to pack. And then I'm like, okay, everything's packed, because it does, we do have it down to a pretty good science. But yeah, sometimes that means driving, you know, 5 hours, 8 hours. We don't try to keep our drives pretty low, but so sometimes the weekend is driving all weekend to get to wherever our next spot is. But we never are doing all of the touristy things. I think Kelly alluded to that a little bit, but people are like, you know, we're like, oh, we're in, you know, Chicago. Oh, did you go to the top of the tower? Oh, did you do this? Did you do that? I'm like, look, we got some pizza after work. Like that's, you know, we don't have the extra money to do every single tourist attraction and event and whatever. So we pick a couple of things, but we just like living in a new place and getting to know the new neighborhood, meeting random people, and yeah.
I have a great image of in my head of you sitting in a rocking chair on top of everything as you're driving.
Viewers now and in the future, like, is this something you want to aspire to do, to be able to just downsize your life and become mobile and transient, or just you know, to live in that cabin in the woods that was kind of mentioned before? Let us know.
So does anyone have any crazy stories? Please share. Kelly, go ahead.
There are a lot of crazy stories, but when I asked my partner which one I should share, it was very early on. So we were in DC, and we were going to Florida. It was January, and we got a place at the beach, and both of our family members, so this was, you know, December of 2020, our family was like, what are you doing going to Florida in the middle of the pandemic? They're not using masks, they're, you know, what, all this stuff. And as we drove down to Florida, we stopped and we did a little bit of door knocking for the Georgia runoff. I don't know if everybody remembers that. So we did a little bit of democracy work in Georgia, and we show up in Florida January 5th, literally the day before the insurrection. So January 6th, we're getting calls from our parents going, I'm so glad you left DC and are now in Florida. So it was a pretty wild time to leave a very liberal liberal area in DC to see that happen and then end up in Florida.
Nice. Denise, go ahead.
Well, there's quite a few, but not things I want to say publicly. So
you can email us later.
When I was photographing "Mum's Not the Word," and you can see my technique from behind, in my studio here, my camera would kind of be up on a pole, and I'd shoot from above. So some people would come in to be photographed. I photographed 50 women in total. And they'd be really, really nervous. So to make them feel more comfortable, I'd say, oh, it's okay. I'm going to be in the series myself. You know, so, you know, we'll all be in it together. And generally, I share my projects like with newspapers, magazines, exhibitions in the art and the photography worlds. So when my photo book, Mum's Not the Word, was released, a nude image of me went out. And this was locally, as in, I'm in a big art complex and there's 120 studios in the building and a gallery downstairs. So I had an exhibition in the gallery downstairs with me nude in it. And in the national press twice, and then worldwide across the internet. So I'm just going to show you a very, very small image, but there's 50 women, or 49 here, so I'm getting my angles wrong. And that's the little one in the top right-hand corner. Little, I don't know why I said little. So never in my life had I thought I've had to take my clothes off to advance my career.
Did the people that live in your area, did they avoid eye contact with you for a while after that?
Luckily, it's not very explicit, so I'm not really, revealing, the personal bits.
And please, in chat, do not give us any PR ideas for next year's convention. Jen, can you top that?
I don't know. What I mean, we've had wildfire evacuations and tornado warnings and all sorts of things along the way. But actually, just a few weeks ago, when we got to New Mexico, we're in Albuquerque right now. We'd planned to stop along the way, but we just kept driving. So we got here and we didn't have a place booked, and ended up finding just a really cheap Airbnb just for the one night because we had a place starting the next night. And we drove there. We couldn't check in till later. And it was a little bit weird, and it was kind of a weird vibe. It was the kind of place that normally we'd be like, this seems off, but we were like, it's one night, whatever. So we found it. It was really hard to find. It was in an area we'd never been to before. But then like one of the hosts came out and like waved us over and showed us this little unit, and it did not look like the pictures. Like it was smaller and dumpier, and like it didn't have an oven, and we bought a pizza to have for dinner, and we're like, whatever, it's one night, it's fine, it's not a big deal. And like there wasn't really a bathroom. There was like a toilet with a little screen around it, which just was outside of my comfort zone. But we're like, what are we gonna, whatever. So they changed the pictures. It's fine, it's one night, let's just not eat pizza, go get something else and have some drinks and whatever. And then about 11 o'clock at night, there's like this lady yelling and knocking on the door, and it's the other host, like the boss host, and she's yelling at us because we're in the wrong Airbnb unit. So she's like, you rented, what unit did you rent? And we're like, I don't know, the tiny house. She's like, this is the cabin. And we're like, it's tiny. Like it's this is the cabin. That's the casita's over there. I'm like, those all mean the same thing to me. In
like
Airbnb
the place you're in
land,
is too nice. You have to
those
downgrade.
are the same things. And yeah, and so she's just yelling at us, and someone else was supposed to have, we're like, please leave. Like, we're sorry, I guess. Like, what do you want from us even? And then she ended up apologizing and refunding half of our money. But we were like, but we were just so like, oh, whatever. Yeah, it's totally wrong. It's not as advertised. It's fine. It's one night. And we're like, we have maybe become a little bit too just easygoing about these kind of things and need to pay a little bit better attention. So, yeah.
So what are the downsides to this lifestyle? And Kelly, we'll start off with you.
Yeah, thanks for asking this. Healthcare is really problematic, folks. So it was fine during the pandemic when you could do telehealth from anywhere. But it's really difficult now. And so I have had trouble with that. I'll just say that. So if you have any sort of medical issues, this may not be the lifestyle.
Denise, what do you think?
I read the question as downside of being child free, so can I answer it that way?
Sure.
I'd like to say none. However, the downside is the inequality that we face. My aim is generally with my photography to normalise the child-free status across all genders. And in the UK, we have something called the Equality and Diversity Act. And in my job as a photography lecturer, I have to promote this to my students all the time, but it does not include people without children. So I'd like to see that amended to people, whatever their family status. However, I feel that I'm having to take a backward step by having to now I'm having to defend the child-free lifestyle as opposed to normalise it. And there's been recent attacks in the UK on the child-free communities in the past month alone. You know what's happened in America. I don't have to mention that. Like, for example, a demographer suggested to tax people without children. And then last week, our government quietly struck out commitments to threaten women's sexual and reproductive health and rights and bodily freedom. I hate to say this, but the future looks dystopian.
Well, Jen, what do you think? What some of the downsides might be to being off the grid type of lifestyle?
I was gonna say not having the right shoes for every outfit, but there's a lot more serious things.
That's
too.
real.
But I think for me, not having the regular social interactions and kind of being unplugged or off the grid from that has been hard. Even when you have a really amazing travel partner, one thing that I've learned, and I have, I text and video message with people, but you just kind of don't get those same, you take for granted those, interactions with like, oh, the same barista or the, just kind of those random interactions that you have with the same people that are a little bit harder to replicate with this lifestyle. And so I think it is very easy to get a little bit lonely, and you have to work a lot harder to keep those social connections. And I always know when I am an extrovert at heart, and I always know when I kind of need extrovert self-care when I start like trying to make friends with literally everyone I come into contact with.
All right. And so with that, we will wrap the panel up. Thank you everyone for being a part of this. We appreciate it. If there is anything that you would like to plug or promote or give away for folks to get in touch with you after the convention, now is the time. Kelly, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I shared a link to a private YouTube channel. We documented our first 6 months or so on this journey, and the one that I shared is our prep for doing this. If you want the others, just message me.
Okay. And Denise?
If you want to see my previous work, because I think I've plugged mum's not the word enough, on disenfranchised communities and people living off the grid, look at my website, which is Denise Felkin, spelt as it is in front of me, .com. And then you'll find all sorts of different picture stories or opportunities to buy my book, prints, scenes, etc.
All right, thank you. And Jen?
Yeah, and I shared my writing blog, but then I also realized that if anyone wants to see the map of all of our travels, that is PDX, the number 2, ATX.com. So that has our full travel map and some pictures on there too sometimes when I keep it up.
All right, awesome. Thank you everyone for your time and your candor. We appreciate it. And with that, we will close this panel and get ready for the next one.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks so much.
Hello, welcome to the panel, Child-Free Abroad, Travel or Transplant. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I'm Lenora Fay, the other moderator.
So thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, and our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth. Our other sponsors are 365 Diversity, Best Child for Life Possible, found on Facebook, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, stophavingkids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzy and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer: opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So let's bring on our speakers, please. Hi, Katura.
Hello.
Hi, Libby.
Hi.
Hi, Juliana.
Hello.
Hey, Brittany.
All right. And Lily. All right.
Hi,
all right,
everyone.
All right.
Hi.
I think that's everybody. So we'll start off. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your travel experiences. Katura.
So as you said, Cody and Lenora, thank you again for having me on for the second day of the convention. I'm Katura Kendrick. I am originally from New Orleans, Louisiana, but have lived in New York City for about 20 years, minus the 5 years when I lived abroad. I lived in Rwanda in East Africa for 2 years, and I lived in Shanghai, China for 3 years. And in those 5 years total, I traveled all around both continents, Asia and Africa, as much as possible. So I've been to 20 plus countries at this point. And since repatriating to the US about 3 years ago, I have committed to intentionally exploring South and Central America. So my home base is New York City. I work as a writer, but I do long stays in Mexico, Panama, and when I can fit into my schedule, I return to Africa to see friends. So yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Brittany, you're up next.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me. My name is Brittany Ryan, and I'm known as the Jet Set Blonde. I am a travel blogger and content creator by night, and full-time, I'm a marketing director. And my journey first started in college. I went on my first study abroad program and just fell in love with travel. And since then, I've traveled a lot through my job for event planning and trade shows and things like that. So that's been North America, Europe, and Asia primarily. I did a master's over in Scotland, and so I've lived abroad for a year in Scotland, and then came back to my hometown, which is in Dallas, Texas. So I've been to 23 countries and counting. And so far, my two favorite are Italy and Switzerland. So thank you guys for having me today.
Oh, we're happy to have you here. Juliana, how about you?
Hello, I'm Juliana. I am originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm living in Westchester, which is just a short drive away from Philly. I've been traveling solo for a while, and I started, like my roots in traveling are in photojournalism and journalism. I've been published a couple of times for my photography. And after that, I really decided to take the leap, and me and my business partner, we are co-founders of Triple for Own, which is an all-women's travel retreat company. And so we take groups of women to see the world on small retreats around week long. But we also have some local ones too, where we're doing like a national park series in the United States as well. So that's really where my passion lies.
Okay. And Julie, you're coming across a little muffled, so maybe speak up just a tad next time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Libby.
Hi, everybody. I'm Libby. I'm currently, or I was from Canada. I guess I am from Canada. That didn't change. But I've been living in the U.S. for many, many years. And because I'm from Canada, I guess my parents hated the cold. So every break that we ever had, we always vacationed. Mainly did like Mexico a lot, did a couple cruises in the Caribbean. And that just took over as I was an adult. All the money I earned, even in college, I was going away on vacations. And now as an adult, that's something that I definitely do. That kind of led me to getting into the travel business. I'm a travel agent, and my company's the Gypsy Traveler. I focus a lot on adult-only travel just because, of course, we don't have kids. And so that's my bread and butter. When somebody wants a family trip and they have family questions, I'm like, I don't know much about families and kids and all of that, but I can do adult only. So yeah, we've traveled lots in the Caribbean, been to Alaska, Mediterranean. We just went to French Polynesia, which was amazing. And then we live in Hawaii, which is awesome too. So we definitely have a bucket list of places trying to go. And I'm hoping to end up one day in the Dominican Republic as my home base.
All right. We hope you get there. Lily, how about you?
Yes, hi, I'm Liliana Vercellotti. I was born and raised in Piemonte, Italy, which is in the north part, in a very small farming community. So when I was in my early 20s, I wanted to go abroad, and I started as a nanny. And then I studied for my bachelor and my master in the US, in Utah. And then I continued to move. After 10 years in the US, I moved to Canada. I also worked in Thailand because I was working in international development. Been to Tanzania, Thailand, some part of East Africa, Europe, and so on. I don't know how many countries I visited because every time I was usually going to volunteer or to work or to study. And I'm still looking for the ideal place. I love Canada. I've been here for 10 years, first in Vancouver, and now I'm on the east. Well, I'm in Quebec, which is not really East Coast, but yeah, and I'm still looking for the right place. Ideally, would be 6 months in Canada and 6 months in a warm location, working online. What I do is I coach women that are also wanting to relocate. Maybe they are transitioning through life changes, divorce or life changes, and I coach women that don't have kids by circumstances like myself or by choice. And my partner is also working online remotely, so we're probably going to do some traveling together in the next year or so.
All right, thanks for
I'm
sharing.
I'm in Alberta, Canada, so Quebec is east. You know,
it is east. Yeah, I'm on the East Coast. I'm New York times, so I'm always like, okay, that's fine.
And the 6 months somewhere else. Yeah, that sounds about accurate. All right. So what are some of the benefits to traveling and or moving away from your hometown or country? So we'll start with Couture. Go ahead.
I think a big benefit of traveling in general is you get outside of your comfort zone, whether you are vacationing or whether you are doing some sort of humanitarian work or whether you are actually working on something. I think being able to get outside of your comfort zone and to see that the world still remains on its axis, nothing horrific or big happens, you just experience a different way of living is important. I think when I lived abroad, what was beneficial to me, especially since I've been back and have had some years to reflect on those years that I lived in Africa and in Asia, a huge benefit is having confirmation that your home country is terribly flawed in very specific ways, and also your adopted country is terribly flawed. So you get to see the commonality of humanity, of people, of the fact that government often contributes to the horrible flawedness, and the people within those countries are just people. They're working, the ones who have kids, taking care of their kids, the ones, very few you meet who don't have kids, going about their lives, enjoying their lives, and just trying to make enough to relax, to enjoy their lives, and to meet people. So it's being able to see the difference, but also the sameness in how we all live.
So what you're saying is there is no perfect place in the world.
Shockingly, I haven't been all over yet, Lenora. Shockingly, I'm going to go with no.
Well, I'll ask the rest of you guys, and maybe you can say
comment
yes or no.
section. Join us on
comment
that
section. Yes, yeah. Brittany, go ahead.
So going off of that, I completely agree. It definitely puts you out of your comfort zone, and that is when you grow. If you never get out of your comfort zone, you can't grow. But adding on to that, I think for me, the biggest realization was the perspective that I gained. I had the opportunity, when I lived abroad, I was in Scotland and I was there on a student visa, getting my master's. And my program was international business. So my program was filled with people from all over the world. They weren't just Scots. They were from Europe, from Asia, North America. And I got to be exposed to so many different cultures and backgrounds and perspectives. And I was just so blown away by the intelligence of some of these people. I mean, the drive that they had, the ability to speak multiple languages, that's always been so impressive to me. And it just opens up so many new perspectives, and it makes your world expand, right? So you're not feeling like you get to hear about different people's backgrounds and understand, and it helps you understand your own upbringing better. So I think it's the best teacher. Travel is the best teacher you can possibly have.
I was just booking plane tickets. Juliana, go ahead.
I definitely agree. I think travel is the best teacher that you can ever have. But I think the most important thing that I've learned through a lot of my solo travels is that traveling helps you build confidence. Sitting in your house, in your hometown, the thought of flying across another continent to a place that you don't know anybody at, you're unfamiliar with the language and you're unfamiliar with the money, and proving to yourself that you can do that. And when you're boots on the ground, realizing that, oh wow, this isn't actually that hard, and I'm capable of a lot of things. When you get back, you realize that the things that you struggle with on an everyday basis, aren't so bad and aren't so, terrible. And you realize that, you are capable of so much more than just your everyday mundane life. And I think that is so important, especially for younger people.
That's such a great point. Libby, go ahead.
Well, nobody's mentioned the food aspect of travel. And I know, just even from my last vacation in French Polynesia, oh my God, I gained 10 pounds eating all the French fabulous food. And so I think that just getting, again, out of your comfort zone, maybe trying different foods, and also just being able to try the different cuisine. I know, living in Canada, the US, our Italian food is nothing like when you're actually sitting in Rome and eating an Italian meal. And so, some of that thing, just being able to experience that. And I'm not even a huge foodie, but I definitely appreciate that, as well as the culture, just learning about the different aspects of the culture. When we were in French Polynesia, it was amazing to learn, just especially being in Hawaii, their cultures are very similar. So learning about that and, how they were also, taken over by the explorers kind of thing, and even being in Rome again, or when we were in Greece, learning about the culture. So just kind of getting out, and I've learned so many different things that I wouldn't have if I would have stayed in my hometown, because I've been able to travel and explore all these different areas for myself.
Great, thank you. Lily, go ahead.
Well, for me, when I left Italy, I left because I grew up in a farming community, and it was all the world that I knew was there. And I knew there was something different and beyond those, those boundaries. And a lot of time people ask me, especially in the US, why in the world did you move abroad? You're from Italy. And my answer is always, because not everything you think of a country as a tourist is going to represent that country when you live there. And that, I think, it's valid across the board. If you go to Panama, if you go to Germany, if you go anywhere, you go as a tourist, you see the positive aspect. But if you live there as an expat, you see the pros and cons. Or if you live there because you grew up there, you see the pros and cons. So for me, I learned, like somebody else was saying, Brittany, there's pros and cons in every country. You just have to see where you feel at home. And the other thing that I learned to appreciate my family and the very place where I grew up, which was everybody knew each other, everybody knew your last name, and everybody talked about you and your grandpa and your great grandpa. And I was like, I need to get out of here. But at the same time, you learn what are your pillars, what kind of values you come from. And it took me a long time to get to that appreciation. And I don't know Italy as much as some of my American friends or Canadian friends. That they've been to southern Italy, they've been to Pompeii, they've been everywhere. I'm like, oh no, I only been to 3 places and you've been to 10. So it's kind of rediscovering my country from perspective of an expat of 20 years abroad.
I mean, that is interesting, because I know there are people that have been in far more places in Canada than I've been. So it's interesting how we often don't focus on our own country. I mean, not that we are required to, but when we think about it, how well do we know the country we live in, that where we're from, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah. Cody?
If for the U.S., if you took the names off the states and asked someone to put a map together and rename, we could maybe do half, like maybe. So anyway, how has traveling or moving opened up new possibilities for you, and maybe specifically as a child-free person? And we'll start with Katura, please.
I think what the possibility in the sense of not a tangible thing, I think it freed me in ways that I would not have known had I not lived abroad, had I not decided to travel. Because one thing that I tell people all the time is if you're not prepared to go solo, be prepared to never go. Because if you wait on people, whether it is a romantic partner, whether it's friends, you really will see you won't have any necessarily a different story than people who have to find childcare for their kids or whatever. So for me, it gave me a chance to see that I'm a teacher by trade. I taught until about 2 or 3 years ago. Being able to take a very transferable skill like teaching to be employed in the countries where I lived, and also being able to then explore those countries with built-in school holidays, open up the world to me in a way that I could have had I stayed in the U.S. But as Lenora said, we don't think exploring our own country is as sexy, I guess, as going to Bali for 3 Christmases in a row like I did. So I think the possibility of when you don't have the weight of or the responsibility of thinking about a child and how living abroad or living in a country or traveling to a country is going to impact that child, the world truly is your oyster, and you can make decisions about where you go, what you do, what food you eat, how late you will be out, what type of jobs you will take. You can make those decisions based on exclusively what you see as your need, and you realize that the world is smaller than you thought, and you have access to it much more than you thought. That's what's been for me.
Yeah. Brittany, how about you?
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I would completely agree with that. I think for me, it's been the ability to have that freedom of choice. I look at my friends that have kids. I look at my family members that have kids, and they really have to put in a whole extra layer of planning, of budgeting, in order to realize their travel dreams and goals. And I have the autonomy and the ability to be able to book a flight and leave that the same day if I really wanted to. And that is something, it's not so much that I've had doors open because of it, but I am aware that if I had children, there would be a lot more closed doors when it comes to traveling and taking on travel opportunities. And for me, travel is my first love, and it is what fulfills me, just as a parent would say that their children fulfill them in life. But for me, it's travel. So I feel grateful that I don't have extra barriers of that level of responsibility holding me back from fulfilling those travel dreams and goals.
Thank you. Juliana.
Yeah, I think that it has really given me the perspective and the opportunity to realize that I can do so much with my life. Starting with being able to start my own business, especially a business that is centered around traveling and showing other women that they can travel. I wanted a goal from my business to be showing women that the only option is not to just grow up, start a family, work your job every single day. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but just to show people that there are other options out there. And that has just changed everything for me, because now I realize that, okay, I can do this and I can do a million other things. And it's just really opened up my eyes. And again, not just my own eyes, but being able to share that with other people has been transformative.
Libby.
I mean, it's very similar to what some of the others were saying, is just being able to get on a plane and go whenever you want. I know I used to work in education, and so I used to only be able to book vacations when all the kids were out of school. And I don't know about the rest of you, but oh, there's my cat in the background. But when he's my child now. When school is out of session. That is the most expensive time to travel. And so it really was terrible having to pay that extra price just to travel when all the other families were traveling. So now, not working in education and just having myself and my husband to, work around work schedules, it's been great to be able to go any of the times when the kids are back in school, because it's not as expensive. And I also couldn't imagine trying to travel with kids too. I know one time we were on the beach in the Caribbean with my brother and my niece, and she started crying, and they load her up and they get on the bus and they leave, and I'm going, okay, I'm gonna stay here for another 4 hours on the beach. I being able to, I don't know if it's selfish or maybe it's just being able to live my own life, but not having to just do what I want when I want to do it, and stay on the beach all day if I want to.
You give me a thought here. It's like, for child-free people, we kind of avoid the parent tax because we can travel kind of whenever we like to if we have that ability, and you avoid those like peak travel times when families go. It's a little bit cheaper. Lily, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, well, first of all, I learned English, which at the time when I left Italy was about 20, 25 years ago. It was still a novelty for people, especially in my small community, to go abroad and all the way outside of Europe. Now, my cousin, my friends' kids, they go and study abroad, they learn English, Russian, whatever, they speak 3 or 4 languages. So I'm not like the weird one anymore. That was one thing. The other advantage is just like somebody else said, learning different perspective, culture. I really appreciate my 10 years in the US. I come from a perspective of the glass half empty. I don't know, even customer service wise, sometimes in Italy, at least in my experience, it's different than in the US. And so I really learned the positive mindset, the idealistic mindset that I assimilated when I was doing my education, my studies in the US. And again, that's personal experience. Maybe somebody else will have a different experience, but for me, it was very enriching mentally with my mindset. And I continue to develop that as much as I could. I am child-free by circumstances. I don't call myself childless because I'm fine with my situation for the most part now. I do believe that it's an interesting factor that I think travel, or the fact that I lived abroad as an expat and I worked and so on and so on, I don't think that was a contributing factor for me becoming childless or child-free, because I discovered I had endometriosis in my early 30s after years of complaining about digestive issues and pain. But sometimes I wonder, if I stayed in Italy and I just grew up and married the next door farmer, would I have kids? I don't know. They maybe found out endometriosis before? I don't know. But the biggest appreciation is the versatility in thinking. Like, I think that one of the things I say to the women that are child-free, our life is like, we have different script. We all can build our life journey as we want, and even if there's challenges, we can still redefine ourselves. And I think that, I've been in places that are very patriarchal, and that's one other thing I want to say, and then I close, is I feel very fortunate as a woman, even as an Italian, with all respect, to have been able to make choices and go and come and go as I please, even without having a lot of money. I'm not like a FIRE child-free person, not at all. And maybe now I have to think about how am I going to do my retirement. But as a woman, I had the freedom to choose. When I was in Tanzania, I would go into a taxi. The first thing they asked me is, "Oh, where's your husband?" And I would lie. I would say, "Oh, my husband is working and my 2 kids are home." So, just like no confrontation, whatever. But like, honestly, culture plays a factor, and I feel very fortunate to have the freedom as a woman.
So we do have to wrap up. Sorry, Cody, I'll take this one. We lost Juliana, but anyway, so if in closing, if there's anything that you want to plug, how people can reach out to you, please feel free to do so. Couture, we'll start with you. How can people connect with you?
The easiest and most central way is my website, KatoraKendrick.com. There you can find my book you can purchase. You can read some of my other writings that I've had published in numerous outlets, and also links to my social media, my Insta, my Twitter, Facebook, etc., etc. And I'm Katora Kendrick pretty much on all platforms.
Thank you. Lily, go ahead. How can people reach you?
Yeah, my website is the best way, lilyvglobal.com. I have a Facebook group for women that don't have kids, either by choice or by circumstances. I have an Instagram account, which is new. So if you'd like to follow me, that would be great. And that's about it.
Thank you. Brittany, go ahead. How can people reach you?
The best way to reach me is on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook at @thejetsetblonde. And then you can connect to my website at jetsettingblonde.com, where you can find weekly travel itineraries specifically for child-free travel.
Excellent. Thank you. Libby, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm the Gypsy Traveler on Facebook and Instagram. That's also my website too, just the gypsytraveler.com. And if you are looking to travel as well, I have a Facebook group called Adult Only All Inclusive Vacations. And so that's where I kind of post lots of different resorts that you can stay at that are fully adult only, as well as cruise lines too.
Excellent. Hashtag child-free travel. Thank you, everyone, for this panel. It's been a great conversation. Thank you for your contributions. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Ciao.
Good. I can't hear you.
Hello, and welcome to the Child-Free in Central and South America panel. I'm Cody Hetzel, and I'll be one of your moderators.
And I'm Lenora Fay. I'll be the other moderator.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child for Life Possible, found on Facebook, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. So we'll get the speakers on stage, please. Isabel, Iran, and Roberta. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
We'll start off easy. Tell us about yourself. Isabel, we'll start with you.
Hi again. Well, I'm Isabel. I am the founder of the Uprising Spark, and I'm also the co-founder of Nunca Madres, which is a platform for child-free people that I founded in Spanish with Iran, who's here with me in this panel. I am a child-free coach, and I organize trips for child-free people.
Excellent. Roberta.
Hello, I'm Roberta. I'm 34 years old. I live in Brazil, in São Paulo. It's Santo André, it's a neighboring city of São Paulo, but it's almost the same thing. And it's my second panel because yesterday I was in the Defining Family panel. So that's it.
All right. And Iran.
Hi, everyone. I'm Iran from Mexico City. I have a master's degree in public policy and gender, and I am proudly child-free by choice. And I guess I grew up thinking I would be a mother. I even remember I had a name, but I didn't realize it was an option until I was maybe a teenager. So now I'm a speaker and a workshop leader on otherhoods without an M, and I co-founded Nunca Madres with Isabel. So that's me.
So the term child free is not necessarily known throughout the world. How is it explained where you're from? Isabel, go ahead.
You would be surprised. We were just talking about this when we were backstage. Actually, child free is a universal term, and it's even used in like social media in Spanish specifically. I mean, I'm from Colombia, by the way, for those of you who don't know. Whenever I want to search for child free communities in Latin America, I would have to use the term child free because the alternative is something like people who have decided not to have children. Like there isn't an actual term for it. And Nunca Madres, which is the the platform that I founded with it actually means never mothers. We're trying to find a term that doesn't include the word child in it in Spanish.
We can't do that in English.
Yeah. If you figure it out, let us know.
Roberta, go ahead.
Yeah, so in Brazil, it's kind of the same situation. Like we use child free for articles or news on, like websites and stuff. So it's child free in English, the same word. But in Portuguese, it's almost the same thing. Like it's people that doesn't have kids. So it's weird because we see like old people like my mother or my father, they talk like that, like a taboo. Like, oh, he doesn't have kids, like it's it's kind of a thing, like there is a bad thing. So I don't know, like for me it doesn't matter, but for them I think like the other generations, for them it's like something like the same thing of, oh, she's not married, like she's old but she's not married, like it's something weird.
Iran, go ahead.
Yes, I would like agree with Roberta and Isabel. So I don't know if it's like a taboo and also like something like harmful. Like they associate the term with sugar free and gluten free. So I think most people like think we hate children, and that's not the case. So I think there's a misunderstood. So what we're trying to do from Nunca Madres, it's like to expand our language and to expand it in an empowering way, so we can like remark the choice part. But I think that's it.
So what's the child-free community like where you're at, Isabel?
It's not very visible in Colombia. I think people are just really scared to say out loud that they don't want to have children because of our culture. Mm-hmm. And the few groups that I found of child people in Colombia specifically are very judgmental of parents and children, which is something that I don't agree with that. I don't understand why we need to attack the other instead of just uplifting our community. So I think it's just very like what it was at the beginning, I guess, in maybe the US or Europe. It's a very small, but it's growing. It's actually growing.
Roberta.
So here around like between my friends, I think like 80% of them doesn't have kids. So it's not like a totally extreme thing like, oh, we are child free, but looks like it's everybody getting in the same point, because I have two best friends. One is 10 years older and the other is 10 years younger, and we we have the same opinion. Like we all have the same point of view. We don't want to have kids. So the younger one wants to do the surgery. The older one is like, it's close to, like what's the name? I forgot in English. So she's close to not have kids anymore. So it's not a declared thing, but I know a lot of people that doesn't have kids anymore or doesn't want to. So it's not a totally, declared thing, but looks like it's growing a lot here.
Yeah, you're on.
I would have to say it's the same here, but in Mexico City, it's a bit different. So here we are more liberal than in other parts of Mexico. So I would say that most of my friends, at least they thought about it, the process of being a mom or not being a mom. So I think the community is growing, but it is still non-existent in the rest of Mexico. So we actually we co-founded Nunca Madres because we thought we needed more representation here. We need to pave the way for the little ones that are coming, and I think that we need to talk about our stories, and our stories need to be heard.
Yeah.
So how would you summarize being child-free as a lifestyle in your part of the world? And do you think it differs from other parts of your country? From where you are? Isabel, go ahead.
How would I summarize? Well,
in 3 words. I'm kidding.
Kidding. I hate it when you do that.
It's a good thing you know each other.
We know each other, yes.
We know each other very well. How would I summarize it? I think it's ostracizing. I think it's very lonely as well, because like we've been saying, the community isn't very visible. There isn't representation at all. Like when we started doing what we're doing with Nunca Madres was because there wasn't anything in Spanish, nothing like we were looking for. And I think people feel very alone and they feel weird that they don't want to have children. And unfortunately, in our culture, the pressure is so much that I know several cases of people who have actually gone ahead and gotten married and had children just because it's the thing they need to do to get their parents and the family and society off their backs, even though it's not what they wanted to do in the first place. So it's hard. It's still very hard.
Thank you. Yeah. Roberta, go ahead.
So around here, I think the regions of Brazil, because Brazil it's too big, have a lot of different regions and ways of living. So I think the reasons to be child-free are different, because I live in a city that it's a little bit dangerous, like going out during the night, and we have robberies and rapes and this kind of stuff. So I live in an apartment. I have security guards in front of my building. So having a kid, like for me, because I live in Japan too, and in Japan, like the kids go to school by themselves, and it's a safe place. And here, no, like you need to be a mother like 24 hours a day, because you need to, go to school, come back, and always in the car, and they cannot go out to play on the street. But in another regions of Brazil, like in the Northwest, it's a little bit more safer. So like people still have like houses with the door open. So I think it's different the reasons we have, because here the salaries are better than other regions, but in other regions the salaries are not so good, but you have more like safer places. So like for me, it's just because I don't want to have kids, but I think the other regions have like different reasons for that. So actually, like the way I live in here, it's nice because I have a lot of people that is in the same situation as me. So we go out together, we have trips and we travel together. So I think I don't feel too much like alone, but as she said, I guess we don't have like a lot of, we need to get more closer and think more about like having visibility on it.
Excellent. Thank you. Aran, go ahead.
So here in Mexico, it's still hard because motherhood is still structured as a promise that motherhood will surely mean a better life for women than they had before. No, so and there's a number that it blows my mind, because in Mexico there are like more women that at least have had 6 children than women who never gave birth. So that this means motherhood in Mexico still is like a universal phenomenon. So I think like it is opening, but still it is very hard. And also in the job world, it's harder because there's like a tax you have to pay if you are a child-free woman by choice, because the time they assume you have more time than mothers, so all the work for the mothers, like they like drop it to you. So but the thing, I don't think the mothers are the bad ones. Instead, I think the system is, the capitalist system is the one that should change. But yeah, it's hard.
So how do you respond to the questions, when are you having kids, or do you have children? And as I ask that question, or both of them, it's very presumptuous that I'm assuming that you haven't asked that, but I know you have all been asked that question. So Isabel, please kick it off.
Well, when people ask me, do you have children? I just answer no. And usually that's the end of the conversation. Like usually that's when it stops. People want to connect, they're like, oh, they want to talk about their children. And then I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, and they just kind of like change the subject normally. They don't usually ask a lot of why. Do you want to have kids? Well, when I haven't gotten asked that question for a long time. I don't know why, but when I did, my answer was always, well, when I was already had embraced the child-free lifestyle, I said no, and now I have I underwent voluntary sterilization surgery, so it's even easier for me to say that's never going to happen. No.
Yeah, Roberta, how about you?
Me, like yesterday, my answer is take care of your own business. So yeah, like it's like to say, like, no, I don't want to. I don't give like space to the conversation goes on. If it insists, it's gonna be take care of your own business, and it's over.
Yeah, and Iran, how about you?
So I think I'll answer like never. I choose not to. And if they insist, maybe I could like told all of them, like, have you seen Mad Max? And do you think the future can be like this? And I think they will shut down.
I gotta write these down. That's really good. So we've all heard, of course, who's going to take care of you when you get old. What support is there for elders in your area? Are people expected to take care of family members, and or is there a social net in place for the aging population? Isabel, go ahead.
Well, in our culture, it takes a village. It's not only for children, it's also for like abuelitos, like old people. You're supposed to take care of your grandparents. You're supposed to take care of your parents. You're supposed to take care of your children. You're supposed to take care of your grandchildren. And it's a cultural thing. So whenever I tell people I don't have children, I mean, I have gotten the who's going to take care of you when you're old. And here, unfortunately, care for elder people is not good. In Colombia, particularly, we don't have a very strong social security system. So you just have to save money to be able to afford, or save money in a pension fund and be able to afford housing later or buy your own house. You have to make investments. Like, you have to be very smart with your money, because I know that there are people who actually, in Colombia, there are people who actually have children with the sole purpose that they take care of them when they're old. And I chose not to do that. So I'm going to take care of myself when I'm old.
Roberta, go ahead.
Me? So I think here it's a cultural thing too, like taking care of your parents or grandparents or maybe both. So I think it's changing now because people need to live their own lives. So you cannot like taking care of children and taking care of your parents and not living your own life. Like, so there's a lot of people looking for like clinics, like nursing care thing, because it's getting older to handle with all that. I remember that my dad made that question for me, like, who's gonna take care of you when you get old? And then I said, so I am on like a nurse insurance, like you had me for that. So, but I wasn't in the plan, so it wasn't his plan to make me to take care of him. So I said to him, like, the money that I'm gonna save for not having a child, I can pay for my own bills or something. If God permit, I won't be sick or something like that. So I will find a retirement place or apartment or building. We have this kind of thing in here. So I think this is my plan. And actually, I have a lot of friends that gonna do the same thing. So I think something's gonna change for that, because we're gonna have a lot of people that don't have kids, or the dad or mom died. So
Plus, we need to have spaces for child-free conventions, right? So we're all just gonna gather everywhere around the globe. Not next year, but maybe the year after.
We're all in the same boat, so something's gonna happen to us.
I mean, it is interesting how, aging, we're all of different ages, but really as a collective, there's going to be a lot more of us who have been vocal for so long that by the time we start to get to 50, which is only like a decade away from now for me, but I think about it, it's like, what? But as we get older, it's going to, I don't think it's going to be the same feel as maybe what it is now or prior. So I think
we're all aging together, and there's power in numbers. And like in the Child Free into the Future panel, like just thinking of what the future is going to be like. Yeah, there could definitely be people that just buddy up and start little communities. Just, hey, child free people, if you're an older person, and younger child free people might live there and help take care of. Who knows?
This
all right, well,
needs to change somehow.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right, Aran, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, so here in Mexico, there is no support for the elder, and it is expected, I guess, as in Colombia, as in Brazil, for family members to take care, especially women. And I have a retire plan with my friends, with women friends. Even if they're mothers, I think that there's no guarantee that having kids, like they're gonna take care of you. So I love my friends, and I will happily be living with all of them when we are like older. So yes, I think you have to plan.
Yeah. And so how does religion play a part in pronatalism in your country? Isabel, dive into that one.
Oh my God. I love this topic, but at the same time, I hate it. So I fortunately grew up in a home that is not religious, even though I grew up in a very religious, conservative country. And I say fortunately because religion here, even though it's religion is not supposed to mix with politics or any decision that is made regarding, the people, it's still done. And people still swear by the Bible and things like that. And I respect people's faiths and, what they believe in. But what drives me insane is when people try to impose their beliefs on my own life. So there was a viral video that came out not long ago. I can't remember exactly who the person was. I think she's a TV news anchor or something. And she started the video by saying, I'm very tired of hearing people, let's tell me that the Bible says this or the Bible says that, because I don't care, because I don't believe in the Bible. And I feel the same way. I feel that if you believe in it, that's cool. That's awesome. That's your life. But don't try to impose your beliefs on my body, which is what happens here on an everyday basis.
Roberta, how about you?
So around here, it's like kind of the same situation, and religion have a lot of power in here, and I was raised in a place without religion too. My mom is Catholic, but she's just Catholic, like on papers, but she doesn't care about it. And I think it's really hard because it's connected with politics, with the laws and everything. Like abortion, the same situation that we are having in the United States, we have in here. I think in Colombia you can do abortion, but here in Brazil, like, oh, in cases of rape. Okay, so how can you prove that it was a rape? So, like we have a lot of this kind of thing involved, and always have religion involved too. So I was doing like a small research yesterday about that, and we have like kind of 50% Catholics, and I guess like 20% or something of evangelics. It's kind of the same. So all of them, they're all in the same standards of having kids and, against abortion and this kind of thing. So I think the things get harder mixing up with the religious things, and here it's really strong.
Yeah. Iran, how about you?
Here in Mexico, it is like very mixed with politics. So it is religion has a very strong power for most women, and they're like very intrusive and very old-fashioned. And I think they're that way because they're losing people, and they need to get. I don't know. They need to get people to believe. So I think they're trying to convince everyone to have children. But I would say that here in Mexico City, it's a little bit more liberal. But in the rest of Mexico, I think it's like very, very strong, the influence.
Well, thank you for your answers on that. This idea just came to me. I wish I had thought of it for the other international panels that we had. But since we have people that can speak multiple languages, would you like to take a moment and just give a shout out, like a child-free theme in something that's not English? So Isabel, I'll start with you.
I get shy speaking Spanish. And it's my mother tongue. Okay, no. Si hay alguno de ustedes que nos está oyendo y habla español y también hace parte de la comunidad Childfree en Latinoamérica, bienvenidos. Es una comunidad que abraza a todas las personas que hacen parte de ella. Síganos en Nunca Madres. Estamos ahí para ayudarles y gracias por escucharnos.
She talks to me like that when she's mad at me. That's what she sounds like.
Roberta, you're up.
For me, in Português. So, tem brasileiros aí me assistindo, ou o pessoal de Portugal também. Quem quiser me seguir também no meu Instagram, robs.ch. Por enquanto, eu ainda não estou totalmente assim, child free, mas eu também sou polydancer, que também é um estigma. Quem quiser me seguir, a gente pode trocar umas ideias, combinar umas viagens, que eu adoro muito. Estou esperando vocês.
Awesome. And Ivan, please.
So, hola a todos los que nos ven, a todas las personas que nos están viendo, y si quieren seguirnos en Nunca Madres, es una comunidad child free y tenemos programas de acompañamiento y me encantaría tanto a Isabel como a mí poderlas estar acompañando en la decisión. Muchas gracias.
Now we need all the other regional panelists back so we can do that with everybody.
It just came in. I'm like, why do we not do this for everybody? Because that's why we're doing this.
That's awesome.
So let's wrap this panel up. Thank you, everyone. Oh, we have a question?
Question.
Can we be quick about it? We're running out of time. So here we go. I know Colombia recently got some access to abortion. What are some of your hopes for access to reproductive health care in the future? And what are some ways Hispanics in the U.S. can help? So that's a very directed question.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. It's been a long fight. We're very, very proud that the equivalent of the Supreme Court in Colombia, actually, this was back in February this year, that we got abortion completely legalized until week 24. Because, and the reason people are like 24 and they get all like flustered because that's, way into your pregnancy. The issue is that in Colombia, there's a lot of very young girls who get pregnant, like 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, who don't necessarily know they're pregnant until very late into their pregnancy. Of course, product of rape normally. So we are very, very proud of what has happened, but we still have a lot of pushback from the right wing in our government. So there's still a long way to go to just sort of make sure that the law is actually being complied with, and people are not making decisions, like people in the government or in the health care system are not making decisions based on their own beliefs and not actually following the law, which is what happens in many, many, many countries. But we are very hopeful, and it's the first step in a long road.
And thank you, Laura. I think you asked that question, and thank you for answering it. So with that, we'll wrap things up. If there's anything you want to plug or promote, now is the time. How can people reach out to you after this is over? Isabel.
Sure. Well, you can reach out to me via at Nunca Madres. It's a Spanish-speaking platform, and if you speak English, the Uprising Spark is my platform. Look out, because we have a very big announcement in Nunca Madres coming later this year. I can't talk about it right now, but it's going to be very, very cool. And my DMs are always open.
Awesome. Roberta.
Yeah, for me, I have the Instagram, like it's a personal one, but everyone that wants to follow me, yesterday, a girl from Philippines started to follow me, and we
All
are
right.
like planning a trip already. So anyone that wants it, it's robs.ch. So anyone that wants it, I'll be there. And I always answer, I always talk to everyone. So feel free to do it.
All right. Thank you. And Iran.
You can find me at Nunca Madres, and my personal one at Iran, like the country, _Ben.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, audience, for watching, and the comments and the questions. It's great. With that, we will get ready to go to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Child-Free Guys panel. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I'm Lenora Faye. I'll be your other moderator.
Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor, Child-Free Media, champion level sponsor, Child-Free Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child-Free Life Possible, found on Facebook, Buy Child-Free for merchandise, and Child-Free Family, Child-Free Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer: the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates.
Now that we've got the dudes coming in, it's a good thing we got that disclaimer. we never needed it more than now.
You're like, wait.
So thank you for...
Sorry, we have our third speaker coming in.
Wait,
Graham made it. So
get him on in here, Graham.
Okay.
That's all right. We can go ahead and start off.
We'll
get him in here. So tell us a little bit about yourself, where you are and what you do and whatever you want to share. Now is the time. Tejas, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Cody. I am Tejas. I am in India at the moment. I am from India. So obviously I am child free, but more than that, I'm also an antinatalist. I'm sort of started calling myself a Benetarian antinatalist. For my day job, I work in IT. I'm a software engineer slash software architect. And over the weekends, all I actually do is read about antinatalism. But yeah, that's all right.
Okay. Robert, you're up.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Robert, here in Atlanta, Georgia, Marietta to be more exact, and I am child free. I'm an engineer by trade, do a little bit of everything on the side, work out, spend a lot of time outdoors. And I told some people last year during the pandemic, I actually learned to knit. I just wanted to learn something totally off the wall. And yeah, been doing that ever since. So very relaxing.
All right.
I love that knitting is off the wall. It makes me kind of want to take it out now.
Well, for me, it was off the wall.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
I didn't realize how big a community it was till I got into it. And I was like, wow, there's a lot of people who knit.
That's awesome.
So, Graham, tell us a little bit about yourself as well.
Hey guys, sorry about late. I just had some tech issues. Yeah, my name's Graham. I'm 35 years old. Live in the UK, but immigrated from South Africa about 5 years ago. I work in e-learning, designing courses for designing online courses. And yeah, I've been child free since probably the age of 9 or 10. And yeah, haven't looked back.
All right. And before everyone asks, what's your cat's name that's behind you?
Well, she'll maybe be featuring on the Child Free with Pets in an hour.
Oh, there you go.
But her name is Kara. Yeah, we adopted her from Cyprus. But yeah.
Nice. So what has your child-free journey been like? Robert, go ahead.
I guess my child-free journey started kind of early. I grew up in the church, huge family. So that was supposed to be your life. You get married, you have kids, and that's all I thought about growing up. And I think maybe around, I don't know, maybe 23, 24, 25, I started just, I guess, living life. And I started questioning, okay, well, why is that the only way that I can live a life? Why do I have to, get married, have kids? Like, why does that have to be the course of life? Then I started just exploring, started traveling more and just doing stuff for myself. Because most of my life is always about family and taking care of other people. Then I started taking care of myself. And I just love that life. Just, being able to just get up and take off and see the world, not having to worry about, getting kids out of school, checking someone else's schedule. If I want to just get up and go, I can. So for me, once I got a little taste, the travel bug hit me and I just started living my life for me. I never looked back, and I totally do not regret, having kids. I have, my nieces and nephews. So I have children in my life that I'm helping raise. I do a lot of mentorship work. So for me, that's my way of, taking care of the next generation. But me personally, I I got to the point I don't need children running around my house. So
Awesome. Thank you. Graham, go ahead.
Yeah. So my journey started at a very young age. I was diagnosed at the age of 5 with a genetic condition called EPP porphyria, which led me to being, quite isolated growing up. So I learned to be quite comfortable and frankly quite happy just being alone and with my own company. And I never really felt a void that needed to be filled by another person. And I think this, planted the seed that, you're just better off being alone and you're quite okay with that. So I consciously made the decision not to have kids, I think, as I mentioned earlier, around the age of about 9 or 10. And it's really never entered my mind since then. I've never second guessed it. I've never questioned it. And, having this genetic condition, which is really debilitating, I wouldn't want to pass this on to anyone else. I was in the back of my mind, I always felt a responsibility that it would indeed be very unfair and selfish of me to actually do that. So just as I've gotten older and been a bit more vocal about, the child-free choice with friends and family, I've felt nothing but support really, despite my older brother who's got 2 kids saying, oh, you might change your mind and, why you want to make this decision so young. I got sterilized at about the age of 30 and just like Robert mentioned, I haven't looked back and very, very happy with my child-free life.
Thank you, Graham. Tejas, go ahead.
Sure. I think so. I was brought up in a very traditional / religious background, similar to what Robert was mentioning, although in a Hindu religion. But in that sort of background, you are expected to follow a certain path. You finish your education, you get a job, you get married, you have children. And at every stage, I've had questions like, why do I need to go to college or university? Why do I need to get a job? And there were at least some answers to these questions. Even like, why should I be marrying or why should I be married? There was some answer to that question on a logical level, but I could never find an answer to the question of why should I have children. So I think it was like 20 years ago when I started, you know, chasing that question and asking people around, like, why do people have children? I even saw a psychiatrist just to, make sure that it's not something that's wrong with me. But I couldn't find any really a logical reason as to why one should have children and why I should have children. So there was a period of time where I started identifying myself as a child-free person, and this was like very like 20 years ago when Yahoo groups and all those things were there. So there used to be groups called Childfree, and people used to talk about that at that time. Later on, as years went on, David Benetta's work came to the foreground. He wrote a book called Better Never to Have Been: The Harm of Coming into Existence, and antinatalism really picked up. And at that time, over a period of a few years, I would say, I switched from being child free, which was like my personal choice that I don't understand why I should have children, so I won't have it. If other people feel so, they may. From that position, I changed to the antinatalist position, where I, was convinced that it is rather morally wrong to have children in the first place, irrespective of who I am. So that was a shift. Nonetheless, I never had children, so I'm still child free, and I'm also antinatalist now.
So, do men feel welcomed in child-free spaces? Why or why not? Robert, we'll start with you.
Well, I always felt welcome. I've never felt any kind of weird energy from people, me being in a child-free space. Um, I've talked to some gentlemen, sometimes they feel a little awkward because I don't know if it's just the vibe some women give them, like, okay, you're only in this space to hook up with women. But me personally, I've never had any kind of
Guys would
uncomfortable
never do
situation.
that.
Yeah. So
I really want to say something, but
Go
I
ahead.
am not.
Graham, step up.
Yeah, so from the online research and reading I've done and sort of the groups that I'm in, I admit the vast majority of sort of content and commentary that I've been seeing is sort of aimed towards women, and I can fully understand why. Given the societal pressure and impact physically that childbirth and that sort of thing has on being a female. I wouldn't say that as a male I felt unwelcomed per se, but I think there could be more of a sort of male angle, especially on like content online, especially on how we can support women as well, and encouraging child-free men to get things like vasectomies and how they can support each other as well. But in a nutshell, no, I've not felt unwelcomed, and so it's a great community to be part of.
Tejas, how about you?
I have had similar experience. Like I've never felt unwelcomed. But I think the question is, do men feel welcomed? So it's not like, do I feel welcomed? Men in general, I would say that the only place where they might not really be welcomed is there's a large section of child-free slash antinatalist community in men who are, like misogynist, MACTOWs and MRAs. I'm not perfect. I'm not against raising voice of any of the rights violations for men, but there is some misogyny going on. And if a person with that attitude comes in a community, I think it's reasonable that that person is unwelcome. But other than that, in general, I don't feel men are unwelcomed. I think I haven't experienced myself or seen it for other men.
Yeah, you raised a good point there.
So, why are men not taking a bigger vocal role or active role in child-free communities? You feel this might be speculation, but what are your thoughts on that, Robert? Go ahead.
I guess my personal opinion about it, it kind of touched on it earlier. Graham kind of touched on it earlier. I think a lot of stuff is geared more towards women in the community. It seems like sometimes there's a little bit more pressure on women to have kids, have families, because that's their traditional. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be a mother. You're supposed to be a wife. Um, I guess sometimes with men, it's a little bit more acceptable if a man's just he's a bachelor, he doesn't have a family. It's just like, okay, he's just a bachelor, a playboy. I don't know, it seems like sometimes there's a little bit more pressure on women, so maybe men just don't feel like we need to step up.
Thank you, Graham. Go ahead.
Yeah, to sort of further what Robert just said about this, I think currently there's this sort of belief that being child-free is very much only an issue that affects women. So I think maybe there's a sort of subconscious hesitancy from men not to be, more quote vocal, because we don't want to take away, from the spotlight, taking that away from what is traditionally believed to be only a woman's issue. But I agree that I think men could take a bigger role on how being child-free affects them and just being more vocal. And how we do that, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that, but platforms like this are definitely a start. But I think, as I mentioned, I think we just need to be more supportive and just show that courage to actually just speak up more and getting our thoughts out there.
Thank you. Tejas, go ahead.
I have sort of two observations on this. One is I've gone through different studies about child freedom in overall, and there have been studies like made since 1980s till the latest one, which was like Michigan State University. All of them more generally don't really um, have any, like they say, there's no really difference between men and women in terms of how many want to be child free. But unfortunately, I haven't come across a study where we can markedly show that men are not vocal as compared to any other groups or genders. But at the same time, I also have a subjective experience that online, at least in the online communities, in the child-free area, it's more women talking. And it could be a manifestation that women are pressurized more and they feel the need to talk about it more than men. That might be a result of that. That's one point. But on the other side, what I've also seen is that um, when if you look at the antinatalist literature, not just the child-free literature, then it is all male-dominated, more or less. If you take antinatalist community at large, it is male dominated. And there are indicators like you can check Exploring Antinatalism podcast, which is run by Amanda, for example. Majority of the guests over there are male. If you take some serious philosophers in antinatalism, like David Bennett or Karim Ackerma, Thomas Metzinger, Arthur Schopenhauer, these are all men. Not everybody, but in general, it's majority, it's male dominated. And there's a reason to that, that antinatalism is rather a philosophy, and philosophy and science and mathematics have traditionally been dominated by men. Not because women are not capable of it, but because our society had been structured patriarchally. But what I also feel is that when men actually start talking about child freedom, and when I say talking about, I mean really doing some serious literature, serious work on child freedom, I there might be a this is my hypothesis. There might be a chance that it really the arguments come out as antinatalist arguments. So it could be that child-free community is more women oriented, whereas antinatalism is more male dominated, and these two fields can complement each other. Um, yeah, that's what I think. These are the 2 points I've thought about.
That's a super interesting thought. And if anybody wants to pick that up
Yes.
as a case study, have at it. Like, yeah, if the antinatalist space is more male dominated with the dialogue that's happening, and child free, from what I've seen in the Facebook communities and forums, it's usually like a 15% are men, and 85% are women that are engaged in the activities and the dialogue in the group. And so it seems like it's somewhat switched on its head. Yet the communities, though they are completely different with being antinatalist and child free, there is some gray area and crossover. But it's strange that it is like that. I've never thought of that before. That's a great point.
And yet with Child Free Convention, I'm the only woman. I'm working with 2 guys.
Hey, I want to give you your statistics. So it looks like my group has 10% male and 90% women. So yeah.
And your group has how many people in it? Your Facebook group?
8,200.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you.
Okay.
So yeah. So there's some actual facts there, stats.
What group was that? Sorry.
That's a Best Child Free Life Possible on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. And we have an incoming question. Let her fly. All right. For Tejas, have you received a lot of pushback from your family community due to being antinatalist?
Yes and no. I mean, my immediate family has been very understanding, even though they're very traditional. I haven't got an explicit pushback from the larger community, but at the same time, I feel that almost the entire system is designed for people who are married and have children after a certain age. So it's not like I've got a pushback from individuals, but it's a systemic pushback that, like everything is geared towards certain, people with children. And you feel like, this is not a system built for you. So that way, a systemic pushback I have experienced, not from individuals.
Okay, I think Jared wanted to just jump in the channel because there's a bunch of dudes in here, and he wanted to be a part of it.
God does like, wait, what?
Getting the boy club here.
I can leave.
No. I'm kind of rethinking this next question based off of what Tejas kind of shared with the antinatalist community. But so I'll say the question and give my thoughts on it too. Why do you think men tend to be a little bit more ambivalent about the conversation of having a kid or not? And the reason I'm questioning that now is that's coming from a child-free standpoint, because it seems like in the child-free community, men seem very ambivalent. It's like, oh, I can have a kid, I could not have a kid, but it doesn't seem that way in the antinatalist community. But so from a child-free standpoint, why does it seem like men are kind of like they could go with the flow of whatever their spouse might want? Robert, we'll start with you.
I've thought about this question. I think some of it has to do with I guess somewhat the pressure of that term legacy. Like I know men are really pushed, like it's legacy.
Yeah.
And I can say I'm a junior. I'm named after my father. I know a lot of men that's in the back of the head. Like I want somebody to carry on my name of the family. And I think that's just sometimes that pressure just of how are you going to be remembered? Yeah, it really is a difficult one, because kind of like Cody was saying, I mean, a lot of men do have that. Yeah, I could have a kid. I don't have to have one. A lot of them can go either way. It's just, if I have a child, I have a child. If not, I'll make it work.
Yeah, yeah. Graham, your deep thoughts.
Yeah. I think you reframed the question now, so slightly. Yeah, I honestly think a lot of it, for a lot of men, it's really a bit of a non-issue. If I'm being honest, as they're sort of quite blasé about it. Like, yeah, if I have a kid, I have a kid. If I don't, I don't. If I meet the right person, if I don't, it's all cool. And I think one of the reasons the sort of thinking is quite prevalent is just because more men just haven't actually had that introspection and sort of taking that time to reflect, as Ted just mentioned earlier, taking that time to actually reflect, is this for me? Is this something I want to do? And just actually having that inward conversation and making that decision. So, I mean, just from my own personal experience, I've tried to have conversations with, my male friends who are child-free or haven't had kids or aren't married or are still deciding or even have kids. And I ask the question, why have you had kids? Or why, do you think you're going to have kids? And they almost give me this like confused look, like they haven't thought about it, which is just really insane, given that it's such a huge life-changing decision. So I just think for a lot of men, it just hasn't entered their thought process, which is just absolutely baffling for me.
Yeah. Tejas, what are your thoughts on this?
What Graham said actually makes sense, but I would want to expand more on that point. I think there's a sort of a natural asymmetry in term when it comes to procreation. Women have a bigger, or I would say more severe investment to do when they have child. So if you're a woman, you're thinking whether to have a child or not, uh, you get different parameters to think about as compared to if you're a man and thinking about it. I'm using men and women in traditional terms, as inseminators and gestators. But the point is that men don't have that bodily investment to do. Obviously, there's financial investment and it's a long term investment. We're not very good at thinking long term. That's quite obvious. But women have bodily investment and a short term severe investment. So I think that is why men aren't thinking seriously about it. That's why I think this is hypothesis. I don't have data to claim evidence for it.
Yeah.
I have so many questions, but I have nothing to do with being child free. I'm thinking men don't think long term. Well, that explains these guys I've been
No,
working with.
No, I meant humans in general are not good at thinking in terms of long.
That's true. I'm going to say men, but yes, fair enough. So, why do you think men change their mind and decide to have a child while they're in a relationship?
And kind of adding on to that, with a child-free person, because what we've seen in a lot of the Facebook groups and forums is we see someone make a post saying that my long-term boyfriend or my husband now wants to have a child. What do I do? And so why do you think that does happen? And we're kind of speculative here, but yeah.
Robert, go ahead.
Okay, my personal opinion, I feel that person probably they weren't set on being child free. Usually it kind of goes back to the last question we had, where they were kind of on the fence about it. It was more of, if it happens, it happens. If not, it doesn't. My opinion, somebody who's actually made a decision like, yes, I'm going to be child free, they probably wouldn't go that route. But I do know a lot of men do feel pressure, again, going back to that legacy. And a term I've heard most of my life is, when are you going to settle down and have a family? For some reason, if you don't have kids, clearly you settle that you're still acting like a child. So maybe some people just feel that pressure of, family, society, that, I'm going to be looked at as, not taking life serious if I don't settle down and start having kids, and have a traditional family.
And Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Robert took the words basically out of my mouth, to be honest. But yeah, fully agree with what you said there, Robert. I think just to add to that, that if a man goes into a relationship thinking I don't want kids, and his mind gets changed, not in every case, but I think obviously you mentioned society pressure and it's just the thing to do, right? But I think in a lot of cases it's really about fear of the relationship ending, and I'll do anything to keep my partner happy. So often it's about pleasing the other people, and without giving much consideration to how it may affect them personally, which I think is just wrong on every level. But yeah, that's what I'd add to your answer, Robert.
Thank you. Tejas, go ahead.
I might give a slightly different perspective here. One is that the claim that they do change the mind. Again, I think we're talking here just like social media observations or subjective experiences. I haven't come across any statistical study about it. The Michigan State study, again, I'm referring to, which also said that people who decide to be child free in their early teens remain so. They don't really change their mind, and the difference isn't that much in between men and women. That's what is that study says, I think. But even if we take the claim that men do change the mind later on in the life with a child free partner. One case comes to my mind. There was a case, I think, a few months ago. It was in India, where parents of a man uh, sued him because he wasn't giving them a grandson. I bring that example just to show the kind of pressure there is on men even. The other perspective I have is that on the right side, and I have seen many cases in person, like actual cases. When I say right side, I mean on the right wing side. It looks like more men are attracted towards the concepts of nationalism, religious, religion, or any sort of groupism. It looks like on the right wing side, more men are motivated. And there's always a rhetoric going on in those circles that it's your country, you need to have these many people, you need to produce, you need to give sons to your country, or you need to give sons to your religion, blah blah. The other religion is growing, so you need to compete with that. So there are so many propagandas around that, and I have seen personally men falling for those propagandas. That probably is one of the reasons, in my opinion, but again, that's a hypothesis.
Thank you. All right, so we are at the end of our panel, unfortunately. Thank you so much for joining us. So, quick wrap up: how can people reach you? Anything you want to plug? Let us know. Robert, go ahead.
If you want to reach out to me, I'm on Instagram at Robert Graham Photos. It's all one word. Um, Feel free to send me a message and let me know you saw me on on here. That would probably get you approved a little faster. But
hashtag
yeah.
men knit.
Yeah, well,
yes.
There you go. Well, yeah, that's it. Just feel free to reach out to me. So
thank you. Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really use social media that much. I don't have Instagram or anything like that. But if you want to reach out, I'm on Facebook. You can find me. I'm the guy with the fluffy cat next to his face. That's my profile picture, and also on LinkedIn. So yeah, feel free to get in contact with me. Always happy to connect with people.
Thank you. And Tejas.
I'm probably same as Graham. I am not on much social media, but again, I'm on Facebook. It's the same photo which was used in this convention's posters. You can find it and LinkedIn as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for being here, including Cody. And thank you for your contribution to our weekend event. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for organizing.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Childfree social media panel. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators today.
And I am Lenora Fay. I'll be the other moderator today.
Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth. The other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Childfree Life Possible. It's a group on Facebook. Buy Childfree, buy Childfree if you want some merchandise. Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. And with that, we'll get our speakers on stage, please. Isabel, Marcella, Jara, and Dr. Angela Harris, and Ebby. Hello. Sorry,
Hi.
Dr. Angela. I don't know why I just read your entire name and everyone else got the first name.
Angela's fine.
Hi, Angela.
Hey.
So tell us about yourself, and it might get lengthy here for some of you. What social media platforms you're on or that you run? Isabel, kick it off.
Hi, I'm Isabel. I am the founder of the Uprising Spark, which is the main social media platform that I run, Childfree related, of course. And I also run Nunca Madres, which is a Childfree platform in Spanish.
All right, Angela.
Hey everyone, I'm Dr. Angela L. Harris. I'm the visionary and founder of No Bibs, Burp Spottles on Instagram, where we highlight, empower, and celebrate African American Black child-free women. Child-free by choice, child-free by circumstance. You define you.
All right, Jara.
Hey everyone, I'm Jara and I'm the founder of Unfertilized Eggs, and I operate the Instagram channel Unfertilized Eggs, YouTube Unfertilized Eggs, and Facebook Unfertilized Eggs. And we empower child-free women to live boldly and unapologetically in their child-free choice.
All right, and Marcella.
What's up? My name is Marcella, but you probably know me as Childfree Millennial, which you can find me on YouTube or Instagram on there. I'm kind of new. I started it last year, but I love it. And that's me.
And Ebby.
Hi there, my name is Ebby Weyime. On social media, I am the Child-Free Kenyan. I am proudly pro-choice and child-free. I run a platform on Instagram, majorly on Instagram, and a bit on YouTube with the same name, the Child-Free Kenyan.
So what caused you to start speaking out on social media about the child-free lifestyle? Isabel, go ahead.
When I first embraced the child-free lifestyle, I started looking for my people, so my community. And I remember at the time, this was back 4 or 5 years ago, there was a few groups here and there, especially on Facebook, and there weren't a lot of accounts on Instagram. And it seemed to me that most of them were focusing on attacking parents and attacking kids, and that wasn't my goal. That wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to find more support, and I wanted to find people who had been through the process of sort of finding again their footing in a way after they had made the decision to become child-free. So because there was nothing like that, then I decided to start my own social media channels, and it was challenging at the beginning, but now I love it. Yeah.
Angela, go ahead.
Yeah, so I started No Bibs Burp Spottles, similar to Isabel, when I embraced my child-free by choice journey. I started looking for support and community. And at that time, the majority of what I was finding just really were a lot of white women. And I really, and also as to Isabel said, accounts that were just not aligned with what I was about. And so I wanted something that represented me as an African-American Black woman. I wanted an account that represented me as a child-free Black African-American woman. And so when I wasn't really seeing that pop up on my feed, I decided to start No Bibs Burp Spottles, not only for myself, because I needed the support, but I also wanted to support women who identified and was strong in their identity and cultural heritage of being Black African-American. So hence No Bibs Burp Spottles.
Thank you. Jara, go ahead.
Yes. So last summer, I was at my high school class reunion in Las Vegas. And I just remember just listening to my classmates talk about their families and kids, and then asking me when am I going to have children. It was just really uncomfortable, and I felt isolated. And so that's when I went to social media, and very similar to what Dr. Angela just got done saying, I saw very little representation, very little to no representation in the child-free space for Black women. And so I just decided to start my channel because in our community, saying that you don't want children is very taboo. And I wanted to, kill all of that, or, you know, um, put an end to that taboo, because it's not taboo. It's just our personal choice. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you. Marcella, go ahead.
Kind of like what everyone else has said before. I guess something unique about my journey on my child-free journey is I am recently divorced. I got divorced last year, and I remember it was about 2-3 years ago that my ex was like, I want to have kids, which I got married so young. It was a big mistake, but also like I learned a lot from it. And he was an only child, and so he felt the need that like he had to have kids for his parents. And so when he told me I want to have kids, I was like, I don't know if I want to have kids. And so I went to Google, like any millennial would, and typed in, what do you do if you don't want to have kids? And there really wasn't very much. I mean, I did find, like Isabel said, there were Facebook groups that I came across, literally 1 or 2 Instagram accounts, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I felt like I was this just like weird human who didn't have anybody else in her corner. And I was like, well, shoot, let me create a space, because who knows, like maybe there's other people out there who are Googling, what do you want to do? Or how will you handle life if you don't want to have kids, whatever it is. And so that's literally what led me to starting my own channel and Instagram, just so that it's kind of selfish. It's so I could make my own friends who were like-minded.
I don't know. I kind of think we've all done that. That's kind of my experience too. Yeah. And now they're all in the audience watching this convention. So hey, guys.
Yes.
Abby, go ahead.
So what prompted mine was they wrote a few months ago. They wrote a story about my child-free journey. So I had created the page, but it wasn't like really. It was for me to just find like-minded people, but then when they wrote the story in the national paper, then it really got a lot of traction, and that's when I really started getting very, very active on the Childfree Kenyan page, and it has been really, really good, because then the page is just growing very fast. If you ask me, it's growing very fast, which shows that there's definitely a need, because so many people can identify, and even those that are not child-free, they're very interested to just learn more about what being child-free means.
So how has creating a platform or a community enhanced or changed your daily life? Isabel.
It's definitely enhanced it. I mean, it's changed in the sense that I always have to like pay attention to what's going on, especially my DMs. Like I get so many messages sometimes that I try to answer each and every one of them. And sometimes that takes a lot of time. So I have to plan for that. But it has enhanced my life because, as these ladies have also said, I first created the platform because I was like, I want to find community. And I ended up doing the same. And this was also one of my objectives, sort of like creating that community for other people. And I have created a very strong community that I absolutely love. And I love talking to them. I love connecting with them. And I love, getting their feedback about anything and everything. And the fact that they can sometimes message me with things that are just like super personal. Just the fact that they're opening up to me and like trusting me because they know it's a safe space, that makes me feel really good, because that's exactly what this is all about.
All right. And Dr. Angela Harris.
Yeah, I would say the same. Since starting No Bibs Burps Bottles, it definitely has enhanced my life, more so that I'm just learning a lot about myself from the questions that I get. I also too enjoy the community aspect. to have people who have been following me since the conception of No Bibs Burps Bottles and sharing not only just their child-free journey, but like someone DM'd me was just like, hey, Angela, I just wanted to let you know that I'm getting my master's. And she sent me a picture. I highlighted her in my DMs, and really just being able to take it off a like and a heart and take it in the DMs. And thankfully, because I'm developing this authentic community, I've also been able to have conversations and take it from the DMs to like, hey, we are vibing and let's connect off Instagram. So I'm learning a lot about myself, but it really has enhanced of developing a community, and really more importantly for No Bibs Burps Bottles, developing trust.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll speak to that. I've DM'd all of you at some point, and now we're here face to face. So that's really cool. I mean, it does humanize the experience. Like, I know, like, we know that there's people behind the accounts, but now we're here, and it just elevates it so much more. Jara, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't feel isolated anymore. I feel like, and I love the fact that I was able to find so many child-free accounts, and it just seems like we have this like underground community. It's really cool. And I'm able to also, like Dr. Angela and Isabel said, connect with my followers on a more personal level, and they do share a lot of personal things with me, and I really appreciate that, like the trust that they have in me. And also in my personal life at work, I'm not afraid anymore to speak up about me not wanting children, and just say that unapologetically and go on with my day. So that's what my channel has done for me.
Yeah, there's a lot to say. Just saying it is empowering, and it kind of gives you what you need to. Yeah, this is me.
Yeah,
Marcella, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jara. You can finish that.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that I used to hold it in for fear of what people may think, but now I just honestly don't care.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cody, I forgot this was your question.
That's all right. Marcella, I know you don't have a problem like holding back your thoughts, so here we go.
Right. I mean, I used to. I feel like, and even now, sometimes I'm so open on social media, but in like the real life, I'm very much like conservative about the things that I say to people. Whereas like we were talking backstage about, I have like these just crazy, just like so energetic reels that I post, and like, yeah, I guess I am an energetic person, but like I would never be like that in real life and just be like, what's that? But I feel like the community, like I said earlier, a selfish reason was to make friends. I feel like I actually have made friends. And like my best friend, the one that I grew up with, I cannot relate to her in the sense of being child free because she is a mom. And I remember that when I came to that realization, I was like, well, shoot, this girl that I love with all my heart, my best friend, like this is something that I cannot relate to her with. And we kind of don't really talk about that because it's two different lives that don't really mesh very well. And so me being able to have all these friends online and DMs, and like everyone has said, connecting with them, hearing about their life, like the whole master's degree thing, people will DM me like, because I'm obsessed with Skittles. They'll be like, oh my gosh, did you see Skittles are like toxic for you now? And I'm like, I don't care, I'm still gonna eat them. Like, I love it. I love it. It brings me so much joy.
Abby, how about you?
Mine is very, very similar to Marcella's. I feel like I now have a community that I get to sit with, and we get to chat, and we get to talk about different things. And I feel like I'm grateful that I'm actually blessed that I am able to bring about this community. Like, I am this feeding point where people that have very similar ideas when it comes to being child free, like we all come to this one melting pot, and we all become friends. And it has brought me new friends. It has brought me new people that are actually now friends even in real life. So yeah, I love the kind of community that it has brought about.
So hopefully, after hearing everyone talk on this question specifically, it encourages people out there that come across this to start something for the child-free community, and you're going to make friends, you're going to make contacts, and it's a positive experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what has been, or what is your biggest challenge as a content creator, and how do you stay motivated? Isabel says, well, Lenora texts me every day to get stuff done. For the record, we're a podcast co-host. So if you hear me picking on Isabel, that is why.
That's normal. That happens all the time. It's interesting because at the beginning, I remember I pushed myself really hard because I had this business coach. I've had several, but there was one specifically who used to tell me, if you don't post every day, you have to show up every day. Otherwise, blah, 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 because, as Instagram is my main platform. And I would push myself, and I ended up sometimes posting some really stupid things, just really shitty posts that I didn't even feel connected with. So now I actually cut myself some slack. If I'm not feeling it, I just don't post. I learned how to just let it go. Let it go. My community is still there. They are not going anywhere. So if I'm not feeling motivated, I honestly just let it go until I feel motivated again.
Angela, go ahead.
Yeah, I can relate to that so much. And I too, I have an awesome business coach who has been with me from the beginning. And she has the same philosophy, you have to engage and talk. But even with the things that are happening in my life right now with a family crisis, I'm giving myself permission. And so I think one of the biggest challenges is, sometimes life happens, and whether it's work, whether you just need a mental health break yourself, I'm giving myself permission because, as Isabel said, it's about that trust for me. And so I trust that the people who are aligned with No Bibs, Burps, Bottles, that they will be there. And if I don't post today, if I don't post tomorrow, I believe that they will be there because they believe in not only Angela, but they support No Bibs, Burps, Bottles. But I definitely think a challenge is life happens. And so sometimes you don't feel like posting. Sometimes the creative juices are just not there. And so just being able to give myself permission to rest, allow my mind to take a step back and let the creative juices flow again, and being unapologetic about that. Because Angela, I don't know about anybody else, I can't post 8, 9, 12 times a day. That's just not me. So permission granted for me.
Thank you. Jara, go ahead.
Yeah, so my thing is, I'm not going to let social media stress me out. I did that before, and it was very detrimental to my mental health. Trying to post every day and push my products when they were first released back in February. That was really stressful. So now my community, they've probably noticed that I've taken a step back with posting, especially last month. I just kind of took some time, just refocus, center myself, and like Dr. Angela just said, let my creative juices flow. And another challenge is Reels. I know I need to get back with doing Reels because that's, where the algorithm is. But you will not catch me dancing on any Reels. That's not my thing.
Can I just...
Yeah.
Scenery. Use scenery and post words. That's what I do. Changed everything. I blew up on TikTok, and I hate TikTok. Oh, wow. So if you... pardon me, you guys, but yeah, if you just something pretty in your area that's scenic, post, text. It's changed my Instagram, it's changed TikTok, and I don't have to wig up. So yeah, just put your thoughts in there. The algorithms like scenery, and if people, comment, it keeps, just to try it.
And I learned that from a webinar. And again, we all being content creators, we have to kind of be aware of what TikTok is doing or whatever platform you're using. So I learned that in a free webinar, I might add, about Reels and scenery. So take advantage of the free webinars that are out there to help you.
Thank you. I will help you, Jara. My thoughts on what's hard is I am kind of the opposite. I enjoy being dumb on the internet. Dumb things. And so I am the person that posts like 10, 20 times a day. It's terrible. Social media consumes my life, but in a good way. I think the hardest thing for me though is because I mean, we all get the comments of like, your page is so focused on being child free, which sometimes I step back and I'm like, actually, yeah, you're right. Like it's the only thing I've said today is about, somebody sending me a hate comment or a screenshot from like a ridiculous post on like a mom page. And I'm like, I need I need to post other things. And so for me, it's kind of hard to just branch out. And so I've recently found that by sharing my interests, things I don't like, I mean, the other day I put a poll on like, what kind of pizza do you guys like? Just very, very off the wall things, but things that everyone can relate to, and not just 100% of the things that I post being about not wanting to have kids.
Ham and pineapple. Extra cheese. Don't kick me off this live stream. Abby, go ahead.
To me, I run two other businesses, Mombasa Shelf and the Grace Gap. Woohoo, little plug there. So I don't really, the Childfree Kenyan is like my third baby, my newest baby. I don't put a lot of time or energy or effort into it simply because I feel like I wanted to grow very organically. So I only do when the spirit moves me, when I feel like now I want to post. Like there are days when I'll go there and I'll like post things the whole day, and then you will not see me for another week. So it's only when I feel like I have authentic content that I want to share, or I've really like seen like some really amazing video that I want to repost or whatever. Having said that, I feel like, especially in Kenya, I feel like the time is very ripe for the child-free community, because there's so many people that are child-free, but one did not know that they were child-free, or they were too afraid to come out. So I feel like the page is really growing quickly because because people are waiting for this, and now it is here. So it's kind of just doing its own job by itself.
Yeah. So I think we have a question incoming. Here we go. All right.
These make me nervous because I don't
we don't know what it is either. So the anticipation. All right, here we go. Do you find that companies shy away from sponsorships? I've had dog brands reach out, and I know that isn't the goal of child-free social media, but I'm curious about that.
Good question.
I mean, raise your hand to take it first at this point.
I'll speak on it. I've had a few partnered things. One was for a dog, for a dog, a fur cleaning thing.
Dogs love us.
Right, exactly. I would know. But I will say, as a small or micro content creator, it is, and this is kind of like a little side tangent, but if you're wanting to get in the social media realm, child-free space, whatever, reaching out to other brands and being like, hey, I love this product. I reach out to nail brands. I'm obsessed with nails. Ticino is a tea that I drink regularly. They sent me an entire box of 100 tea bags because I was like, I'm obsessed. Give me the chance and I will post about it. I don't have 1 million followers, but I have a small following who maybe like to drink tea too, So I will say reaching out to brands definitely helps. I'm not sure that any brand has been like, we don't want to work with you because you don't want to have kids, but I don't know. Maybe they're talking behind my back and I just don't know.
I appreciate Marcella sharing that, just because I think a lot of times we may assume as content creators that you have to have 1 million and 2.2 followers, and I don't think that's true. I'm not at the point where I've had anyone reach out to me just yet, but I appreciate Marcella sharing that I too can probably reach out to other people. So I will take that to heart. But I think it's great when people can utilize the spaces such as the child-free space to promote their brand. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity.
Yeah. On a different note of sponsorships, but the algorithm and advertisers, please, anyone in charge of the algorithms, stop showing us diaper commercials when I'm trying to consume child-free content, which I'm sure will show up on this video on YouTube. Stop the diaper commercials. Stop. You're wasting money here for the advertisers, wasting our time. But whatever.
Maybe adult diaper commercials.
That's our market. So anyway,
50 years for the next 50 years from now, the convention will be sponsored by one of those companies.
So this is a redundant statement, but if anyone has anything they want to plug or promote, this will be the time to do it. How can people get a hold of you after the convention? We'll start with Isabel.
Yeah, so you can reach me at The Uprising Spark all across social media. But like I said, I'm mostly focusing on Instagram, and I do try to answer all of my DMs. I organize trips for child-free people in real life because I wanted to move from the virtual space to the real space, and we've had 2 already. We went to Punta Cana in February, and I just got back from Lisbon. And there's the next trip coming up in October. Lenora is coming this time around, so
That
stay
rarely
tuned.
happens.
Yeah, we are announcing this week. I'm announcing it. So if you're not part of my mailing list, make sure you get in there to get all the details first.
You're announcing it right now.
Well, yeah, actually, and you know what? This is going to be the first. So the past 2 trips were child-free women only. This is going to be the first one that is child-free women, child-free men, child-free non-binary folks. So everyone's invited.
Cool. All right, Dr. Angela Harris.
Well, again, it's been a pleasure to meet everyone on this platform today. So everyone can find me. I'm most active on Instagram. I do have a website, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, but Instagram, no bibs, burps, bottles. And one thing that we are gearing up for is our final speaker. Jara was our first speaker for our summer speaker series. And we will have our final panel on August 18th, where we will have 3 to 4 African-American Black child-free men that I will be interviewing. So I'm excited about that.
All
So
right.
please join us on August 18th.
Awesome. Jara, let us know.
All right. Thank you all so much for watching. Of course, you know, you can find me on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube at Unfertilized Eggs. But I do want to talk about my website, unfertilizedeggs.com also. So with tomorrow being, I think, what is it, National Child Free Day?
International.
Yeah.
On my website, I'm offering a 15% discount on everything. Actually, I started the discount code today. So today and tomorrow, you can get 15% off everything. Just enter the code CHILDFREE. And I chose 15% because when I was 15 years old, I knew I didn't want children, and I haven't changed my mind since then.
All right.
Love
Marcella, how can people find you?
I am at Child Free Millennial on YouTube and on Instagram.
All right. And Abby, let's wrap it up here.
Yes. You can find me on YouTube and on Instagram at the Child Free Kenyan. So it's pretty easy to remember. It's just the Child Free Kenyan.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for coming today and sharing your insight and encouraging the next generation of child-free content creators out there to step up and let's do this.
Thank you everyone so much.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, and welcome to the Child Free with Pets panel. I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators.
And I am Lenora Faye. I'll be the other moderator.
Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Childfree Media, our champion level sponsor, Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors, 365 Diversity, Best Child for Life Possible, found in Facebook groups, Buy Child Free, Buy Child Free if you're looking for merchandise, Child Free Family, Child Free Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint.
And our disclaimer, the opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of the event or its affiliates. And with that, let's bring on our speakers. Katie, Graham, long time no see, and Jillian.
All right. So with that, tell us about yourself and tell us about your pet.
Yes.
Katie, we'll start with you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Beck, and I'm 30 years old, and I have been with my husband for 13 years. We've been married for 3, live in California, in the United States. We've got 2 rescued pit bulls and currently 1 foster dog. So I'm an accountant starting my Master of Science in Accountancy to pursue my Certified Public Accountant. I start that program on Monday. And my husband's a welder millwright, and we haven't really wanted kids for the most of our relationship.
Okay. Jillian, how about you?
I'm Jillian Dressel. I'm a curator for Child Free Cat Lovers. I help those who are done trying to fit in with the crowd and embrace their compassion for cats. I guide them to connect more deeply with themselves, their cats, and other like-minded people so they can be better cat parents, have more fun as cat lovers, and create an enriching life they love as much as they love their cats. I'm like 1,000% cat lady. I have 2 rescues and Nomi and Moriarty, and 1 foster cat, Mittens. And I absolutely love traveling. And as a 1,000% cat lady, I am working on fulfilling my big dream of visiting every cat cafe in the United States. And with my love for animals, I'm vegan for the animals and the planet and my health and all those good things. And I never wanted kids, but it wasn't until about the last 10 years that I really started to embrace it and stop trying to convince myself that I wasn't sure.
Okay. Hey, good luck on going to all the cat cafes because they keep making them. So as
I
soon as you
know.
think you're done,
I know, right?
They're gonna make another one.
I'm gonna have to circle back to some of these places.
There you go. Graham, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, well, first of all, Jillian, good luck with that. I think it's critical. Keep us updated on your progress. So yeah, my name's Graham. I'm 35. I have 1 rescue cat who was actually featured very briefly on a previous panel, Child Free Guys. Unfortunately, she's decided she's not going to appear on the panel that she really should be appearing on. But yeah, she's a rescue cat. She's probably about 8 or 9. We adopted her from a rescue in Cyprus because we found it really hard to actually adopt locally in the UK because they wouldn't rehome, they don't rehome to apartments because they want cats to go outside. So like getting an indoor cat is quite difficult. But always loved animals. Grew up in a house full of dogs, and it was only after I got married and sort of adopted my wife's cat along with that that I sort of turned into a hybrid crazy cat dad and dog dad. So yeah.
All right. And comment section, go crazy. Tell us about your pets as well, both now live and in the future when it's archived.
I was just saying to Graham, isn't that just like a cat? They don't appear when you want them to. Like, I'm pet free by choice, but I get the sense that cats just do what they want, even when you want them otherwise. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from this panel. All right, so pets versus kids. If you don't want a child, why do you want a pet? Katie, we'll start with you.
Mostly for me, it's the freedom. Not really having that kind of responsibility to worry about 24/7. My dogs are crate trained. They can be left for 8 to 12 hours alone. It's, you can't really do that with kids. Daycare is not free, and you can't really put them in a cage. So, so that's one of the biggest things for me. It's just having the freedom. I've just from a young age was always told that, you know, once you have kids, you're never number one and you always have to put them first. So that was kind of just, I don't know, ingrained in me. And as I got older, I was like, wait, I have the option. I don't have to have kids. And so getting pets has been extremely fulfilling, and fostering them has been obviously somewhat heartbreaking when they leave, but also fulfilling at the same time. So that's, yeah, one of the biggest reasons for me.
Thank you. Jillian, go ahead.
Sure. Well, it's interesting because, you know, taking care of an animal is definitely puts you in a caregiving role. And I am totally not a caregiver in any way, shape, or form. Like, even when I try to be, like with other human beings, like I don't last very long. I'm not good at it. Like when people are sick and stuff, you know, it's not the place for me. But I love cats, and, you know, they need a lot of care. And you know, as an adult, I realized that there were a lot of cats who needed homes and help and were homeless, or they were suffering in some way. And really, even though I love cats and I love having them in my life, a lot of it became more about helping them and giving them a home than it was about, I want a cat just for me and to make me happy, even though they do. But so yeah, with the exception of one of my cats, none of the cats I've had in my adult life I chose. They all just kind of came to me. They showed up in my life and they needed help, and I wanted to help them, so I took them in.
That's lovely. Graham, go ahead.
Yeah. So for me personally, I grew up in a house where we always had pets. You know, surrounded by dogs, budgies, hamsters, that sort of thing. My older brother even had a snake, which terrified my mom. So I always knew that I wanted to live in a house where I would be surrounded by animals and pets. But I think there is a fundamental difference between, you know, having a child and having a pet, and you know, they both are a commitment, they're both a responsibility. However, by having a child, you're willfully creating life in a planet where there's already so many unwanted living beings. But I think by adopting a pet, you're giving a second chance to a living being that's already here, and you get that joy. As Jillian was saying earlier, it's more about the joy that you give that animal than it is for yourself. I find it quite selfless. It is a great joy for me personally, of course, but you're doing it for the cat or the dog or whoever, you know, whatever animal you're adopting. So for me personally, I get great joy from, you know, seeing the progress of a rescue dog or cat under my care and love, you know, just thriving as time goes on. And for me, that's just so much more rewarding in my mind than ever having a child.
Yeah, there is a stereotype that child-free people are just filling a void of not having a child by having a pet. So what are your thoughts on that? And we'll start with Katie.
For me, I personally don't feel like there's a void to fill, because pets are a different type of love and companionship. They're, you know, they're so loyal and they mostly just want to please you. They're, you know, having them come out of their shell and really seeing who they are out of the shelter and stuff like that. It's just totally, it's a different kind of, you know, love that they give you. So whenever I see children, I think to myself, that doesn't really look like anything I ever want to do. That doesn't really bring joy to me at all whatsoever. But when, you know, what I do with the dogs and, you know, finding a home for them, finding a permanent home and having being that temporary in between, really just kind of gives me those warm, fuzzy feelings that, you know, seeing kids does not. So if anything, it just reminds me to go home and take my birth control, so I don't have to have that in my life. So,
all right, Jillian, how about you?
Well, yeah, I'm totally on the same page as Katie. The whole idea of a void, you know, which implies that there's something missing from us, you know. So I think there's that stereotype because, like, again, it's a caregiving role. And I think for people with kids, they see, like, they're trying to I think, I cannot speak for them, but that they're trying to rationalize it somehow. And so they're like, well, what they really want is kids. I mean, that just has to be because they don't know any other way. So that must be why they want the animals, because it's filling some emptiness inside of them. But it's not. It's different. It's totally different. And there are definitely some parallels, I think, between taking care of a human child and taking care of an animal. But there's definitely some huge differences. And yeah, those huge differences just don't interest me. And yeah, the freedom is a huge part of that.
Yeah. Graham, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think for me personally, possibly, I think there could be a bit of an element of truth to that for my own personal situations. So, this might be a bit divisive, but I believe that most people, biologically, obviously with a few exceptions, have some form of paternal, maternal instinct or want to give that care and love onto others. Everyone who has a pet, their intentions are different. Some people have a dog or a cat or whatever, and it's just something that they have. They don't really, maybe give it that much love or attention. It's just something that they have. But for others, it's an integral part of their life and part of their family. So this is going to be a bit harsh, but I think ultimately the stereotype that people without children, they have pets to fill this void, can quite easily be thrown back at parents who say that. That having a child is filling the void that they have deep within themselves. So I find stereotypes like this quite amusing and actually can really hypocritical for those that sort of throw this accusation our way.
So pet parenting titles like cat mom, dog dad are used as a barb against the child-free community. And yet there are so many parents who proudly call themselves the same thing. Why do you think the tone is different? So Katie, go ahead.
I think it's because some people put themselves on a pedestal with raising their kids, as in it's one of their biggest accomplishments, while others maybe don't tend to care as much, that, they don't care that they've raised good humans, and, they're not really offended by the term dog mom because they know that, they've done right by how they've raised their kids. Or perhaps maybe they're a parent of both a child and a pet, and they're not really bothered by it. But I think the people that are bothered by it, like I said, they kind of put themselves up there kind of with like their kids are kind of like their accomplishments. And so that's definitely kind of interesting. It's a good question there.
Jillian.
Sure. So actually I took a slightly different take on the question. But then I got what the question was. So I'm trying to kind of figure it out a little bit here as we're talking. I think that it almost, from my perspective, is that it almost seems like we're taking something away from them by calling ourselves that, because, it's not really being a mom, because supposedly, apparently mom has this definition that it has to be a human child. And I think it's kind of gatekeeping in a way. And that, a person with a human child gets to say, okay, well, these people over here, you can call yourselves a mom, cat mom, dog mom, whatever, but you people over here, you have not met the definition of my criteria of what a mom actually is. So you don't get to call yourself that. And so I don't think people can do that. I mean, they can do it, but I don't think that it's right. If I think I'm a cat mom, then I'm a cat mom. So, and I was just going to say, there's a lot of, and maybe this is a little, there's a lot of people who care for animals that don't like that term even, and prefer guardian or caretaker instead, because they don't see themselves as parents either, or they don't even see themselves that way. But for those of us that do, I think we should be able to do that if we want to.
Fair enough. Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on what Jillian and Katie have said, especially Katie, when you mentioned about the whole pedestal thing, I think that really, resonates with me and sort of is what it comes down to. I think that many parents, not all, I think many parents, they have a child and think, mentions great accomplishment and this, feeling of euphoria, feeling that somehow this is unique to them and what they have is special. So when they see child-free people with pets who maybe are feeling a similar joy by giving love to a cat or a dog, I think there's an element, maybe they feel threatened. Maybe there's even an element of jealousy to it. And maybe I'm reaching a bit far now, but maybe there's even some elements of regret deep down to the decision that they can't reverse, that's permanent. I don't know. But they don't feel that anyone else, not all of them, but they don't feel that anyone else should feel what they feel. So that's why I think the tone can be different.
So a hot button topic over the last year or so in the media is that the birth rate worldwide everywhere is dropping in the next generations, and that people are opting for even pet ownership over having a child. And some heavily influential people have come out, and the Pope, for example, and kind of put a target on people's backs that if you're choosing to have a pet over a child, then you're essentially a bad person. I'm paraphrasing here. And that didn't go over well with the child-free community. What was your reaction to that in general, I guess? Katie.
I think this is a big part of it is people are just realizing that now that they have a choice and that they don't have to have kids in order to live a fulfilling life. It's more and more common that people are waiting a little bit longer, and maybe if they're waiting longer, then they're deciding maybe I don't want them, and they're actually making those decisions instead of just rushing into it and, doing what the societal norm has always kind of taught us to do. So I think as the generations are kind of moving on, I think it's just becoming a little bit more common for people to say, wait a minute, like what do I want to do with my life first before I rush into having kids or even have them at all. So I think that's a really big part of it.
Yeah. Jillian, how about you?
Well, kind of talking about that specific situation, it made me kind of mad, of course, but ultimately it really didn't matter that much to me, because not that I'm not influenced by outside things, but when it comes to my value system and how, like, what's really important to me in my life, my internal system drives me much more than anything that anybody else says. So I think, for people that maybe have a different value set or more values like tradition and loyalty, things like that, I think that they could potentially be more greatly influenced by these big people saying this kind of stuff. For me, I could care less, aside from getting a little upset, like, who do you think you are? And also, the Pope doesn't have kids, so he could write. I'm not religious, so I don't know all the rules, but my understanding is he wouldn't be able to be the Pope if he was married and had kids. Is that right?
I can't speak to Catholicism.
Okay, I don't know either. But it was like, well, you don't have kids.
But why
aren't you
one? I mean, come on.
Wrong then, right? So I just was like, this is silly.
Graham, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, similar to what Jillian literally just said. It was a bit of a non-issue for me personally, and like I found the comment quite funny. Like coming from someone, as Jillian mentioned, he doesn't have children, and I don't even think has pets. I mean, I take it from the comment that he made that he doesn't think much of them. So yeah, I don't really have personally have an opinion on this, but I think it is just quite a narrow-minded viewpoint. And Katie mentioned earlier now, about there's a choice that people can make, and I think a comment like this was made because maybe, outside of the view of a traditional choice of getting married, having kids, there is actually another path you can take. So I think that's why a comment was made like this, that people are actually not going down that traditional route. But to be honest, I really couldn't care less what people like him say.
Yeah, and we're not coming down on religion per se. It's the fact that the level of the megaphone that it came from, I think, is the difference maker.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes, definitely. Because then there was like, the other big person I thought of recently was Elon Musk talking about, oh, you need to have as many kids as you can. And that was not from a religious standpoint that I know of. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, to me, that was the same situation. And I was like, who are you? And you're so disconnected from the reality of real people anyway. Like, what to expect that of people, you know? So yeah, I don't pin it down to just religious side of things. So
yeah, and I think there's, you know, sometimes I just want to get that message across when someone makes a comment like this, is that, you know, if everyone had children, obviously the planet would just go nuts as it already is, but like, who would look after animals that need rescuing? So you need child-free people. You need people to be able to have that capacity, whether it be space in their house, financially to support, you know, rescues, and have that inclination to look after animals on the earth as well. So you know, sometimes you just want to get that message across. So it's a very sort of narrow-minded viewpoint when you make a very short-sighted comment like this.
Yeah,
we tried to invite him on this panel, but we didn't get an answer back. Just to put that out there. But there's always next year.
Yeah.
So Jillian's like not holding my breath.
Oh no, I just didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. Geez, that's just not how I came off. You never know. You never know.
You never know. The offer is always there.
Mm-hmm.
So when your current pet or pets pass, will you replace them immediately or opt for a pet-free life? Aging and caring for, like, if you're caring for aging pets type of thing. Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think I will always have pets in my home. I hope to be able to open a small foster-based rescue in the next 10 years or so. So I don't think my home will ever be pet-free. I think it's just kind of something that is just something I love doing. And I'm maybe not amazing at it, but I'm not bad at it. So, so it seems to work out well for my home, my dogs, and also all of the other dogs that I end up helping out. So,
Jillian?
It's hard to say. From a housing standpoint and probably being a renter, I've considered it just because I have 3 cats right now, and the fostering situation is kind of long-term, and it would really open up a lot more possibilities for my housing situation if I didn't have animals.
That's a great point.
Yeah, it's tough. There's so many places that don't allow them, or maybe you sneak them in, but then you might get caught, right? And then it's a whole thing. So, and then just from a financial standpoint, they cost a lot of money. And especially like I like to feed my cats high quality food, and I have pet insurance on them. And if and when, something happens to their health, a major situation, I will do whatever it takes if I think it's in their best interest to save them. And I did have that happen about 2.5 years ago with a cat of mine. We weren't able to save him, but I went into quite a bit of debt because of it, and it's taken me almost 3 years to pay that off. And I do it again, but there's only so much debt I can go into and so many loans I can pay off at a time. And so potentially just having a little bit of a break from the financial responsibilities, as much as I love them. But if I was pet-free, I would definitely ramp up my efforts to help animals in other ways outside of adopting and fostering, like volunteering, which I do and have done, and maybe probably donating more money as well. So I couldn't see just like not helping cats somehow.
Yeah. Thank you. Graham, go ahead.
So short answer, absolutely. We live by the motto that the house is not a home without a cat or a dog. But I think what Jillian said there is really, really important as well. That aside from all of the joy and love of having a pet, it's really expensive, and there's always hidden costs that might come up, and especially if you're renting, it's really difficult. We've experienced the same problem here in the UK, which is where I'm based. It's really difficult to find rent an apartment that says you can allow animals. You kind of have to request it, and if you're the right potential tenant, they'll consider it, which is what happened with us. We got very fortunate, but thankfully we've just purchased this flat a couple of months ago, and they have an official no pet policy, but because we're like good tenants and actually have bought, they've kind of looked the other way and allowed us to have a cat. So when our kitty does pass, I think we might get maybe more than one cat, maybe sort of a young pair of siblings or something. But yeah, it's not easy for everyone to do it, especially if you're renting.
So I can speak out on the pet-free side of things. My wife and I, we had 2 dogs that we had adopted, and the last of them had just passed away last year, actually. And we had a conversation knowing he was getting older. It's like, well, do we want to have another pet immediately or what? And we decided we wanted to go pet-free, at least for the foreseeable future, because we wanted to travel more. And having pets, it is a little bit more responsibility. And we're like, when we're ready, yeah, we'll go back and we'll adopt again another pet. But for now, like, being pet free, it's kind of what we do want to focus on. So just show the other side of things.
Mm-hmm.
And so, sorry, Jessica.
No, I was just gonna say hashtag permanently pet free, but
yeah,
I've never had a pet as an adult. Just for those pet free people in the audience, we do exist too.
There you go. God free, pet free. It's a real thing. So office policies, at least that I know of, don't recognize a bereavement process for the loss of a pet. What do you think about that? Should they? Is that us being like overly like child free? Katie, go ahead.
While I do feel like maybe some people might view this as a little extreme, I think it depends, because, for example, my office is dog friendly, and they actually offer a stipend for pet insurance. So I think with those kinds of office cultures, yeah, I mean, if they're doing things like that for your pets, then yeah, I think it wouldn't. Why not? If they're already offering other benefits that are, benefiting you and your pet, that it should definitely be there. But like I said, some office cultures aren't, as dog friendly and open to those sorts of things. So I can definitely see where some people might kind of, turn their nose up to that.
Yeah. Elaine, what do you think?
Well, there are, I had to look into it, but there are some companies that do have pet bereavement policies, but they're clearly the exception and not the rule. And I think that really, from a business perspective, it's good. It can be a way to just purely business can attract more talent, better talent when you have a more robust benefits package. Millennials, for example, I'm a millennial. We are the largest percentage, the largest generation in the workforce right now. We also have the largest percentage of animal companions in our lives. So there's a lot of us out there who would probably want to see that. I read there a survey done in the UK of people that said that 74% of people would like to have a pet bereavement policy. So it's clearly something that people want. And yeah, I just think, and also it's when you're forcing people to work through grief, it makes them less productive and it makes them make poor decisions on average, statistically. So even if you're like, oh, well, you just have to come in because it was just an animal and that doesn't matter, they're not going to be as productive and going to be probably costing the company in other ways that aren't as clearly visible as, oh, you're going to be missing a day or two of work because your animal died and now you won't be here to be productive. So
yeah. So Graham, what do you think?
Yeah, and if I can just say, I think that it shouldn't just apply to bereavement. I think it also should apply for, when you adopt a cat or dog as well. I think there could be policies in place where, you can have that time to adjust the animal as well. Speaking personally, I think 100%. I think I'm starting to see more of a change. Some companies are starting to slowly implement sort of, these sort of policies. Speaking personally, so I'll tell a very quick story. We lost our beloved cat, Emily. She was about 13 or 14 early last year due to a very sudden illness. It was utterly devastating. And this was a particularly special cat because we had immigrated from South Africa to England and we had taken her with us. So obviously there's an emotional attachment of, home and everything like that. I have never cried so much in my life. Like honestly. And I've lost grandparents. I've lost a close friend or two. It was just utterly heavy. I couldn't function. And there was no official pet bereavement policy in place at my workplace. Thankfully, I just had a honest conversation with my manager and told her what had happened. My colleagues were all really supportive and showed genuine concern for me. So thankfully, the culture wasn't toxic or like, oh, it's just an animal, like get over it. And I had to take a day or two off to mourn and just to process this because I just couldn't work. It was debilitating. But this was taken from annual holiday leave. It wasn't any sort of family responsibility or anything. So I've also read studies that, you know, losing a close pet that you really bonded with can be just as devastating psychologically as losing a family member or a child. So, you know, why aren't child-free people with pets included in, you know, inclusive company policies like this? So I'm hoping we can see more of a change and as Gillian mentioned earlier, that better benefits package. I think it's wrong, and I think it needs to change.
Yeah, and just on a second level, it's a possible, you know, bridge between the child-free and parents to get together, because loving a pet isn't just a child-free thing, but parents love pets too. I mean, they would probably, you know, benefit from a bereavement process of a pet that has passed away as well. So hey, parents, let's team up. Let's do this.
Absolutely.
So this is a great segue to the last question. Is a pet more than a pet when you are child-free? So Katie, go ahead.
I think Julian touched on it earlier. Like, everyone is different. Pet owners, you know, they have different levels of, you know, why they own a pet. But when you're child-free, I don't necessarily think that your pet is more than a pet, just because other people with children can also have the same relationship and experience that we do when we're child-free. But pets are just a different type of connection and relationship, you know, as compared to kids. You know, they can't talk back. They only know how to love and how to give it. They just want to make you happy. They don't ask for much, but they give you so much in return. So meanwhile, children require a lot more work and maybe eventually pay off if you're lucky. But dogs don't have that kind of pressure to be smart or successful, and they just get to be their goofy selves.
I never required any of my dogs to be smart. That's Jillian, go ahead.
You know, again, yes, I do think it depends on the person, because I've known people on both sides, people who were child-free and were more of on the side of the animal definitely wasn't more than a pet to them. And then I've known people that have human children and they have done everything for their animals and really do treat them like a real permanent part of their family. So I think it just really comes down to how an individual thinks of an animal. And Katie kind of touched on it too. Kind of, to me, there's kind of like cat owners. Well, I say cat because that's my whole world. You know, animal companion owners, and then like animal companion lovers. And that I see owners more likely to maybe not think of them as a more than a pet, more of a, hey, this is nice to have. Oh, hey, I like it when they come and pet, you know, sit with me. I like it when they do this for me and that for me. And on the other side, you know, and maybe not as open to understanding the animal when they're struggling or when they're acting out or all those things. And on the other side, a little maybe more compassion, more trying to understand the animal when they're, you know, biting or scratching or doing things that you don't want them to do. So yeah, depends, I think.
Thank you, Jillian. Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Katie and Gillian really hit the nail on the head there. It really just depends. I know people who are have kids and have a pet, and in some cases it's just a pet, it's just an animal that they own, and in other cases is an integral part of the family, and they see that cat or dog as, you know, one of their own, as almost equal to the kid that they have. So I think it really depends. For me personally, the kitty that we adopted her from a rescue in Cyprus as we were struggling in England, and she had kidney disease. She had a really, really rough life. It was only after we got her that, you know, she showed signs of anxiety and sort of was acting out. And it was a really tough beginning. We had to go through a lot of help to try and get her right. And we got an animal behaviorist in, and we spent a lot of money trying to get her right. So I'm not saying that someone who has kids wouldn't have been able to have put up with this cat. But I think being child-free for us definitely helped in being able to give her the care and home she needed. So for me personally, as a child-free person, for me, a pet is more than a pet.
We have a question from the audience. I think we might. Nope. Well.
Nope. All right.
We'll get to it in the comment section later if we have to. But everyone, thank you for your time. This is a great spot to plug and promote anything that you would like to, how people might be able to reach you after the convention. And so we will start with Katie.
You can reach out to me via email. My email is keh421@yahoo.com. I can send it in the chat as well.
That'd be great. And Jillian.
Yes, so I have been building a community specifically for child-free cat lovers. Like for people who like really, really love cats. They have a deep compassion for cats. And we've done all kinds of fun stuff like virtual happy meowers and coloring parties and interviews with holistic cat care experts. And we even did a virtual Meowloween party one year, which was a lot of fun. And so it's really just like a place for them to connect with other like-minded people, connect more deeply with themselves and their cats. So, if you'd like to be part of a positive and purposeful and thoughtful community of child-free cat lovers, you can feel free to join our community. It's on Facebook called Child-Free Cat Lovers Living with Your Cat in Mind. And I think there's a link being dropped somewhere here, but if not, you can search it on Facebook. And also you can find it through my bio on Instagram at Jillian Dressel.
All right. Thank you. And Graham.
Cool. I'll definitely be hitting you up, Jillian, with some contact details because that sounds like a great community.
Okay.
So yeah, keen to join that. No, I'm not really that active on social media or anything like that. But if you want to reach me, I have an email which I think has been dropped into the chat. Also on Facebook, so feel free to reach out. You'll see a picture of me with my head next to a cat, of course, cliche. And I'm also on LinkedIn as well. So please feel free. Very happy to connect with anyone who's keen.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, thank you everyone for your time and your candor. We really appreciate it. And we'll talk to everybody here in a moment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
We made it, and we haven't been kicked off Facebook yet. We still have like 15 minutes before they they run out of time.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for attending the 2022 Virtual Child-Free Convention. It is over.
But before we completely wrap up,
yeah, we're still here for a bit, so hang out with us.
Last thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsor Childfree Media, champion level sponsor Childfree Wealth, and other sponsors 365 Diversity, Best Child Free Life Possible on Facebook, Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree for merchandise, Childfree Family, Childfree Journals, StopHavingKids.org, StreamYard, and the books The Age of the Child by Kristen Tetzi and Wild Egg by Jennifer Flint. Double extra plug for Childfree Wealth and Dr. J. He's giving away copies for free, digital copies of his book, Portraits of Child-Free Wealth. It's an account of 26 child-free individuals and couples and their financial journeys. So it's free. Go to childfreewealth.com/book. Get a free book. It's free there copy for you. Digital copy. Yes.
All right. So I'm about to vomit. I'm getting a bunch of you guys are texting me right now. Thank you. I'll reply to it in a bit. Okay, Cody, direct. We have some things to wrap up here. So
we do. So just looking ahead to 2023 and Child-Free Media continuing the convention, it's a great opportunity to go to Child-Free Media, sign up for the newsletter to find out info, hit up anywhere there is social media, find us there, but especially on YouTube, and get ready to find us on wherever you consume podcasts. Yes. We are there as well. Go ahead and subscribe to those as well. And the replays for this convention in its entirety will be on the Child-Free Convention YouTube channel. But the individual sections, once they're broken up, will appear on Child-Free Media. So that's where you'll go if you want to revisit, or if a conversation is happening in a Facebook group and you say, hey, they talked about this in the convention, here's a link. That's where you would go, is to Child-Free Media's YouTube to do that.
So just to clarify, that's an unofficial after party. I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
I think Jared will host it. It's not an official after party, but Jared's gonna have some. Yeah.
This is
you didn't ask permission, dude. Before can I yell at you one more time?
Okay. Okay, guys.
Jeez. Okay, so this is an unofficial party. I won't be there. Not that I need to be at every party, but I kind of do. But if some of you guys want to gather, then you can go hang out with Jared.
If you have Discord, go for it.
Yeah, if you have Discord. But we don't have anything planned for it because some of us have to go to sleep. So huge thank you to everyone that has watched this. I've heard from many of you privately. It's been amazing. I know some of you have stuck the whole way through, like the live stream.
Yeah.
Huge shout out to you. Yes, it has been a marathon. Try sitting here this has been the best core workout ever because I have not slouched. I've been sitting balancing on pillows and towels because I'm 5'3" and my feet don't touch the ground right now because I had to elevate myself in this chair. So it has been a marathon, but thank you to everyone that stuck with the live stream, and those of you who are watching replays, thank you for checking us out. Please, so feel free to share this live stream once we end the broadcast. The convention, it's in its entirety from everything just went dark. I'm about to pass out. Everything in its entirety is available to share from Child-Free Convention. That will stay on this channel. So feel free to share it everywhere within the next 24 hours because that really helps the numbers as well too. Volunteer team. Okay, Marike's in Ireland preparing for a party. She's gonna go get hammered. She was our green room.
That's a stereotype.
Wow. No, well, she's not from Ireland initially. She's from the Netherlands. She's living in Ireland.
I'm just saying, if you go to Ireland and get hammered, that's a stereotype.
That's not what I meant. We're falling apart here, guys. Bear with us. So, it's been a long 11 months. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, our speaker green room host. Thank you, Marike, for keeping everybody, getting it together, getting them all their instructions, and then changing them over to StreamYard. Rebecca, our troll patroller, event planner behind the scenes. Thank you so much for making sure the chat stayed civil, and of course our live audience. Seriously, we were hoping this would happen, and you guys were amazing. Thank you. We've had, we had parents in the audience. We've had people from all different spectrums of child-free, childless, you name it. We've had it in the audience this weekend. So thank you guys for your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your compliments. It's all appreciated. It really adds to doing this live event. High fives, guys. We pulled it off. Yeah. We have been working our butts off, and we did such a good job. Great job directing, Jared. And
for me, quick special thank you to my wife, AJ. Thank you for sticking by me through all this craziness, and it's going to happen again. So
thank you, AJ, for lending us Cody. We need him.
She's a great partner.
And again, thank you, Cody, for being such an awesome co-mod. I think we have a good flow on stage.
You did great. So... pat ourselves in the back. High fives all around. Happy International Child Free Day for everyone that's in it right now, and for everyone else. It's happening tomorrow. Celebrate.
So what do you have to say? We're just can we go through some comments just quick? Because I do want to interact with you on a tiny bit before I faint.
We're all gonna check on you later, Lenora, and be like,
gonna have like 1,500 emails and messages going, "Are you okay?" If I don't know if Dr. J is still in the audience, but last night he sent me a checkup text to make sure I was still alive.
Oh.
So thank you, Jay, for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. I don't know if you're doing this, Jared, but there's comments like that.
I think there's a
I ain't touching it.
No, because
there's an app or a website. It's like Buy Me a Coffee. I think everyone's going to try to find one to send a pizza to Lenore. You're going to get so many Hawaiian pizzas sent to your house.
Sent to Canada.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you guys are sending it from outside of Canada, well, it'll get stopped at the border. But I want to show some of these just because people watching the live stream can see them as well too.
Read them out for the podcast later.
Yeah,
I could read them if you need to.
So, yeah. So I can't read anymore.
I can read.
Yeah, go
Thank
for it,
you
Jared.
for this great
Go for it,
convention. I have to watch some panels tomorrow because I could not follow the whole thing, but it is great what you are doing for the community.
Thanks, Kirby.
Yep.
Thank
Replays
you.
will be available. Yes.
Yeah. So you guys, again, the convention is available in its entirety immediately yesterday. Oh, and timestamps. Rebecca, shout out to Seth who did the timestamps for yesterday's replay. That will be up again. So I will get those. I will post them in the comments on this feed so you guys can see if you had to leave and come back, and you'll know where to.
So Seth, if you're out there and you're looking for something to do in the near future.
No, I got a nod from Rebecca. That's happening.
Okay.
So
okay, cool.
There is okay. Again, shout out to our good friend Hannah, wife without
Hannah.
Pay. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for supporting us. Again, she had us on
Big
our sorry, I'm probably yelling. I'm a little delirious. Like,
you got good volume.
Honestly, behind the scenes, I can moderate. When I know I'm moderator, I'm fine. And then the minute it's done, because now I'm gonna get emotional. This is done. Like this.
Hey, wait, Ian.
You know what? Send all the
There you
pizzas,
go.
send all the shoes. I wear a size 10, and send all the wigs. And I'll be okay.
The wigs of the world.
Good. See, actually, going back to Hannah for a second, if you remember, Hannah asked us what's our favorite part we were looking forward to at the convention. And I said, in all seriousness, when it's all over, Hannah, the moment has arrived. My favorite moment of the entire thing, not because I don't enjoy the process, but because it all worked out.
Yeah.
All the speakers showed up. We had a few cancellations, but everybody showed up. Jared didn't disconnect us from the wall.
we only had a couple technical glitches, which I mean that's pretty good for an 8-hour live stream.
Yeah, multiple days times 2. Yeah.
Multiple continents and countries, and
By the way, I noticed that we did have some people, commenting about the time it started. It started for 7 a.m. for me because I'm in Alberta, Canada. Keep in mind that while the moderators are in North America, this is a global event. So we're not basing time zones on one particular country. We had people in Kenya, we had people in Japan, we had people in Yemen. So you have to keep in mind that when we put this together, and Cody gets this headache, we have to factor in multiple time zones from all the speakers, and they take priority. So thank you guys for waking up or staying up. But that is how we make our decision. We have to accommodate speaker schedules, and our speakers
screen it's like the Matrix when I'm planning all this, because it's like, well, this speaker's in this time zone, and this one's over here. I'm like, well, I can put him here, but then this one here, and so there's a lot that goes into when it happens. And the 9 a.m. Eastern U.S. start seems to be the best time, because that, like, on the other side of the world, like with Japan, it's like 9 p.m. for them. So we don't want to go too late for those guys, and it's not too early for everyone else. So sorry, but that's why we got replays. Yeah,
I can read that comment right there.
Well, actually, I want to do some more thank yous.
Okay.
I want to shout out, of course, my Childfree morning chat crew who were in the audience and have been hyping me up.
Yeah.
And Emma, who's watching, who's been texting me actually. Hi, Emma. And also, I want to shout out my Childfree Girls podcast co-hosts, Kristen, who was, a willing volunteer. I didn't ask her. And Isabel, who was also a willing speaker, I didn't ask her, but also just because with our collaboration, I've had to step back a tiny, tiny bit because of the craziness of July getting this event ready. So thank you girls so much for having my back. And I appreciate your support as always. Yeah.
And just a quick reverse shout out to Katie with her Childless Summit that she did earlier this month. So,
oh yes,
Katie Chasing Creation, yes,
yeah, she had a great summit. So, just a quick shout out to her and support. Like we know what goes into it, and you've done an amazing job, helping your community as well.
So actually, Jared just did something really good. Where can we find? Where can people find us? We haven't plugged us enough. So, Jared, tell people where they can find you if they want to follow you on social media.
Okay, so you can follow me on Instagram, Best Child Free. You can get on the Facebook group, just search Best Child Free Life Possible. I also have a Child Free Runners group for those that are going for the running goals or just cardio goals. And that's about it. Child Free Convention is my baby too as well. So yes, that's it.
Cody, where can people find you?
Childfreefamily.com. Just get an account. I'm there, and some of our speakers were there, and a lot of people in the comments are there. So it's a fun little community to have. And buy Child Free. Get some cool merch, rep the lifestyle. Support the convention going forward.
Yeah, get that merch.
All the proceeds. Yes. Yeah, all the proceeds from the convention go to the convention, so it helps to defray the cost of doing this, because websites and all this stuff, it does cost money, and it's nice to be able to defray some of that.
And don't forget that we have this year's T-shirts with the speakers' names on the back.
Not just the speakers, but the volunteers are on there as well. So yeah,
there's a better way of doing that. Just hold the shirt.
I have to take off the shirt to show.
No,
the shirt.
Cody has one he can do that with.
Not you. Oh, okay.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Everybody, this is what I've had to deal with for 11 months. I was gonna. Oh, right. Apparently, you can find me everywhere. I've been hearing I'm in a lot of spaces in the Child Free community. But again, you can find I have a podcast, Child Free Girls, that I host with Kristen and Isabel. You can find us there. I am at Where am I? Instagram at Child Free Blog, TikTok at Child Free Blog, Facebook at Child Free Blog. I'm at Glass Violin on Twitter because that was back from my musician days. Of course, Child Free Media is where I will be now.
Yep, and I'll be there too. So if you want to find
Cody
both
will
of
be
us,
there.
then
So
there we are.
Child Free Media for any aspiring content creators, any established content creators, anyone who wants to consume content, we will be at Child Free Media now.
We look forward to working with you and promoting you. And again, it's what we're creating there is another free platform. Like I tell Lenora, jokingly, we're just giving it away.
We are. But you used a different words.
I used a different phrase, but it's for the community. We love this community, and we want to see it grow and thrive and continue conversations and education. More importantly than anything, just education, just to bat down all of the badness that seems to come our way, whether we want it or not. Education is the only way to combat that. And so, that's why we're doing Child Free Media. So if you're established, bring it on. If you're thinking about starting a podcast, blog, whatever it might be, let us know, see how we can help you out. And if you love consuming that, that's going to be your go-to spot in the future, forever.
your go-to source for anything child free.
That's right. That's the goal.
That's great.
So I need to go to sleep because I got to start Child Free Media tomorrow morning. Actually, we have Child Free Morning Chat, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So no rest for the wicked. Thank you, guys. We're going to go.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lenora. Everybody, Jared, great job.
Absolutely.
High five again. We pulled it off. Feel free to share this, everybody. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll chat soon.
Yeah, we're about to be kicking off Facebook anyway in 2 minutes. So
okay. Ending graphic. Bye, guys.
Yes.